pale Music Africa tutakuwepo pale. Usikose, mdau wa sanaa, mdau wa burudani na mdau wa kupeleka maendeleo yetu ya sanaa yetu mbali zaidi. Karibu tujumuike kwa pamoja.
Naitwa John Kitime. Maisha yangu yote nimekuwa mwanamuziki kweli. Nimepitia bendi mbalimbali ambazo zingine zilikuja kuwa kubwa sana nchini, Orchestra Mogobado, Orchestra Makasi, Tankatalmas Orchestra, Vijana Jazz, Kilimanjaro Band. Lakini katika mwaka jana na mwaka huu nimeenda kwenye shughuli nyingine. Nilikuwa miaka mingi sana mimi na kwa interest tu nilikuwa nakusanya video cassettes, audio cassettes, CDs, santuri, vifaa vya kupigia santuri. Nilikuwa na interest tu hiyo miaka mingi sana toka kabla hata sijaanzisha familia. Lakini mwaka juzi ndio nimechukua kwenye level mpya ambapo ndio nimeanzisha hapa unapopaona, ambapo ni archive ya muziki wa zamani au sehemu ya kumbukumbu ya muziki wa Tanzania ambao tunapaita Kitime Music Archive. Kwa hiyo hapa nimeanza kukusanya muziki na ninakusanya muziki wa kuanzia mwaka 2000 na kushuka chini. Kwa hiyo ndio niko hapa sasa hivi. Kwanza ACCES nafikiri nimekuja kuifahamu kama miaka 4-5 iliyopita, na nafikiri sijui katika kuzunguka
kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wanayemelea samba 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 samba, wanayemelea samba 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 samba, wanayesogelea kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wanayemelea samba 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 samba, wanayemelea samba 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 samba, wanayesogelea mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wakinyemelea
remember to drop the headsets back at the booth, and when you come back in, you can pick it up again. So once again, all those who will need translation, there's a booth to the back of the room to my left. You can pick up your translation headsets there. I think I'll need somebody to say that in Swahili for me. But yeah, so I'll come back. Can you say that in Swahili, Philippa? No, okay. All right, thanks guys.
Kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea.
Wa shirikisho la muziki Tanzania. Kwanza ningependa kuwapongeza ndugu zetu wa ACCES, lakini pia nishukuru serikali kwa kuwakaribisha tena. Tumekuwa nao mwaka jana, lakini pia mwaka huu na mwakani pia tutakuwa nao, na mwaka huu ni tarehe 9, 10 na 11 pale Mlimani City pamoja na Warehouse Masaki. Karibu wewe mwanamuziki, karibu wewe mdau wa muziki. ACCES ni kwa ajili yetu sisi wenyewe. Kwa hiyo niwatake wanamuziki wote, vyama vyote na mashirikisho yote tushughulike pamoja. ACCES kwa ajili yako.
I know like and I know they carry last. Even though they are the carry last. So you know your friend the carry ash. It's you they do me, I know like Vanilla say make a bum bum. She give me vanilla, make a chop chop chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum bum. When they make my medulla, they malfunction. Vanilla say make a bum bum. She give me vanilla, make a chop.
Hey yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wana wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi wanakosa usingizi wanakesha kutafuta usingizi wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi wanakosa usingizi wanakesha kutafuta usingizi wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila to wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana usingizi hawana.
Any francophones in the building? Anybody from any other French countries right here? Nice. So let's try. Oh, just you? No, Jeremy, you're also francophone, aren't you? Jeremy somewhere there, another person over there. We'll do the roll call in a bit, but yes, you guys are welcome. Vous êtes bienvenue. Karibu sana to ACCES 2023. Please, a round of applause for yourselves for joining us here today. It's been an incredible journey. How many of you were in Tanzania with us last year? Here at Dar es Salaam, just raise your hand, let me see. Okay, just a few of you. And how many of you are actually new to the whole concept and conference of ACCES 2023? Nice, make some noise for yourselves. Oh man, make some noise for yourselves. Show us how it's done in Tanzania. I hear the parties in Dar es Salaam are different, but I'm not feeling that energy yet. But anyways, you guys are welcome. ACCES 2023 this year is a bit different. It's not just your regular conference. We're celebrating 10 years of this music conference. 10 solid years of ACCES 2023 in different African countries. Before I continue, I'd just like to make this announcement real quick. For those of you who understand English and Swahili, you're safe. For those of you who put Swahili first, and I'm amazed by it. It's incredible how East Africa just puts their language before anybody else. It's like, if you don't understand, go home. We don't care. But yeah, because of that, if you need any translation in Swahili, please, there's a booth to my left. It's in the back. Please get a headset. All translations that are done in French, any sessions in French or English will be translated to Swahili for you. Or you can look to any of the lovely ladies and assistants we have around with the ACCESS t-shirts, and they will help point it out to you. Same if you need to use the restroom. But yeah, back to the matter. So 10 solid years of ACCESS conferences across Africa, and the last 5 has been from Kenya to Ghana to South Africa to Tanzania, and we're here again in Tanzania. So please, a round of applause to the team behind this Music in Africa. I think they've done an incredible job at keeping this very consistent and making this possible. Of course, they've not done it alone. They've had some great support from corporations, both private and governmental, in each and every one of these countries, but especially here in Tanzania. So allow me to just mention a few of those partners who have supported ACCESS 2023 today. So of course, we're going to start off with the Ministry of Culture, Arts and Sports of Tanzania. Thank you so much. Asante for all your support and the facilitation of this event happening right here. Basata, thank you guys so much. CMN Stiftung, thank you so much. The Goethe Institute, thank you, we appreciate you. Alliance Française and Dar es Salaam, merci beaucoup. You guys have been amazing at hosting the very first event that we have whenever we come here to Tanzania, this being the second time. Sampra, thank you. Sassem, merci beaucoup. Voice of America, thank you guys so much. We have a special guest on one of the panels from Voice of America. It's amazing to have her here with us, so you'll hear from her later. To Wendy and her team at Dito, we appreciate you guys. Sisak, thank you. The Orchard, Share Publishing Africa, the team from SA, thank you guys so much. Kenya Airways, we appreciate you. Hadi Pro, TVE, EFM from right here in Tanzania. Big shouts to you guys. Thank you for the support. Be Extra Global, Tam Riso, SNS, Sautisa Busara, Liquid, Boomplay, Zimas, Earground, Slicko on Life. Thank you guys so much. And Singeli Festi, we appreciate you guys. Help me give a round of applause to all the sponsors, partners of ACCESS 2023. A lot of them have booths in the other room. So whenever we have a break, feel free to check them out. Incredible services and products that they offer in pushing Africa's music industry forward. That's the main reason why we're here today. Strategize, network, make some new connections. If you're an artist, you play a part in Africa's music business, here's where you need to be. So make sure you exchange those contacts. If you don't have a business card, Instagram seems to be the new business card. What's your IG? But yeah, exchange social media handles, please, and let's make this as successful as it's going to be. We're going to go straight into the very first session for today. Now, because this is the 10th edition, I'm going to need 110% of your energy, your support, and your engagement during each and every one of the sessions. The very first one is about music and brand partnerships, where strategy meets artistry. We've seen it in the history of African music, private corporations, the government, relying on the creative industry to make things happen. How do we partner for success in each and every one of our goals? How do we amplify the entertainment experience at events like these? And for artists, how many artists are here today? How many artists? Wonderful. What you guys need to know, your checklist before you engage with any brand, whether they're distributing for you, whether they're collecting your royalties, or whether they're signing you on as a brand ambassador. That's what we're about to talk about. So please help me welcome the panel. I'm going to mention their names one by one. I'm going to start off with Fungai Kush Zirawa, the executive director of Zima from Zimbabwe. A round of applause for her as she comes up. Yep, right there. Make some noise. We've got Zimbabwe in the building. Anybody else from Zimbabwe here? Nice. All right, next on the list, Teresho Selesho, the founder of Social Communications from SA. Mzanzi, if you're here, make some noise for him. There's Sonia Botongbo, the founder of Roxanne, all the way from France. So please make some noise for her as well. And to moderate this very session, please help me welcome the founder of Mount Makeda Media from South Africa as well, Sheba Melissa Mazaza. Please make some noise as she comes up. Thank you guys so much. So Sheba, over to you.
You how to press this button. Okay, great, it's working. Hello, everybody. It's lovely to be here. Thank you so much for joining us at this first panel of Music in Africa. Welcome to ACCES. I'm Sheba, and we're going to be talking about music and brand interactions this morning. But before we get into that, I just wanted to see who's in the room today. How many artists do we have? All right. Any people who are working with brands specifically who want to learn a little bit more today? Just one? Okay. So it seems like we have some execs here. Yes, yes. Conferences, events. Other? Okay, we'll get through it all, don't worry. All right, so let's start from that end of the room and come this way. Everybody will introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about their clients and some of the work that they've been doing recently before we jump into the nitty-gritty. Start with you, Kush.
So yes, I'm the Executive Director of the Zimbabwe Music Awards. We're responsible for spotlighting and celebrating all things Zimbabwean in our culture. Yeah.
Teresho Selesho, founder of Social Communication, and we focus on brands and culture, whether it's brand partnerships with events, or working out strategies for artists that want to work and partner with brands. And that's our niche and the space that I play in.
Hello, so my name is Sonia Bouton. I'm French originally from Benin. I'm based in Paris, so I'm a founder of a marketing agency called Roxanne, whose expertise is music and brands. The activities go from product placement to consulting, influence marketing. I worked with brands like Casio Shock, L'Oréal, and so on. And for the artists like Ayana Kamura, Didi B, that's all.
Thank you so much for being here, guys. All right, so as we understand it, African popular culture is taking over the world right now. And so global brands are all about what's young and fresh and cool, and that seems to be us, right? So it's important for us to understand how these relationships can work, what to look out for. So let's start with the artist to brand perspective. So in each of your fields of work, let's start with you, Kush. What has your experience been working with brands and artists over the years when you started, and how has that changed over time?
Okay, I've got a background in managing artists, also creating events. So it's been quite an interesting journey in Zimbabwe. I think we are a developing country, but we do have strong brands, global brands that exist. And it's been quite an interesting journey where we also have actually structured endorsement deals, but it's been a journey based on the value exchange. So you might have an artist that has good online reach, but they may not know how to value how they position themselves, as in the charges that they do. And with the corporates, again, it's quite an interesting one where the vision, mission of the brand might not entirely connect with the artist. So someone might have a hit song, and then you might have a bread company that would just jump on that artist, or an edible oil brand. And it's only just started recently where brands are more conscious about how to create positive campaigns that interconnect with lifestyle, for example. Yeah.
So in your line of work, in your career, how did you start out before you could interact with these brands, and how did you get to this moment where you've been able to accumulate all of this knowledge? Can you take us through the journey?
It's a long, hard journey. So I'm a PR practitioner. So I started, you might pick up a bit of the twang. Born in Zimbabwe, but raised in London. Studied in media and communications at Brunel University. Then started off, my experience was at a top PR agency. So we would service Microsoft, Activision, many big brands. So I started in PR and then learnt the ropes, and as was actually a cousin of mine that said, move back to Africa. Come and move back and put all your experience that I've obviously learned in the UK. So I moved back home to develop my industry, my experience. And it's been so positive because I came through as a PR practitioner, but that was a very much, dead industry in Zimbabwe. So I've somewhat morphed into marketing and branding, and then it was the challenge of actually bridging brands to the consumers. The celebrityism when I moved to Zimbabwe wasn't really there. So you have a high-profile artist that's just roaming around, and they're popular, but they won't get the real dues, So I started an event called The Big Chill in Zimbabwe in collaboration with a radio station, and we started separating the artist and the consumer, and then bridging the brands for an experience. And then we also had like a CSR component to it to address social issues. And then through that, just through consistent events, started also handling talent as well, high-profile acts, developing acts, and that's pretty much how I made, I guess, my name in Zimbabwe through handling events. But like I said, I'm a PR practitioner, a bit of a hybrid, so also servicing the corporate world through running an advertising agency as well called Rogan Associates in Zimbabwe. So we've got experience again with working with financial markets, insurance sector, FMCG brands as well. And I think through that, that's how I'm here, because Music in Africa actually supported a lot of our work when we were doing PR for musicians. So they would showcase the talent that we were publicizing over the years, and we somewhat become colleagues in a way. And I think last year we managed to, sorry, my voice is a bit hoarse because I was out last night at the showcase, so pardon my... As you should have been. Yes, I probably should have stayed at the hotel. So we had a good time last night. So yeah, we structured a partnership with the Zimbabwe Music Awards, which is what brings me here today. So Music in Africa was our media partner, and they sponsored the alternative category. And through that, the winner has an opportunity to come and perform here and showcase her talent. That's Feli Nandi. And, for us, what's important is the cross-border exporting, I guess, of our content and currency, which is Feli Nandi. And it's amazing that she can also wave the Zim flag in Tanzania and interact with executives on the global platform. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you very much. All right, Teresho, over to you. How did you get here?
It was a long trip to get here via this. For my journey, I started working with brands at university. So I was part of a charity organization when I was a student. And from an early age, I got the privilege of being exposed to working with brands, approaching brands to partner with us on our different projects, whether it was a Coca-Cola or Heineken or Levi's. And through that, and being a 19-year-old that doesn't really know the language and how to communicate return on investments and all of those kind of things that brands were looking for, I developed a liking of building relationships with commercial partners and how we deliver value to the target audience and the consumers that they were after as well. At that time, a lot of brands didn't know how to speak to young people and how to communicate with young people. We used to do a lot of parties and events and festivals, 5,000, 10,000 people, but they didn't know how to touch them. But they knew that music is a big passion point for this audience, and we've built a relationship around those passion points. I then got involved in festivals and production, and I used to be a promoter as well. Started handing out flyers and promoting and connecting with fans. And through that, we built a sponsorship and partnership and rights management company that focused on music specifically as well, to educate the brands, plus educate the artists and the festivals. And we serviced our own events and other people's events, other promoters as well, and working with artists to better understand the corporate world and navigating that, and also working with brands on strategies on how to better show up at events or with artists, work with different artists as well. We also have an artist management division within the company, and not every brand is a fit for an artist as well. Because they've got a bag of money, it doesn't mean that we're gonna go for them. So there has to be super alignment, where in the past, the artists used to approach brands, and now brands are approaching artists very deliberately so, because their stories align, not just because of commercials. I work with artists where they've got big social media following, but their pages are clean. They don't have a single post about a brand, but they're showing up and working with brands in a completely different way. And the brands are buying into that artist story or that festival story and finding other ways to show up and find value in it as well. So I think through a combination of all of those things, we've managed to export culture as well. So I work with one of the biggest campaigns that we're currently working on is with Jägermeister, about taking Amapiano to the world as well, because there's an alignment with how alternative, how groundbreaking Jägermeister is on the continent and in South Africa, and how we can take that with the energy of the youth and the energy that Amapiano has to the world, and showing up in spaces where we're kind of unexpected to show up as well. And it's been an amazing campaign to break artists globally with a brand, because that's usually a label's job, or that's a festival's job, or a management's job. And to see a brand and working with a brand on strategies to find pockets of spaces where we can activate artists and show up has been amazing. And next year we're going to the Grammys for the first time with a bunch of artists that Jägermeister is making happen, because we've made enough noise globally that there's a seat at the table that has been created as well through some of these partnerships.
Great, congratulations, that's huge. Okay, fantastic. And for you, Sonia?
So my journey has started a long time ago too, because I come from the corporate world. I used to work for L'Oréal for 11 years. I work in marketing for 20 years. And after that corporate life, I decided to move to entrepreneurship and to combine my passion, which was music, with to combine my passion with this expertise. I work for Live Nation on the Afropunk Festival, and then I launched my own agency. So I would say that talking about France is very different. Brands are really more focused on digital. So I started more with product placement on music videos. And since a few years now, brands really want to have more complete partnership, if I can say it like this. So they're looking for the full package, 360 campaigns with social media, with maybe TV ads. They're really more focused on digital. So I can talk about the last campaign that I did early this year. Oh, is it working? Okay. So yes, it was with Ayana Kamura, because well, I think everyone know her. She's African too, and she was launching. She was releasing her album. So we work on a campaign which was really combining social media, influence, and an event, and where you know we really relied on a fan base. And they were able, you know, to, how can I say this? We partner with a brand called Vestiaire Collective, which is international. It's a luxury marketplace. And she offered the outfit of a music video, so that, you know, her fan base could try either to win one of her outfits, either to win a place to come to her release party.
Okay. Fantastic, thank you. Appreciate it very much. All right, little technical difficulty there. Okay, so now that we got an understanding of where you guys have come from, how difficult is it to break into working with brands? You had mentioned that you'd studied and you'd been able to sort of accumulate your qualifications. You had mentioned that you had lots of hands-on experience coming into the branding world through events and things like that. Is it possible to break into working with brands within the music industry without a certain level of education, or is this really integral at this point in time, especially considering where digital marketing is going and the experience of influencer marketing coming to the fore, especially in Africa?
I think with the digital landscape, is everyone safe? Okay, that was quite an interesting. Is that my mic? Hello? Okay. So I think the digital landscape has actually helped out quite a lot. You don't necessarily have to be an academic to break. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I'm an academic in this media and communication space, but I think when it comes to branding, it's about building a name or an image for yourself, right? Or whatever the product service is. And if you're consistent with whatever it is that you're doing, most corporates or the private sector will probably want what you have. So I think the online presence with key opinion leaders actually breaks that sort of the traditional channels, in my opinion, because if you're working hard with, let's say, gigging as an artist, and then you're profiling yourself online, most brands or marketing CMOs, chief marketing officers, will probably identify you. So you might not need to go to school for that, but I would definitely encourage the knowledge base and read into it and see how you can obviously develop your craft. Yeah.
Little musical chairs happening here. Maybe you can hold it to this one. Okay, so let's get into the nitty-gritty of branding itself. What is your understanding of what a brand is? Because I think once upon a time, people believed that there was a product that you had to sort of make stand out and then sell, right? And then a few years after that, the internet came along and changed people's ability to interact with brands and with marketing. And then suddenly people started referring to themselves as personal brands. And then suddenly something like TikTok comes along, and this pristine, very sort of clean understanding of how you present yourself and how you brand yourself on the internet changed. You didn't have to have a full face of makeup or a perfect body or a this or a that or a big following. You had to be more authentic. So with this sort of arc coming into play in terms of how branding has evolved, what is your understanding of what a good brand is? How does it work? What is it sort of, what's the structure of a good brand in your opinion and in your part of the world? Because I believe also that in each of your sort of different fields and different parts of the world, these things can differ quite greatly. Teresha, I'll start with you.
That's a fine question. You're on fire today. I think a brand for me is something that you reveal. It's who you are. It's what you are when you walk into a room and how you make that room feel like as well. And all of these different channels, whether it's TV, radio, posters, and now digital, we keep on revealing our brands day by day. And we just have different touch points and opportunities to reveal what those brands are. And how I walk into the room, how I show up like, what I choose to wear or dress like, those are all parts of my brand identity. Or when I go to a particular festival, the ethos of that festival, how it makes the crowd feel, the safety of that festival is part of what is built around that brand. When you're a singer-songwriter, what do you make that room feel like? What are the colors that you're building around it? It's all what you're building around as a brand and what you're choosing to put out to the world and showcase yourself as well. And what's amazing and what has evolved is there's less showbiz about it. That's where the authenticity and that kind of language starts coming in, because we've got so many channels at the moment to show up in different ways and showcase ourselves every single day, whether it's TikTok or different social media platforms as well. And that's what most people want to see, and that's what attracts people to brands as well. Because I'm not putting up a show about myself, and you can choose to dial it up or dial it down. And coming back to Kush's point in the education part of knowing about brands, I didn't study branding or marketing, but it was more of a passion until I got into advertising. And I worked at Ogilvy, I worked in an advertising agency, and I went to start up experiential units because the brands realized that they need to find ways of connecting with culture, but they've got no sense of how to do that as well. And they build experiential units and know-how and knowledge within that. And when I arrived in advertising, it was branding and marketing and designers, but they had no idea of how to connect with culture, where studios today, the designers are fans. They're fans of music. They're friends of musicians. So the intellect and the soft touches and the relationships of what an artist is like and what they would like, what they would go for, has completely changed in most studios, in agencies, even on the brand side as well, where the CMO is a fan. So they're not just trying to partner with a big musician, they're first partnering with that human that has got a sense of influence and moves in a particular way as well. So there's been a big software upgrade, for lack of a better word, within the studios and the strategies that are built for artists, for events that are not just cookie cutter shaped, that because this works in sports or this works in this way, we've done it in this particular way. So everything is tailored today as well to various genres, to various kind of artists, and in many different ways, which is very exciting as well. And brands are also picking to pick a lane and identify with that particular lane. Like when working with a Jägermeister, they picked one genre to run with for the past 8 years. And now that genre is paying off because when no one was banking on Amapiano, they did. And it wasn't the most organized industry. Some of the artists didn't have managers. They are showing up at events late. But it was part of developing that scene. And same with hip hop, with what Castlelight has done or Hennessy over the many years. It wasn't the most organized scene, but the energy and the influence that that particular genre comes with, that's what they banked on as well. And that's what they invested in, and it's showing off globally, and they can reap the rewards of that kind of relationship today.
Okay, fantastic. Sonia, what about you? What's your perspective on this?
Well, what I I don't know. Yes, for brands now, the issue is really to show, their mission, because they're all targeting the Gen Z, the youth, and this youth, they're really challenging them. About what brands do, for example, for climate change, what brands do on all and so for them it's difficult to really find a way to showcase it in their communication. This is what I see. That's why they need to partner with artists, but also not all the artists want to partner with this brand sometimes. So this is the challenge for me.
Okay. Hello? Yes, okay, great, we're back. All right, so with the understanding of what brands are, creating an experience and sort of rewriting narratives, Africa has its own narratives written by the rest of the world all the time. And so Africa as a brand and the countries within all have different ways of communicating. So I suppose maybe my question to you would be, Kush, what has been your experience of, I'm sure you've talked about rebranding Zimbabwe. What has been your experience of Zimbabwe's sort of way of walking in the world, how people are experiencing the idea of Zimbabwe and Zimbabwean music, and how can we kind of make It's Giving Zimbabwe a good thing?
I like that. Tough question. Zimbabwe is going through a transition, I think. We've had a bit of a bumpy road from being the breadbasket of Africa, and all of our economical, I guess, issues. I try to stay away from politics. However, it's been a bit of a difficult time, but you know, through music, through arts and culture, you can actually contribute to a country's brand. So through the Zimbabwe Music Awards, you know, this is a very good platform as well to be showcasing the best of our talent. And you know, we've got Feli Nandi, who is an absolutely amazing artist, and I really hope everyone's going to watch her performance tomorrow. She's very passionate and dedicated to her craft, and you know, that is part of branding Zimbabwe. I'm here branding Zimbabwe as well. You know, we're very passionate, hardworking people, and I think through the corporate space, the contribution to, I'll speak to the cultural sector, it's been a journey because we have actually had economical challenges. But there is definitely light at the end of the tunnel. I think through conversations yesterday, we were talking about, you know, the financial markets and how, you know, the banks are opening up to transactions. You know, it's not complicated to be transacting in Zimbabwe. Remittances contribute to a huge part of the revenue in Southern Africa. Speaking truth to brands like Mukuru, for example, Zimbabweans are across Africa, and they send a lot of money back home, and the diaspora market contributes significantly to our GDP in Zimbabwe. I can't remember the exact figures, but that alone, for me, requires institutions and various collaborations that open up Zimbabwe. So music in Africa, for example, is a platform that should definitely promote other African countries. And I think for Zimbabwe, we've just got to be consistent. For those that are Zimbabwean here, it's nice to see you and connect with you in Tanzania, in East Africa, and you know, that's what we're here for. So we've just got to be consistent. A lot of Zimbabweans should go back and come back home. I mean, I've been there for 12 years now, and I think we need quite a lot of our Zimbabweans to contribute back home, and that's how we can actually contribute to the development and branding.
Fantastic, thank you very much. All right, Teresho, you spoke about Amapiano and Jägermeister taking the genre to the rest of the world, bit by bit over time. South Africa also has its own reputation right now, especially when it comes to music. How has this changed over time, and how has the positioning of South Africa in the eyes of the world changed with regards to music and events, with brands like Jägermeister coming to support these kinds of industries?
I think for South Africa, it's probably the most exciting time in music in any.
Kasoro haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo. Kasoro, haina kasoro. Ya moto, kitu ya moto. Inaunguza kitu ya moto.
Rema is a global ambassador for Nike Jordan. So this is huge because you have Rema along with Diana Taylor and Michael Jordan. So there is something really happening. Why? Because these brands, they know too that talking about the French market, it's not only the diaspora who's listening to this music. If you go to parties, if you go to festival in France or in Europe, everyone is listening to this music, whether they are black or white. You see, so this, they know that it's a mainstream music.
Okay, fantastic. And speaking of working with artists and brands directly, can you break down for us, how does one artist approach a brand? How does it work? What is the sort of point of contact? Because sometimes we'll see artists going on to something like Instagram or a Facebook or a TikTok and getting into the DMs and saying, please sponsor my album launch, whatever the case may be. And that's very sort of direct. Or sometimes they'll show up on a video wearing a certain brand and they don't really have any sort of affiliation with that brand yet, but that's what they're sort of aiming for. Or what are the conditions for a brand wanting to approach an artist? When is the right time of year? You know, what are the sort of environments that need to happen on either side, either for the artist or the brand, to be able to make that connection and say, okay, let's work together?
Okay. So if I talk about what's happening in France, but I think it's in other markets, most artists, they are, they sign, you know, they sign contracts with majors, for example, with, how do we say? Yeah, with majors, where there is this branding inside.
Okay.
Yes. So the major is supposed to deal, you know, with all the branding aspects, whether the artist needs product placement or when he's releasing an album, it's the right time for the artist to be in a campaign because you know, there's an actuality. Some artists, they don't want to work like this, so they will come to work, for example, with agencies like mine. Me, I sign artists. I like to sign young talent, even if it's very difficult, because I think that, you know, brands, they have a role too to help artists in their development. So the brands, for my market, the brands are aware of this. Sometimes they can, you know, try to deal directly, like you said, with artists in DMs. But, you know, if majors have a right, they can deal directly. So this is, you know, yeah, to talk very briefly about this, how it works.
Okay, great. And so, Teresha, can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to put up an event and to have brands come in either as sponsors, or what is the structure of that? How does it work, and what is the approach when it comes to building these experiences that eventually turn into movements?
I think there's multiple approaches, and in South Africa at least, it's very hard to do an event without commercial partners like brands and having them involved. So it de-risks the festival to have the right partners involved in your festivals. There are different tiers where whether it's an alcohol brand or this kind of brand, that we can give value back to them in terms of sales that are going to happen on the festival site immediately. And some are strategic partners like Maybelline. So Maybelline, for instance, is involved, has got a big stage at one of the big festivals in South Africa, where 5-10 years ago, I would have never seen a beauty company with a stage with 6,000 people at a big festival in South Africa. But because the audience has changed and how they consume music, how they are, I've got maybe 6 outfits for a 3-day festival, because I've got outfit changes, makeup changes throughout the day. So it's a very nice touch point for Maybelline to be able to show up, because I might be sleeping in a tent and I'm camping, but I'm gonna show up with different looks for Instagram and everything else as well. So it's an amazing place for people to try products, to do everything else that is lifestyle orientated, while I'm in an environment that I like and part of my lifestyle as well. And then you start having conversations like that. I'll use Maybelline as an example of how best to show up for that particular consumer, to do packs beforehand. How do you start communicating with that particular consumer beforehand, before they even show up at the festival? And them being part of a festival and presenting a stage at a particular festival, it's just a way of, again, reinsuring and reaffirming the brand, with the relationship with the brand to the fan and the consumer as well. And bringing in, I think she's coming to South Africa next week. She's playing at Rocking the Daisies, South Africa. And that would have never happened if she wasn't a brand partner. It would have been a lot of different money for the promoter to bring her out and all of that. So those are just some of the success stories, or the stories of how we can look at non-traditional ways for brands to show up in the spaces and the businesses that we run as well. And to go back to your question as well, is categorizing the different things that you need at the festival and approaching the right brands that can help with that. And we found that we can go the traditional way of getting the beer brands, alcohol brands, cigarette brands, and then there are some that need a bit more strategy and know-how to sell a culture and a story about the festival too, where we've had to build a smaller team that just focuses on brand and strategy, that sits with the client and the particular brands to design these strategies to help them figure out how best to show up, how best do their agencies show up as well. This will work, this will not work as well. And it's a to and fro, and you need to stand your ground in that as well, because it's also, you can be bulldozed into making decisions that are going to compromise your brand or your festival because they're a bigger entity than you as well. So for the longer run, it's also just standing your ground and protecting the value of what your festival is about, and not just for the quick check as well. And also trying to negotiate longer term contracts, because you are in a festival business or an event business for longer term. You're not doing it just once off. So trying to negotiate 3-year contracts, even if it's incremental, and finding a way to over-deliver. Rather sell yourself short at some point to get into the door if you have to, if you don't have the luxury of being matched up with the brand, just so that you're giving the brand a reason to believe as well, especially when you're starting off. Sometimes doing it for nothing and for infrastructure or whatever the case is, to show them that I can fill up a room for 300 people that are going to be consuming and doing, interacting with your brand. You've already delivered on that promise. Next time someone is going to be willing to invest financially and help you with other ways to grow whatever property, from a show of 300 people or you're doing a show for 20,000 people. Those kind of relationship dynamics are key as well. Yeah.
Okay, great. It seems like there are a lot of moving parts in there, so I think we'll go into the nitty-gritty of what contracts should look like in just a second. Okay. But I think it will also be interesting to understand, when it comes to award shows, this is a very important cultural thing to do within the music industry as well. Award shows really can tell us what's happening within sort of trends, within genres, within countries. How much power does an award show like the ones that we have in Zimbabwe right now, how much power can it keep in terms of creativity when it comes to having sponsors and brands come on board and sort of have their presence at these events?
Okay, so I've been an executive director for the Zimbabwe Music Awards for a year now, so this will be my second year. And I've definitely very quickly learned the power of that, but it's more or less to do with consistency and the professionalism aspect, the transparency, and I think the inclusion of the community, and as well as promoting positively the cultural and the talent. So we've got quite a few award outlets, some that are government-based, and then others, we've got like the Zimbabwean Hip Hop Awards, the NAMAs as well. So I think there's definitely a huge responsibility in just also protecting the talent and the cultural side. And then I think also the knowledge base. There's a lot of information that I think the creative sector definitely needs to be somewhat supported with information. You know, things like copyright, just contracts alone, royalties. A lot of our, I think overall actually, potentially one could say it's a global issue within the creative space. I don't know, how many artists out there know about their rights? There's one, okay, two, okay, yeah, not bad, not bad. And you know, it's important for an institution like an award ceremony to also consistently, you know, provide that, because the world's changing, isn't it? And you know, there's a whole aspect even on the digital space that actually artists might not know about the distribution. How accessible are, you know, let's say exporting talent, for example. In Zimbabwe, we don't have the luxury of major labels supporting, you know, our music industry. However, an awards ceremony could be an outlet to getting a record deal, for example. An awards ceremony should be able to bridge the gap with the global market. So we've got a huge responsibility in actually protecting as well as exporting our talent. So through that, collaboration is very critical. You know, us connecting, like you said, the whole family aspect. There's no reason why we can't get maybe one of your artists performing at the Zimbabwe Music Awards. What cultural exchange can we harness and develop? We should also come to France. Zimbabwe should be there. Francophone countries, we should all interconnect. And I think for me, it's been positive. The last awards were successful because we've actually managed to export. What we would like to do definitely next is have critical discussions around monetization, around the art space. In Zimbabwe, it's actually difficult to monetize. The digital landscape is a huge part, and the award ceremony should be supporting the arts in order to actually also teach and educate and provide opportunities for that. So yeah, we've got a big responsibility. From my perspective, it's a long journey ahead. It's my second year, so we're working on just new collaborations. So hi, sponsors, fellow funders in the room, we're looking for collaboration in Zimbabwe and giving you what you want, because at the end of the day, when it comes to partnerships, it's a two-way stream. So it's not about just asking for sponsorship. What is the value exchange? Do we actually also appreciate what the problem is within that corporate brand? And awards should be able to also give a private sector, public sector, as well as even the NGO space, what it is that we want, what both parties want. And I think critically, what's also important is to evaluate the outcome of it. And then, like what Teresa said earlier, if you've got a partnership that is definitely at least 3 years, the first year of engagement, you should be able to learn and have findings and data from what you achieved and then adjust. I'm going to quote Robert Hoyer. I met him yesterday, and I had to write down one of the things he said if he's in the room. I saw him earlier. Principles have longevity, methodology changes. And that was quite profound for me because, you know, when you're doing and handling such an institution, you have to have your vision mission that is, you know, stable and steady and consistent, but you can also definitely change your strategy whilst you're actually embarked on that, let's say, 3-year deal. It's not going to work if you've got a short-term deal, and so that's my contribution there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so considering there needs to be time to be able to understand the partnership and to be able to sort of work it out,
Yeah.
what is the general sort of feeling around brands and these long-term sort of plans and goals? Are they, you know, what is the feeling there? Are they committing to those sort of long stretches, or do you find that sometimes there's trepidation sort of halfway through, and how do you deal with something like that?
In Zimbabwe, it's a challenge. We're in a bit of a volatile environment, landscape economically, so 6 months is a long time in Zimbabwe. But things are changing, actually. That was the case, and I think, you know, there are festivals. I can speak about the Jacaranda Music Festival. They've actually managed to successfully engage with a partnership with Stanbic, and they've been consistent for 2 years. I think they should be working together next year. Through arrangements like that, it really helps with familiarity. And I'm sure, in fact, I attended the event last year. I was a panelist there. And this year I attended as a consumer. And it was lovely to see the consistency around that. And I think what Walter has managed to do is to somewhat provide a bit more confidence within the corporate landscape. And there are other product event outlets as well that brands are beginning to, I guess, have a bit more, because you've got to have a bit of risk, isn't it? I think the corporate space views the creative industry, I'll speak about Zimbabwe anyway, a little bit more risky. And, you know, we've got the responsibility as event curators to be consistent and professional with our craft. So if there's a contract, you honor it, you have an event on time. Are you going to set your KPIs at the beginning and honor it? So in Zimbabwe, it's a journey, and I mean, I'm excited to experience it because having been there for just a little bit over a decade, it's been quite, I'd love to write a case study around Zimbabwe, just seeing the journey of it, and I think it's definitely opening up for sure.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what comes out of this. Okay, Teresha, let's go to you. I think you've used Jägermeister as an example when it comes to Amapiano. Let's talk generally about brand alignment when it comes to artists or festivals or events or whatever the case may be on that side, and brands. How do you make sure that these two sides are sort of mutually benefiting, that there's alignment, that there's an authentic way of interacting? Because it seems like a little bit of a random combination when you get a brand like Jägermeister or any alcohol brand and you get an artist that doesn't drink. So how do you sort of connect those and make it work so that it is an authentic experience?
I think that's left to the different parties as well, because brands, commercial businesses, they will want to leverage of what they need to deliver on as well. And I think the responsibility then comes to the creator and us as an industry, whether I'm an event owner or an artist, to commit to, am I going to work with an alcohol brand even if I don't drink? Does it still tick the boxes? Or for them, it would probably tick the boxes because of visibility and how big I am. I work with some clients that don't drink, but they work with alcohol brands, for instance. But longevity-wise, is it a space that I want to play in? Is it a high-energy space and the kind of environments that I need to be in? does it fit in with my brand as well? So sometimes you just need to have those kind of honest conversations from the beginning as well. And our market versus them is very saturated with brand activity. There's multiple events that are happening, and brands know what a quality event and a quality partnership looks like. It's a mature market when it comes to that kind of space, and in terms of the partnerships that you can have with talent, artists, and events. So the pickings they've got a lot to choose from as well. And brands are walking away from contracts. They will sign a 3-year contract. If there's lack of delivery or whatever the case is, they're gonna pull out of it as well because of lack of delivery. So the onus still remains on us as an industry and as creators to be honoring these contracts and delivering and over-delivering in most cases as well. And also holding the brands accountable in that kind of relationship, because again, 5-10 years ago, it always seemed like it's a one-way stream where as creators or festival owners, we're going to ask, and even if the brand doesn't deliver on this, we're a lot more forgiving, where now it's a lot more dynamic in terms of how we manage that relationship as well. Because I can also cancel the contract as a brand or as an event owner and move to another, which we've done multiple times as well, because it was not serving us anymore in that way, not just because of financial purposes, but the dynamic of the relationship could be causing more harm to our event and our team, even internally as well, in terms of how we work. If the dynamic is not great within the brand partner that you're working with and it's destroying the team or the event in any particular way, sometimes it's even better to just move on and find a different partner that will complement and work with you and walk the road with you in a different way as well.
Okay. Yeah. So what is the implication of that when something goes wrong or things are not necessarily aligned and there needs to be a separation? How do you manage that negotiation?
I think that is managed from the onset, managing expectations from the jump in terms of what we need to deliver, what the brand needs to deliver, what those KPIs are, and reporting is key. Because reporting and learning is key for the brand and for ourselves if we're going to be walking a 3-year journey or multiple-year journey with each other as well. Because again, strategies will change. Things are changing every single day in our environment as well. The brand teams, the faces on the other side of the table changes every 3 months. People have got different ambitions, they move in and move out, and the vision changes. And it usually works when you've got a champion on the brand side that believes in what you are doing or believes in culture or in music. But in 6 months or in a year, that person might not be there. And someone else doesn't really believe in music, for instance, or a particular genre, for instance. But I'm in a 3-year deal with that particular partner. I'm stuck in that kind of environment as well. But now it becomes a grudge where we need to fulfill each other's commitment. But the delivery is different as well. So there's also that risk in partnering with brands where there is no more champion on the other side of the table that believes or sees the vision that someone else signed off before they left and moved on to another company or another brand as well. So there's so many dynamics that are involved in partnering or deciding to work with a particular brand that are not just financial as well. Yeah.
Okay, wow. Okay, Sonia, so let's break down a little bit when we come to a certain agreement and we have to do some paperwork and agree on what's going to be had on both sides, what we'll agree to and what we won't agree to. What do contracts like that look like, especially when it comes from an artist's side? What does an artist need to look for in a contract to make sure that they understand everything that's going on? What are some red flags? What are some green flags? How do you know when you're in a good space and when to sign?
Okay. So the artist needs to look at a lot of things, territories, whether it's a local or a global campaign, the duration, exclusivity, because if you are engaged with, for example, Adidas, you can't work with all the competitors of Adidas. So is it worth it? And you're not supposed to for example, on social media to show that you wear Nike. So this is a lot of things like this that you have to negotiate in your contract. So from my point of view, there's a lot of artists, they are very assisted, as I said, by this, by the managers, by the people working with brands. Some of them have their own lawyer to assist them on these aspects.
Okay. Let's go down to the sort of experiential marketing and the digital side of things. How do we measure the success of a brand partnership once we've gone through all of the processes?
Okay, so it's for me, a question. Yes, because I work mostly on digital. There's a lot of KPIs that you need to define before the campaign with brands because, sometimes brands, they don't really know they love one artist, they want to work with this artist, but it's important to tell them, what do you want, engagement or visibility, So we have tools that help us define, okay, this is the audience that the artist has in terms of age, in terms of gender, in terms of localization, countries, and with these KPIs you can, after the campaign, see the results and see, if the objective have been reached.
What kind of KPIs would you say would be good for an independent artist to look at? And what kind of tools would an artist who doesn't necessarily have access to a major label or an agency be able to use for themselves if they wanted to look down?
Well, if we talk about Instagram, everyone, has his own figure, so can know, okay, which country, in which country they have the biggest audience, which age are the audience, and things like this. So everyone has access to these tools.
And this usually comes through things like social media, websites. So how would an artist want to sort of house all of that information if they didn't really understand exactly how to pinpoint?
So this is why artists, they need to work with talent agencies, because they are artists. You see, they need to focus on their music and, to have some people to have, like they have managers, they have producers. For me, it's important for an artist to have someone who is really, working on this so that he can focus on his music.
Right, it's a lot. It's a little overwhelming.
Yeah,
to be
because
able to
you can't do everything. Now artists, they need to run their social media, they need to think about, okay, what image do I, because with your image, you show a lot of things, and brand understand that, okay, this one, it has luxury positioning, this one is a little bit more popular, so the artist with the luxury positioning can't work with, for example, I don't know, a bank or bet. We say bet? No? Yes, okay. So up to this, the artist needs to work with someone because he can't do everything himself.
True. Okay. So let's look at the perfect recipe. We've got 5 minutes. The perfect recipe for a good brand partnership before we go to the Q&A. What is the perfect recipe for a good partnership? Let's start with you, Teresha, and then we'll go down the line.
I think respect. Respect would be, it comes in different forms and shapes, whether it's with an artist or an event partner as well, and clear outcomes from the get-go. Like you mentioned, the KPIs of what are the key deliverables that I need to deliver from a brand point of view or from an artist point of view, an event point of view. Also challenging each other in terms of what are your ambitions. Like we can deliver on what is on the table, but I find that when magic happens is when both sides are ambitious or put an ambition at least beyond what is actually on the table. For the brand, there's a bit of an ambition, and for the events, there's a bit of an ambition, because then you're working towards something else where you always want to create more and add value to your audiences and your consumers on both sides as well. And also the kind of engagement, what is required, is it a visibility or is it engagement? And what's the sentiment that lands because of this partnership? Because the sentiment is also key. When those two brands are married together, what does the customer feel like or the fan feel like as well? So part of all of those things are things that you need to define from the onset as well, so that it's not a kick and hope or a lucky packets to kind of see what will happen in the future, because I need to be in this big festival, or I want to work with this particular artist. It might be horrendous working with that particular artist because they're not delivering on what they need to do, or it's not authentic. It doesn't feel real to their audiences. And it goes back to us being a lot more vulnerable with how we show up and showing our brands as individuals or as events as well. As everything is opened in the world at the moment as well. And we're showing that, and you can't fool fans, you can't fool consumers anymore as well. And I'm not gonna suddenly start using Maybelline because you are at my festival. Is how are you involved in my everyday life? And how do you show up in key points of my life, in my celebratory moments, or when I'm gathering with my friends, or when I'm celebrating, or I'm at a festival? That's how you build those relationships, and those are the key magic moments until I'm showing up at a big festival and I've got a stage with a big international artist. So I think painting that picture and outlining journeys like that is key.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think just to add value to what you're saying, I think it's probably about serving an authentic conversation. You know, we're living in a world where there's a lot of real time, everything is immediate, and for, you know, we've spoken quite a lot about consistency. So if there's authenticity in all that we do, I think there's definitely longevity. If there's that alignment between the brands, consumers, fans are more, I think, likely to buy into whatever it is that you're doing. And I think when it comes to a brand, you believe in it. So if you're aligned with your principles and you're competent in terms of executing whatever it is that you're doing, and you're sharing an authentic story, I think that definitely brings longevity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I think let's go to the audience and see if anybody has something to say. Ooh, it's bright up here. Any questions? We've got one here in front. Hello.
Hi everyone, thank you for your contribution and intervention. So I have a question more on the languages side, like in artist branding. Are there like linguistic strategies that are used for the branding? Because in the past few years it was actually using English because it is an international language. But we are saying that trying to back to the roots and back to the local language and using native languages to actually sell the artists and use it in the branding. So do you think there is actually a system, a strategy, a linguistic strategy to promote the branding?
Yeah, I think definitely language is obviously critical in terms of culture and ownership, heritage. A lot of the work that we do in Zimbabwe, definitely we use vernacular, local vernacular, but sometimes there are challenges, interpretation of certain words. There's huge sometimes backlash if something is, you know, spelt wrong or something like that. But in Zimbabwe, Shona and Ndebele are the main, I guess, languages, and that is embraced in Zimbabwe, and I think it is positive. A lot of the most successful artists in Zimbabwe do have their songs in Shona or Ndebele, and for us that's very important because when you're exporting that talent, it's communicating part of our heritage. And something about music is amazing. I mean, I'm not from Nigeria, but I know some of Davido's lyrics. So, you know, I don't know what he says all the time, but at least I know that is from Nigeria. So yeah, I think that's something.
I think that's a really good question. I don't know if any of you guys remember the campaign that Spotify had when they came to expand in Africa, when they had the little pop-up and they were using sort of different words from different cultures.
Yeah.
It didn't last very long because apparently it didn't land quite well. So this is a very interesting question. And I think I'd like to get into a little bit more with the panelists. How do you speak to a nation or different sort of demographics, I suppose, in their own languages without it sort of coming across as trying too hard to please this market? How would you have done it maybe differently if you could?
I think language plays a very big role in how you show up as a brand, as well, because it brings you closer as well. And I can sit in Joburg and create a campaign, a Spotify campaign, Pan-African, but I'm not there. And people have never experienced me greeting them in their language, so it won't last, it won't land. But an artist with colloquial language that already speaks in a particular way, and that authenticity of that partnership with that brand, if I start landing or using specific words within campaigns, it lands because it's authentic and it's coming from one direction as well. And when you see a big brand taking a chance on specific slang or any kind of language as well, that does such a big job for that particular brand in showing up to the fan and making that brand a lot closer to the fan as well, versus them just doing it by themselves because it's a cool word, you know what I mean? I might not know what it means, whether it's on a lyric or whatever the case is. So it's also where it originates from. That's very key in terms of language-wise as well.
Any thoughts?
For me, most important is authenticity. So, the artist should, speak in his language, and the brand has to follow, that's all.
Okay, great. It seems like authenticity is the word of the day. Does anyone else have any questions?
Yeah.
Yes, we've got one over there. Hello.
I do have a question here. My name is Fred Moshaga. I'm coming from Jewel World Music Meeting in DRC. So, like, we emphasize on mixing music and social commitment. So, like, when you talk about this commercial stuff or you talk about this brands area, it seems like the social committed artist is put aside. So, like, what is his place in this discussion?
I think this is a good question for you, Sonia. What is the artist's place in the discussion? Maybe let's consider a boardroom situation. The team is there, you're representing. How much power, how much say does the artist have when the decisions are being made? When creative comes into play, what's the dynamic there?
Yeah, it's difficult to answer like this, because when you're a big artist, of course, you have a certain power. When you are a bit smaller, but if you show your values, if you show your message, and we see that it's not aligned with a brand. Okay, it's easy to say that no, it's not consistent with what I do, with what I want to. Excuse me. Now my English is...
The English bundles are running out.
I talk English since 1 hour, is a bit difficult. But yes, in terms of power, sometimes it can be difficult to negotiate if you're not like a major artist, I can say. Since this is the work to the manager and to your team, to really, work on, okay, what you are able to do and what you're not able to do with a brand.
So it's really about finding a good team that can represent you well and make sure that your voice is heard, and then the process is a lot more easy.
Artists need to have a team, and everyone has to have his own role. Some managers, they're not able to work with brands. Mm-hmm. This is not something that you can improvise. Yeah. So you need to have an expertise for all the things you do.
True. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. I think that's time for us.
Yes.
Please give the panel a round of applause. It's been wonderful.
Thank
you. Wonderful. And just before you go, we want to get our very first group panel discussion photo. So if you could all be standing, we'll have the camera guy just come in front and take that shot for us. But ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panel. We just finished the discussion on music and brand partnerships. Camera team. All right, he's right there. Okay, so if we could have all of you standing, grouped together. So on the far left, we've got Fungai Kush Zirora. She's the executive director of Zima. I expect that's the Zimbabwe Music Awards? Yes. Correct, perfect. Then there's Teresho Celesio, the founder of Social Communications from South Africa. Make some noise for him. There's Sonia Botong-Bush. She's the founder of Roxanne. She's coming all the way from France. Thank you for coming here. And there's also Shiba Melissa Mazaza. She's the founder of Mount Makeda Media from SA. And she also happens to be part of ACCESS 2023's Music Curation Committee. So thanks again. A round of applause. Nice. For those of you who just came, you're welcome. ACCESS 2023, powered by, of course, Music in Africa. And it's Music in Africa as an organization that's celebrating its 10th anniversary. So once again, let's hear it for the team from Music in Africa and their partners. In addition to the names I mentioned earlier, we've got Coca-Cola, we've got Hennessy, there's Kansai Plascon, there's a Saifi Hospital, all partnering to make this possible. Singeli Festi, thank you guys so much. Slicker on Life, Earground, Zimas, Boomplay, Liquid, Sauti Za, Busara is also on this. They've been supporting Music in Africa for so long, especially the ACCESS conference events. There's the Ministry of Culture, Arts and Sports of Tanzania, thank you. BASATA, Siemens Stiftung, the Goethe Institute, Alliance Française, SAMPRA, SACEM, Voice of America, DITO, CSAC, The Orchard, Share Publishing Africa, Kenya Airways, Hadi Pro, TVE, EFM, Be Extra Global, Tamariso, and SNS. We're going to move to the second part of our panel discussions, but before that, again, in case you came in late, you need some translations from English and some of the French that you'll hear to Swahili. There's a booth to my far left. It's in the corner there. You can grab yourself a translation earpiece. But please note, whenever you're stepping back out, just drop the earpiece back before you step out. Also, the official hashtag for ACCESS this year is quite simple. It's just hashtag ACCESS 2023. I've seen a couple social media posts, amazing. Please keep the hashtag rolling so people everywhere can click on it and see what's going on here. For people who have friends, family, colleagues back home who want to see what's going on, this is also live streaming on the Music in Africa social media pages so they can see what's going on there as well. Hope the next speakers are ready. The next big discussion is an interesting one. One that's taken the world by storm. AI this year has been a big topic of discussion everywhere, on the radio, on the ground, in studios. The power of what AI can do is incredible, from producing beats to getting somebody's vocals who has no idea their vocals are being used on tracks. Some platforms have had those very same songs uploaded to no knowledge of the artist. ChatGPT can write you a whole song, whether it's reggae, whatever genre it is, you just specify I want. So it's taking over. As a creative, it's scary, but there are a lot of challenges and opportunities, intertwined with this AI phenomenon. So that's what we're about to talk about in the next session. It's going to be big. AI, music rights management. Now African right holders can exploit this. How do they do that? How do they do it well? How do they make sure that they're taking full advantage? But most importantly, how do they know that they are being protected? This next presentation is fully supported by SACEM. So thank you very much. A round of applause for SACEM for powering this conversation. And I'll go straight into introducing our panel. When I say your name, just kindly, climb up the stairs and join me here. I'll start off with someone all the way from, not all the way from Kenya, just from Kenya. Just from nearby, Wandiri Karim. She's a consultant, Kairu and McCourt advocates. Make some noise for her as she comes up. Thank you so much. Karibu, you're welcome. Roland Naika, the managing director of Sony Music Publishing from South Africa, is also here with us. Very, very important. There's also someone from Uganda, from Song Boost Uganda, Elijah Kitaka, the founder of Song Boost. Thank you so much for being here as well and joining us. And the man who is going to moderate this panel, he's not new to the ACCESS family. We've seen him a couple times here before. It's great to have him back. Please make some noise for Okochaye Okio, the International Development Officer for Africa, for SACEM France.
That's wrong, but Thank you, guys. So we are going to talk about AI. It was named most notable word of 2023 by Collins Dictionary. Since the rise of the likes of GPT, the public has realized that we are arguably living the biggest revolution since the advent of the internet. Because AI is impacting every aspect of our daily lives, hence, it has sparked controversy. In the creative space, some artists fear this innovation and they want to prevent AI from using their works without permission. To serve that purpose, the University of Chicago has even developed a tool called Nightshade, which enables artists to make invisible changes in the pixels of their works before uploading them. And when these works are swallowed by a data training set of AI, the results break in chaotic realities. Sorry, my microphone. But you know, AI is here to stay, and the majority is willing to cope with it in order to tap into the creative opportunities it offers whilst safeguarding their IPs. So we'll deep dive in this topic today and with my guests. And so we'll start with a quick introduction, and of course, ladies first.
Well, yes, hi. Habari zenyu? My name is Wandiri Karimi. I am a musician who studied law. I specialize in intellectual property, and I'm very glad to be here.
Hey, good day, everyone. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity. It's Roland Naka. I'm from Sony Music Publishing from South Africa. And thank you for having me here.
Is it good morning? Is it afternoon already? It's
No,
good morning,
not
I
yet.
guess. It's still good morning. It's wonderful to be here. I'm Elijah Kitaka, Ugandan, currently working out of Nairobi, building a platform called Songboost, which is primarily a content ID platform.
And I heard that you've been awarded by the AFD lately, so it's important to talk about it.
Fresh winners of the Africa Digital Challenge, as run by AFD. Yeah.
And allow me to introduce myself quickly. So I'm Akochaye Okio. You can call me Chaye. I'm from Benin. I used to be a rapper and a cultural entrepreneur in Benin, West Africa. And now I'm based in France, and I handle international development for Africa at SACEM. SACEM is the leading collective management organization in the music field. Okay, so we are going to start this conversation by talking about how AI can be useful to the music ecosystem. So there are three main uses of generative AI in music. You have the possibility to separate stems, and there is one concrete result that we have all experienced lately. Thanks to that opportunity, the Beatles just came back with a new track called Now and Then. So you see that can be really relevant. Then you have AI, which is helpful in terms of ideation, in terms of creating music, writing new music. And there are also all the vocal syntheses that are possible. And everybody has heard of the now infamous fake Drake and The Weeknd song. In Africa, I would like your testimonies. Are you witnessing a rise of the use of AI by artists. So let's start with Wandri, or have you personally experienced, tried that?
Well, definitely. Just a project we did this last week. The engineer needed to lift the voice off a track that already had something else, and they used an AI. I don't remember the name, but they used an AI program that then rendered the voice that needed to be removed without the instrument. So yes, indeed, I've experienced it just last week, and I don't know if.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a couple examples. I have to think about this. It's probably not really front of mind when it comes about. But I think back in 2021, we had a singer-songwriter that, put out an EP that was powered by AI. And it was, sort of the first of it. So there's definitely interest. There's also a Nigerian producer, Eclipse, that also put out a project. And that was also, interesting to see that happen and play out. So I suppose there's room for, entertaining the AI space. But, for now, I think there are a couple examples which is testament to, making use of AI. Yeah.
No, I think it's still very early days, and the use cases that I've at least personally seen are still very exploratory. Shortening time to market. So if you've done a song and you need to package it, into something you can release, automation of artwork, or, the automation of the full package, that I've seen. But I think on the whole, it's still very, very early stage to say, this one stands out as something that we could case study. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And AI can help also improve rights management. There are many examples. For instance, CMOs are already using AI for their operations, and tech companies involved in this business also to monitor use, to identify works, to match both to prepare distribution, and so on and so forth. Elijah, Song Boost initiative is powered by AI, and can you elaborate on it and on how you think you can be helpful to the right management ecosystem?
All right, so first to just give, and this is not a sales pitch, I will try not to be very salesy, but I'll explain what the platform we've built does, and then how it leverages AI to do it better. So it's a content ID platform. Content ID in itself is not new. YouTube has had this for a long time to ID user-generated content that features copyrighted material for takedown and all other use cases, or even monetization. Our platform applies Content ID majorly to the offline world, so radio, TV, venues, that kind of thing, because we've observed that there was room to solve the offline royalties, problem. So to tell, in what proportions your works are used in venues, what proportion your works are used in, on radio stations and TV stations. So the platform is more anchored to offline. There are two ways today that you could do Content ID. One is fingerprinting, and that's it has been the most pervasive. Fingerprinting means you give us a song, and then we'll generate a unique fingerprint for that song. And so as we compare incoming material or an incoming broadcast or stream, we are matching against that fingerprint, that fingerprint database to figure out if this is indeed your song or someone else's. The limitations there are that if whatever is being broadcast or whatever is being streamed has been altered, there is a chance that the ID system will miss it. And that alteration might not necessarily even be extreme. It could be that it's in a DJ mix and BPMs have changed significantly, and so that would result in a different fingerprint, ideally. What we've done and how we've used AI, if you watch the latest releases, one of the models that has been significantly improved is called Whisper, and Whisper is basically speech to text. And so we've utilized that because now you can go a level deeper from just comparing fingerprints to saying what are the contents of what is being sent over the airwaves. And while you could alter the BPMs, a lot of the content could remain the same. So you could basically match against lyrics, for instance. You could match against more parameters because now you have deeper capability on AI. So I think it has helped us be a bit more accurate, so to improve accuracy levels, where as DJs can be very creative. The original work has kind of been altered on the fly to just suit the audience and the vibe.
Can the other participant weigh in?
Yeah, thank you. I'm keen to hear more from Elijah about Song Boost, is it? Yeah. I work closely with the CMOs back home, both Samro and Capasso, and a big area of concern for us is in monitoring and tracking music being used, particularly on broadcast, on TV, particularly where there's voiceovers, and the music's sort of underlying, and it's, to try and get those cue sheets, to try and get those flighting codes from broadcasters is sometimes with permission, and we want to be able to track, monitor, and report accordingly, for that broadcast revenue. So. AI certainly has an opportunity there to be a powerful tool to assist in that monitoring and tracking and for better accountability to the rights holders. And I suppose with any important tool like that, it also still needs to be managed and be centered around what the purpose it is for. But I certainly think this sort of AI for the monitoring and reporting would be great if we could have more of this sort of available.
Wandiri?
Nothing useful to add.
Okay. AI-driven era comes with opportunities and challenges for copyright in Africa. Because we are here to offer solutions. We'll start with the challenges. It could possibly harm copyright compliance. Why? Because now you have more and more media, the likes of Spotify, so DSPs, which are creating their own songs, their own catalog. For instance, the Middle East and North Africa's Angami has now almost 200,000 songs, AI-generated songs. Tencent, the Chinese media, has created around 1,000 works, and they even boast that one of them has reached 100 million streams on their platforms. So that means that on a continent like Africa, where copyright compliance is still low, radio, for instance, could be interested, could be tempted to create their own playlist, and that would lower the copyright royalties fees that they would be paying. So what are your thoughts? Do you see such threats? Do you feel like that could be an issue in Africa? Your opinions, in fact.
I'll go first. I think one of the things around technology is that it's always scary. And I think if we were to just focus on what it is the technology can take from us, instead of focusing on what we can take from it, we'll have more people focusing on the good more than the bad. I don't believe that having AI as quote unquote competition would be a challenge for us, because there's one creative born every day. You know, there's somebody being born now. I think it's every 8 seconds or something like that. We have a new person in the world, and that's new creativity. So in terms of what the possibilities are for us, I think working with AI, especially like what I saw in the project was that AI can assist you to create. You know, everybody, how many people have used ChatGPT? I use ChatGPT. Have you used ChatGPT? Yes, so it's something that we are using to create. So I think that's the attitude I would like to take for towards AI anyway.
I'll give you my take. I think that, so the question you're asking is actually a mathematical question, if we're to be honest.
Great.
Because you're saying, given the rate of production and how that rate of production will change if you introduce a new source like AI, is there a corresponding change in demand or consumption? And if there is no corresponding change in demand or consumption, it means there will be dilution. This is, forget AI, just thinking mathematically. If the pot of consumption or demand remains the same and you increase supply exponentially, it means at an individual level, dilution will happen. It means if previously there was a $1 million pool and were 10 producers, and now suddenly there is 1 million producers with the same $1 million pool, I will take a smaller portion of that pool. I think that's the reality. So, and that will happen in any sphere. It doesn't have to be music. It's really supply, demand, and the size of the pool. So can AI increase the demand or the demand pool? I think that's a fair question. On the surface, I believe that yes, dilution will happen if the content that is generated by AI participates in the royalties pool. So if, for instance, CMOs or regulators decide that, look, we shall recognize that a song that is AI generated is an original piece of work, that must participate in the sharing of royalties, and this thing can pump out 10,000 songs in a day, certainly there's going to be dilution. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow through on the CMOs, rights holders will have to put certain exceptions in place, limitations on that, so that it doesn't dilute the royalty pool. And that's sort of already happening right now. I think a week ago, Spotify had announced that, they're trying to, increase value on songs which only earns more, or only is streamed more than 1,000 times in a year. And that's, depending on where you are in your career, that's pretty much heartbreaking to, up and coming independent artists who's putting out content that may take a while to build up their following, etc. So is that the answer to this scenario? Maybe not exactly, but in another scenario, I think with Deezer, they've taken the route that so-called sort of garbage music, white noise music, sort of crashing wave sounds will not form part of the distribution pool. And in fact, that particular music or sounds can be replaced with AI-generated music because there may be a need for a consumer, but also while you can consume that AI-generated music, it won't participate in the royalty pool, so only authentic music will. So you'd have to find ways in which to put the barriers in place so that AI does not sort of kill the creative spirit of those that thrive and make a living of this?
Yeah, true, because right now we are overwhelmed. Boomi, for instance, which is an AI platform, released numbers. I think it was in July or June, and at that time already 15 million tracks have been generated through the app. And the issue was so crucial that Spotify decided to stop them from uploading content on its platform. But it's true that now Spotify's CEO is saying no, but we are not against AI-generated songs necessarily. We'll see how we can strike a balance, etc. So the conversation is interesting. And from a visibility perspective also, there is an issue because if there are so many new content, how independent created works like African works can be visible on those platforms. And you know that right now, if Africa is so big internationally, if there is an Afro-pop wave, it's thanks to internet. So we are really leveraging this tool. And now with these platforms flooding Spotify, Deezer, etc., Apple Music with AI-generated music, it can make it difficult, harder for us to be visible. So what's your point on that? Because diversity is also a crucial issue in the digital era now.
So let me see if I understand the question. So discovery, you're saying discovery might become an issue because the volume
African content.
Yeah. And I think it's actually across the board. It won't just affect Africa. Discovery was already a problem even before AI-generated content. Because remember, the last data that we had before this whole AI wave was that 100,000 new songs were being uploaded to platforms in a single day.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's why the economics of the platforms were very harsh, and musicians are not happy because, I mean, even the platforms struggle to host and process such volumes when, you know, the demand does not really change. It's only supply that has been changing. So in a world where you have 100,000 new songs hitting the platforms every day, discovery was already an issue. And I think that part of the reason that TikTok became extremely popular, especially within music, is that it kind of hacked discovery using snippets, you know, using like a new format that was much shorter. So suddenly you could go through and find and discover 10 new songs that were a bit more difficult to discover through YouTube. Because remember, YouTube was pre this volume. So discovery was through, you know, you watch a big part of the content. I think that micro snippet approach helped to showcase more of the world's catalog to a lot of the people and solve discovery. And I think musicians picked that up fairly quickly, and everyone took TikTok very seriously. I think that going forward, given the new change in demand, discovery is always a problem. And I think that just putting on my tech hat and thinking of how to build startups, typically they say that if you want to become successful as an entrepreneur, you start with a niche. You start by being extremely focused about who you want to reach and make sure you can solve a problem for those people extremely well. Before then, you can move into adjacent markets. So I think that same is going to happen to musicians, that you're going to have to tightly manage your audience and your community, and you're going to put on your community manager hat, so that at least in a very noisy world, there is a small set of people, and small is relative, that becomes your niche, right? That live and breathe your content. And that's the first priority audience that you must keep in touch with before then you attack the bigger world. I'll give the rest a chance, but I think that's the first problem. If you don't build a strong enough niche around you, your new content will struggle to even reach people that are already liking you. Yeah.
An artist's point of view.
I was just about to talk about TikTok because the way songs trend on TikTok has for, like most recently for us, there's a musician called Sophie Nzau who's on a track by a Brazilian producer called Mwaki. And because the Kikuyu language is being spoken in it, and everybody in Kenya just got into it, but then she's been discovered and been talked about, and that has driven her name forward. That's how I know her name. I think in terms of what yes, the pool might be larger, but I think one of the things, mathematically speaking, is maybe we've increased the number of people who are consuming on the digital platforms. Therefore, people who, I didn't have Spotify 3 years ago, but I do know now, and so I consume on Spotify, I consume on TikTok, and as technology continues to grow, I think we'll still continue to have more ways in which our music can be consumed. And I think that's one of the things around tech that creates ways for us to make more money.
Yeah, I think discovery is, in a time that we live in right now, with so much of apps and data and visuals, and living in a digital world where there's no borders, there's no barriers. You know, I think it's exciting when you see, you know, an artist, a creative, you know, from Africa, from South Africa, from wherever, you know, just in a place that you wouldn't normally think that their music would reach. And it's the tools like TikTok, it's just sort of, you know, the user-generated content that's there, that's licensed, makes it easy for anyone to sort of, you know, put some content together with a dance challenge, and then there's discovery happening on it. So while there is so much of music out there, there are also so many new ways in which music is coming to your attention. Some of it is even without your control. You didn't even know it was, you know, before you, in ads and, you know, in just what the younger generation is listening to and how they consume music. You know, and it's nice because catalog also gets rediscovered. You know, there's so many gems in there where if you try to play this music to, I'll use my own example, to my kids, it would sort of seem so foreign. And then the very same music is on TikTok, and they're raving about it, they're doing these dance challenges, and they're wanting to introduce it to me, and then I have an opportunity to show them and play them the original. And so I think it's, you know, in cycles, we're learning from each other in whichever space and platform and opportunity we are. It's not that we're just hearing music through terrestrial, through radio anymore, or just on certain opportunities to listen to MTV. The music, as you say, is so available through like Spotify, etc. So, and the more we get, you know, Wi-Fi, fiber network, and access to those things, we are going to discover more music. The population's growing, and so the music will grow as well.
Yeah, thank you. But what is interesting on the other hand is that this proliferation of AI-generated music can also be a real opportunity in terms of new monetization, because for the time being, and we hope that it will be, it will remain the same. Music, AI-generated music cannot be copyrighted because it's not, it doesn't have a human authorship. This is the legislative, the legal situation in the US, in Europe, in continental Europe. So that means that there is an issue about who should claim authorship on AI-generated content. And that's where the music right holders can step into the scene. Because to exist, AI needs to be trained, and trained by pre-existing content. And you cannot get to such sophisticated, efficient result as ChatGPT without using a lot of content, tons of content, and it took years. So for sure, copyrighted content has been used to train these AI models. So that means that if you have borrowed my songs to create an artificial intelligence that can now recreate vibes, I can claim authorship, at least a part, in these new tracks that are flooding the internet. And you see in many countries, rights holders are pushing for that, so they can get a slice of the cake. And what is interesting about African content is that now it's sought after. You can see the Nigerian vibe, but not only Amapiano, etc. There are many global sensations coming from Africa now. So it's sure that many prompts, AI prompts, will be about African content, African flavored music. So we have something that we can get from AI concretely. But the issue now is how we build the licensing scheme. Because, you say you cannot use my works without my authorization to feed your AI. There will be also results that need to be licensed. So there will be licensing at the input level, licensing at the output level. But what could be the schemes? Individual licensing, collective management, licensing through CMOs, etc. So what's your take on these aspects? I want to start with Roland as a publisher. How do you see these issues?
That's a loaded question. I think, as a publisher, at the core, you're there to protect your rights holders, your creators. And in day-to-day business, that's exactly what we do when we're trying to license music for an ad, for use in a film. We have certain limitations built in, certain exclusions, terms, etc. So for an AI-driven application that's ingesting millions of songs of various rights holders, the data that it would take to account on that, to report on that, needs to be governed. Firstly, if it's ever going to get to that stage, it has to be authorized. In the same way that any aggregator or DSP is licensed by a CMO, I think when you're talking about millions of songs going through an application like that in order to learn and then create AI music, the view would be that it should be through a CMO and with rights holders mandating the CMO or their publisher, etc., to have that governed. Again, it's down to different legislation in different countries, different copyright laws, to be able to have that foresight to build it into their laws if it isn't in there, or add it in, in amendments, etc. So I think the power is with the rights holders as well, in order to set those limitations. And so as a continent, as Africa, we need to be forward-thinking and ensure that we set those exclusions in place. There's going to be lots of arguments about it's not necessary to do that, you can't, it's etc. But the fact is that it is learning from so much of music, and there has to be a way for those original creators to have their little piece of it. It sounds like a data nightmare, but you know, with 100,000 songs being uploaded to you know, the DSPs daily or to Spotify like daily or monthly, I think the tech guys will find a way to sort this out.
Yeah, please, Roland, keep the floor. Just to follow up on what you said, you know, right now there are some negotiation between Universal and YouTube to enable user-generated content using AI, so powered by AI, who would exploit protected works, Universal Music protected work, and do that lawfully through licensing schemes, so monetization at the input and the output level. Are there any discussions regarding Sony on this matter? Any ideas that you are pursuing?
Yeah, I suppose sort of each territory, you know, would have its unique way of monetizing and making use of that opportunity. I think the main thing is that if you represent a set of rights holders, and if those rights holders are aligned to your vision of using it in that purpose, and if it's licensed and monetized, and if that revenue and earning potential goes back to your rights holders, then I don't see any issue with that, and I'm sure there's going to be you know, unique ways like the ones you've mentioned in order to do it. It's, you know, it's all about licensing the works, making sure it's protected, and you know, if AI is going to work for original creators, then that's a good place for AI to live within, because it's governed, it's given the authority by creatives to be used in a specific purpose, and it's being reported and accounted. And if that's monetized properly, sounds good to me.
Elijah?
Yeah, you're asking some really interesting questions. So your question is really attribution at the core. And what comes to my mind is a number of things. I don't even know where to start. So let me give a disclaimer. Remember what Donald Rumsfeld used to say? There are things you know that you know, things you know that you don't know. So there are some things we know that we don't know yet, and attribution is one of those things today. I don't think it's a solved problem. Because if the piece of content has been created based on millions of inputs, at what point of dilution does attribution stop making sense? So I think there is some known unknowns, and then there are many things we don't know. I think it's a very fast evolving space, and we can't even claim to have the answers today. That's one. The second thing I was going to say is that music traditionally has always been a platform business. And it's really important for musicians to understand that thing. And when you study quote-unquote musicians that have been extremely successful, when you unpack their success, the large part of that does not come from music directly. And you can choose anyone. Choose, I don't know, Jay-Z, choose
It was the
Nas.
easiest one. It was the easiest one.
Right? Choose Nas.
Can do better.
Yeah, I think that
Just
it's
teasing. You
platform
can do.
business in two ways. It's always been this thing that can create such an emotional connection to an audience that they're willing to consume whatever else you present to them if it's in line with what you represent. That's why musicians, you know, are big on fashion. Musicians are big on endorsements and that kind of thing. I think that a lot of those people have cracked the code that this is a way in. This is my platform. This is not where I will mine the money. But once I have the audience, I am the platform. That's one. The second way to think about why music is a platform business is that in aggregate, music looks like a big industry, but when you speak, at individual levels, the numbers are very small. And the reason for that is that if you take a platform like Spotify or whatever, when we report numbers, they sound big, but no single artist has any meaningful share of this large number. Again, because of this thing called the power law. It's really...
Yes, let's say there are a few, the top tiers.
Yes,
the
winner
big
takes all.
So that's it. It's
a lot of the
takes all.
value is concentrated in the top 1%. So look, I think that attribution can be solved, and the reason that we obsess about attribution is because we're holding on to the hope that there is value to protect. I think that question on will there be value to protect is a valid question and is still a known unknown. Yeah, I hope I haven't confused everyone.
No,
maybe I have.
No, we'll clarify any gray areas throughout. No problem. Wanderi, you want to weigh in?
Because when you were asking the question and you mentioned it as attribution, for me, it goes back to just the legal definition of what authorship is and whether there is originality in what the AI does. So, and I think that's why the US decision was what it was, that the AI cannot then have authorship because the authorship is not based on creativity. And even if work has been expended on whatever it is they've collected, it's really a different presentation of data, if you ask me. And that's not something then that can be attributed copyright to. But then if copyright then cannot be attributed, then my question is, and whenever I would see this user-generated, this is how you can make money, put in waves and you're making money off YouTube and all these places. My question then has been to the people who are creating these algorithms that are being consumed by users. Should they then rightly be paying this content creators when they've not really expended work, have had originality, and therefore not really authored copyright work? So that's where my mind went to. So my argument is really AI shouldn't really be making money off something that they've not really created. And if so, then that attribution needs to then become something that is distributed amongst the data that they've used. So those users who have created it through that data collection then should be the ones to get the money.
Yeah, that's the position of the creative ecosystem. And I wanted to challenge a little bit Elijah because there are some big tech and some digital distributor CEO who claim that they can identify through AI-generated works. So that means that AI can regulate AI, and that there are also tools that enable to break down what has been ingested by the AI training data set, and to identify the rights holders, at what extent the works have been used, etc. So there could be an accurate monetization, a fair monetization of all rights holders involved in the creation, the feeding of the beast, if I could say so. So do you think that Africa could create its own tools at an affordable price regarding our realities that could monitor AI-generated works?
You're asking me tough questions. Look, how do we approach this? So is it possible to identify a piece of work and say this was AI generated or this was human created?
Yeah, yes.
I think that's certainly possible, and there are tools today that that can do that. We've seen applications in education, for instance. People are given assignments and you hand it in, and there are tools that could screen. I think that to simplify why that is possible is that it will be a variant of the language. What it creates will have some consistencies, even though we can't pick them up quickly as humans. But it will leave some traces on why this is different from what a human would write. So I think it is highly possible to differentiate and say, no, this is not 100% human generated.
Yeah, sorry to interrupting you. In fact, my question is not how they operate, but do you think that in Africa, with our, let's say, the state of technology right now, the opportunities and the human resources, we can pull this off? There are some Africans who can create this kind of technology.
I am extremely conflicted. I cannot say no. Because I trust the talent that we have. I think, though, that a lot of standardization will happen. And so, part of what technology has done is this thing called democratization. It levels the playing ground where anyone interested can really apply themselves to solve a problem. So if we don't, it won't be because there is no volume of talented people, we don't have access to the technology. I don't think it will be those things, because those things are flat leveled today. Today, as Songboost, for instance, we're part of a Microsoft program. They've given us heavy access to their own platforms. You know some of this information. We've got about $150,000 in cloud credits. Part of that is specifically on OpenAI APIs and capabilities. So I think these companies are willing to say, if there is anyone that wants to build, it doesn't matter from what part of the world, we're willing to support them if they're serious. The latest announcement around this store for GPTs, I think the initial first movers that build these agents or GPTs, irrespective of where they are in the world, will receive a lot of support, because there is genuine interest in saying, can we see how useful this thing can be in the world without necessarily, it's region agnostic. So I think that the techies that could be here or are building across the continent, they have access to the same tools that everyone has access to. And the beauty is that I think since COVID, the world has just been increasingly being leveled. It's almost like a reset. And for once, everyone is starting, it feels like everyone is starting afresh, to unlearn and learn new things. So if you can be fast at that loop of how quickly can I unlearn, how quickly can I pick things up, I think we have a chance, irrespective of where we sit in the world.
Maybe you have thoughts on this quickly?
Yeah, I have to concur with Elijah. I think we have enough of the talent, the knowledge, the passion in order to create the tech and to be that tech savvy and to compete with the best of them. I suppose there are limitations in terms of possible resources. It's an expensive machine to feed in order to create those sort of tech and systems. But I certainly think that we have, the tech fundis, those sort of developers and those guys that think along the best in the world. So if we find the right investments, if we find, we'll be able to definitely do it. And I think as Africans, we should absolutely be thriving to do that. And I suppose, as Elijah said, maybe they're amongst our audience here, or those, streaming in. Let's find the right people and, supporting that initiative for the right purpose.
Completely agree. Sorry? I completely agree.
Okay. We have now a bigger picture of the opportunities, but we know that we can only thrive if there is the appropriate framework, a conducive one. And in order to build that, there's always a lot of advocacy that must be conducted. At an international level now, you know, the creative ecosystem is working hard on that to make sure that because AI-generated content, AI is not linked to human behavior. There is no human authorship. AI cannot be considered as a copyright holder. So this has to be a consensus among the players, but also ensure that there is more transparency from the platforms, so they can give access to all the data because they have them. It's just a matter of recording what they are using to train the AIs, and make sure also that license schemes that are put in place are respected, etc. So, for instance, at the European level, there are negotiations for an AI Act. Do you think that Africa is bracing for this advocacy? Are people aware of what's at stake already?
I believe so, but I think a lot of the times when legal instruments are being made, they're usually made from a reactive situation and not proactive. And I think one of the things we could do, and I hope, I'm sure that there are representatives here from different governments, but one of the things that's very clear is that if the legislation is there, for example, when M-Pesa was starting in Kenya, there was no regulation for M-Pesa at the beginning, and the regulation ended up being created thereafter because it was such a new space. But what I think we can have is just a skeletal framework in which we look at what are the legal spaces that we want to protect. So, for example, when I was, mentioning about what ownership is, for example, like that, if that is the basic place that we are coming from, then what framework can we create to ensure that if these AI-generated works are in the space, how are we going to have those exceptions that will protect the user, but also protect the creative. So I would think, I know for Kenya, there's quite a bit of work within the creative economy with different spaces being created for people to move forward. But like we discussed earlier, that we need also to, as a creative economy, to stand behind, one position and be, whether it's the associations, whether it is the organizations that represent the artist or represent the creative, that we must be the ones to stand and lobby. Again, very fortunately, we have a very knowledgeable parliamentary committee that deals with innovation and the arts. So for us, we have that advantage, but I think that's something that can be replicated in other countries also.
Okay, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's definitely on the radar. I think we're going to have to be very intentional about how we lobby those that are policymakers to understand what impact this could potentially have if we don't actually, as we say, brace, prepare, and adjust and change legislation in order to protect our creative industry. And I suppose while rights holders, CMOs, etc., are lobbying for this and making arguments or writing papers to those that are that has the ability to amend policy or create policy, it's very important that the creatives actually understand their purpose in the lobbying process. I think those that make the laws probably would want to hear more from a creative, an artist, a songwriter, of what the possible impact will be to them if this is not updated into legislature. And I think at the same time, while the creative industries, lobbying currently or will be lobbying to make these changes, you're also going to have those that consume content and would rather not have these exceptions or not have this legislation in place. And they come with very loud, powerful voices, influencing voices that may speak louder and closer to those in power. And so as a collective creative industry, we need to really speak with one voice and understand what it is that we're trying to do in putting the legislation in place, and if it be the amendments and speaking with protecting the creative industry, or we wouldn't have much of an industry left.
Elijah, something else?
No, he said it well. I think that why advocacy has still not produced tangible progress in music in many of the countries that have been exposed to is there is lack of a single voice. There is noise, there are people that are talking, but you're like, who do you represent? There is, like, that one voice, I think, has still failed to come through to say, when I speak to this organization, I am engaging the industry, and what they give me is the position of this industry. I think many times why regulators have also failed to make changes that are in favor of industry is because, you meet one group today and you think, that's the voice, and then it turns out there is a new release tomorrow that says, no, we're actually not part of these guys, and it's almost like we're in competition mode 100% of the time, even when we need to be collaborating. So I don't know if, I don't have the answer, but I think that if that one voice could be found, then advocacy would be easier.
Yeah. You make a great point. Just to conclude and on this part and to wrap it up, this issue really requires strong positions, as Roland mentioned. And that's why, for instance, ACCES, as the leading collective management organization, has issued a position paper saying that, okay, there are some text and data mining exceptions which enable AI platforms to dig into content without permission. But the right holders can opt out. So we have decided to opt out. So that means that from now on, nobody can use SACEM's repertoire without permission and without negotiating the conditions. So I think that's a way to also tackle this issue and force these platforms into agreements that can be fruitful and that can help build a sustainable ecosystem for both parts. So now the floor is open. If you have some questions, they are more than pleased to answer. Thank you for listening.
Good morning. Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Abasa. I'm from Uganda. I am here, if you're trying to look. So you presented some really great insights. I think maybe one of the ones I picked up on was, will there be any value to protect? And after how many variations does attribution still count? Because the future of creation is you're going to put a Taylor Swift a song inside, right? And then a YouTuber or a TikToker is going to have like 10 different variations that are sleep, running, workout, whatever. And so after how many variations can Taylor Swift still be paid? I guess you also touched on what's a proposed licensing model. Is it input, output, or is it collective, like a collective blanket, kind of like how the CMOs do it? But maybe the question I'm asking right now is, who controls, like how do we get compensated? And the question really revolves around this recent lawsuit, the UMG against, I forget the name of the actual tool, but Anthropic, right? And Anthropic's argument was that they had fair use, right? Or the argument was like, we've got the content and we are using it for education purposes. We are not doing the same exact lyrics that you guys made and whatever. And I guess it's a legal question, but it's presented to everybody as well, what your thoughts are on Anthropic's argument and whether we do even stand a chance. I know there are some bad players, of course, in tech and in any industry, but let's assume that everybody is being nice. How should we approach it going forward? I don't know if there was a question in there or I was just ranting.
I sort of had a question, but shall I take it?
There was no question, oh no.
Yeah, so the argument about fair use, and so fair use is, these are the exceptions that exist in copyright law that I can use so-and-so's work for educational purposes, or I'm using it for parody, or I'm using it, so there are certain ways in which you can use a work without having to pay. But again, even when you think about a contract, we have an obligation when we are living as human beings. We have an obligation to be kind to others. But you see, the contract that you sign, or rather the agreement that we have with each other, is only as good as the person who's signing it. So really, if the person who has decided to take that work and is not using it in the fair use, because that's from what you've told me, I've not read the case yet, but then from what I've heard, it's just somebody using a loophole to get away from doing the right thing. But I wouldn't say that should be a deterrent or it should cause us to lose hope, because the whole point of the law and the copyright law and the copyright regulations is that if and when certain things happen like that, then therefore there can be those arguments. Because when we go to court as lawyers, we present the case of the person who we are acting for. But you as an artist or you as a creative can rest assured that the legal instruments that are available are there for your good. But yes, there are people who will steal from you. You just look at it as somebody has stolen a handbag, and therefore the handbag shall be. You'll go to court and you say they stole my handbag, and the person will say, oh, I was just using it for just moving my books or moving my shopping from point A to B, and then you will say, but that's not right. So you just have to look at yourself as a creative who is creating anyway, and if they're imitating you and stealing from you, it means you're doing something right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because we don't have that much time, I just wanted to explain to him that it's still an ongoing process. We have yet to figure out how to regulate, how to license. There are discussions currently, and I will take one person there who has raised the hand, and we'll have to stop there. But you can engage with us after. Go on, please. Just one last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Geoffrey Kongot. I'm from Uganda. I think my comment, it's not a question, it's a comment. I think we're focusing too much on the threats of AI to copyright, and we are missing the opportunity in the revolution of AI. I think we're not any different from when all the major changes were happening in history. For example, from when CDs and the eventual cross to digital happened. I remember the guys that were using vinyls were saying, oh, CDs will never work. Vinyls are the real deal. We spent too much time on that nonsense. And now AI is here, and it's one of the most amazing things that humans have ever invented, and we are worrying too much. I think the conversation needs to take a different direction, where for example, CMOs should be working closely with the companies like OpenAI and having discussions about how we could be exploring the issue of copyright in future, but also give the tools the opportunity to grow. Imagine if OpenAI had announced, if they had announced before they started training their engine on all the world's knowledge that they were about to start, we would not be here today with what we have with their tools. Because everyone would have said, no, don't use my knowledge, don't use my information. Then we would have nothing. But now we have something amazing because they just kicked off. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't get us wrong, not at all. I think that our focus here was to showcase the opportunities. But you can, the opportunities are linked to monetization. So for us, it's how we can take advantage of AI monetization-wise. It's important. Okay, it's important that we get into this new era, but we must ensure that the rights holders are being paid. So it's just a balance to strike. And once again, nobody here is how can I say, worried by AI. Nobody. We think it's a good thing. We want to embrace it. That's how can I say, the philosophy behind this session. It's important, but you just want to make sure that whilst we are enjoying the creative opportunities, we are also safeguarding IP. That's it. Thank you. So this is a wrap.
For two. Thank you guys so much. Could we have you guys standing for a quick 5 minutes for the picture? Yes. Awesome. Guys, that was a full conversation about AI and music rights management. We had Okochaye moderate that panel discussion. He is from the International Development Officer for Africa from SACEM France. So please, a round of applause for him once again. We had
vipi niko warehouse Masaki kuwajulisha kwamba Ijumaa kesho tunafanya performance bure kabisa kwa watu ambao wanapenda muziki, kukutana na wasanii. Hii ndio fursa yenu ya kutujua, au sio? Tende kinduwezi kunyonesha sasa mimi nikisi unanipenda. Tutaonana kesho basi. Kwani mnataka Madjozi hadi ama nini? Dar es Salaam mambo vipi niko warehouse Masaki kuwajulisha kwamba Ijumaa kesho tunafanya performance bure kabisa kwa watu ambao wanapenda muziki, kukutana na wasanii. Hii ndio fursa yenu ya kutujua, au sio? Tende kinduwezi kunyonesha sasa mimi nikisi unanipenda. Tutaonana kesho basi. Madjozi hadi ama nini? Dar es Salaam mambo vipi niko warehouse Masaki kuwajulisha kwamba Ijumaa kesho tunafanya performance bure kabisa kwa watu ambao wanapenda muziki, kukutana na wasanii. Hii ndio fursa yenu ya kutujua, au sio? Tende kinduwezi kunyonesha sasa mimi nikisi unanipenda. Tutaonana kesho basi.
accept your music, embrace it, and hit the airwaves with it to promote it. You know, one such person who's embraced African music and really just pushed it to boundaries all across the world via her show, Music Time Africa, on Voice of America Radio, has been Heather Maxwell. She's been incredible at it. She's pushed it. I've been listening for quite a long time, following her online. So ladies and gentlemen, she's going to be moderating this one-on-one session with Show Madjozi. Please make some noise for Heather Maxwell. I think she's still, oh, there she is. Make some noise as she comes up. She's a broadcaster, producer. Yes, welcome. Thank you. But a lot of people miss out on the fact that, you know, she's a musician herself, singer and songwriter. So it's beautiful to have you here. Thank you so much. It's going to be exciting. Next, ladies and gentlemen, everyone knows her. Her vibe, her energy, her style on and off stage whenever you meet her, even yesterday at the warehouse, is incredible. She's like the essential, the one example of Africa's brand ambassador. She always holds her heritage, strong, proud about it, pushing it out there in everything she does. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a multiple SAMAs Awards winner. She's a BET Awards winner as well. She might just have a new album for us next year. We all know her for that one song, John Cena, that blew up across the world. Please make some noise for Show Madjozi. Come on. Make some noise. Wonderful. All right, Heather, over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Hi, Show. You don't have a mic. Do we share the mic, or here it comes? Show's got to have a mic, right?
Yeah. How are you? Mnaongea Kiswahili, Kiingereza, Kifaransa, Kijerumani, Kixhosa, Kizulu. Who mainly speaks English in the audience? Just you. Who mainly speaks Swahili in the audience? Watu ambao wanaongea Kiswahili. Okay, that seems like majority. Qui parle français ici? Ah, les Français, vous êtes ici, hein? Ish, I'm gonna have to mix and mix. Hello, Heather.
Hi, Show.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much to Music in Africa. Thank you to all of you for coming here. Hopefully, we can give them something interesting.
Yes, let's start. So we have some questions for you, Show.
All right.
First of all, one of the things that you're most known for, of course, is your vibrant color, your style, your dancing, and we know that much of your inspiration for that comes from Tsonga culture. So can you speak about the significance of preserving cultural identity in your global music?
Okay. So kuhusu my culture, I don't know, a lot of Tanzanians, when you say I'm Tsonga, a lot of them will be confused because they know me for my Swahili music. And so, I'm actually, because on social media, you guys are crazy. Let me make it clear today, once and for all. Kwamba, natoka Sauzi. Sio kwamba eti najifanya like eti ni Mtanzania tu anajifanya. No, I'm South African. Lakini nimeishi hapa pia. Ndo maana najua Kiswahili, you know, sio perfectly, lakini unaona chamtani tu. So I'm from Limpopo in South Africa. My mother language is Tsonga. Hata culture yangu, mara nyingi mkiniona nimevaa shibelani nikicheza. Mshawahi kuona? Kwa hiyo ndo ndo tabia ya kwetu. So I'm usually doing Tsonga, and so I think most of my music will be in Tsonga and also some in Swahili as well. And I think the benefits of using my own culture, for me, it's not about the culture per se. For me, it has been as an artist to look at what is missing. So when I was in South Africa, at that time, there wasn't a prominent Tsonga artist within the mainstream space. I wanted to see that, so I became that. And then after that, you know, there was also this side of me that was very much Tanzanian. I mean, my family had been living here for quite some years, so I felt like I wanted to combine those things. There wasn't an artist that was making music that was a combination of South African and East African. So I took South African beats and I put Kiswahili lyrics on them. The first time I did that was with Huku. Do you guys know Huku? So that was the first time I wanted to combine, I just wanted to do what I felt was missing. It wasn't really about I guess it wasn't about preserving anything,
Yeah, right.
or it was like, I am this, and that is not there. You know, I'm Tsonga, and that is not. No one is. If no one's gonna do it, then I'm gonna do it.
I see. You also spent some time in the United States, didn't you? You studied there.
Correct.
Where was it? Boston University?
I studied in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
For 4 years. I thought I was gonna be a writer.
Mm-hmm. Well, you still are, right?
Yeah, I guess
In a different
writing
way.
music. True.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I spent those years in the U.S.
And did your experience in the U.S. Also shape how you do your music now in terms of having a very strong African style, traditional?
Yeah, so a lot of people wanauliza kwamba why would you go to the US to kind of learn more about yourself? So in the US, I did creative writing, but I also studied African studies. I think it's actually very important to see yourself from outside. When I was in the US, I realized that, for one, I was not happy being in that society. It felt as though the work had been done. And I missed being from a place where it felt like we had so much more to do, if that makes sense. So, US, you guys are already dominating the world. I wanted to be in a context in which we still had the world to take over.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so leading to the next question now, how has your style contributed to your success and set you apart in the music industry?
I think my style has been very central. So my hairstyles, the colors that I wear, I think that's all been very central to my identity. Mm-hmm. I'm very recognizable, and I think that has really, really been a bonus for me. Mm-hmm. There is a lot of artists, these days, right? Like a lot of artists. And so how are you going to be, how are you going to be differentiated from everyone? And I suppose my style really did that a lot for me.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you're not performing in your home, do you still like to wear bright colors? Or are you just, it's just a personal question, or are you just low-key and let your hair out? You always liked really bright colors?
I have always liked really bright colors,
Okay.
because I was surrounded by really bright colors.
Yeah.
People were wearing bright colors when I was young.
when I moved to Dar es Salaam, people were wearing colorful kangas, colorful, you know, there was always color in my life. And then I lived in Senegal as well for 2 years, and also there, beautiful attire, bright colors. So I really felt that the Africa that's kind of portrayed is sometimes very brown and dull, whereas the Africa I experienced was very bright and colorful. So I've always liked that. Even at home, I wear that. But another point about sort of the benefit of having a unique identity is that you can have fans. So there's people who are fans of me because they're fans of my hair. Right. Then there's people who are fans of me because they're fans of my outfit, you know? And so you can kind of tap into different markets in that way, you know, and different audiences.
Okay. Can you talk about breaking new grounds for artists in general, especially those of you who are here? Many of you are probably curious about that. And share your own strategies, how to push genre boundaries.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you asked this question. So, okay, wait, what do you mean? Maybe I should understand your question first before I start thanking you.
Well, I'm talking about, I mean, your genre is not, you created it, really. I mean, your style of music isn't, what do you call it? It's your own music.
Yeah.
So how do you do that? I mean, you pushed some boundaries in some ways.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
Or did you have another idea about boundaries? Pushing different boundaries? You could talk about that too.
No, I do like that question. So the way I kind of see it is anyone can push boundaries. Like you can go right now into your studio and make literally anything. You could hit these two bottles together and record it, you know what I mean? The real question for me is like, how do you then, like how do you make new stuff and have that stuff translate to a bigger audience?
Right.
You know, I think that's the question. How do you introduce a new genre and then people embrace that?
Okay,
you know?
let's go with that then. That's the question.
Yeah, so what's genre kwa Kiswahili? Mahadi. The. Ni the au the? Oh, yeah, okay. Mahadi. Kwa hiyo, okay, wanauliza kwamba how do you create yani mahadhi mapya, right? So kwangu nilichokifanya ni kwamba nimechukua vitu ambavyo watu tayari walikuwa wanajua. Kwa mfano nyie hapa mlikuwa mnacheza yani beat za South mlikuwa mnazipenda toka zamani. Mlikuwa mnacheza. Nyimbo za South toka zamani zilikuwa zinapenda huko. Kwa mfano tana la miligupi kona mnaijua. Na ile ya Vashima vavara ruinketa vari vampona umeona? Kwa hiyo mlikuwa mnacheza, yani nilikuwa nakuja huku na nilikuwa nasikiliza muziki nyingi sana ambayo zilikuwa za South. So kile nilichokifanya mimi ni kuchukua sound ya South ambayo ilikuwa haina maneno ya Kiswahili na nikaingiza Kiswahili, you know? So it's about taking something that is known, that exists, but like putting it into a new context, right? Because you can't just, I think if you want to be popular anyway, I think it might be useful to mix the unknown with some known, so make people feel comfortable. If I do like a crazy, like if I do like a Shibelani beat at like 167 BPM, I'm still gonna rap, so people who like rap are gonna be like, oh, maybe I should listen to that, you know? Well, I'll do gom, but I'm still rapping. And so taking the familiar and adding your part. Kwa mfano watu wengi hawajui kwamba on, like mnakumbuka, when I blew up, which was 2017, which is when I started, huku imetoka 2018. So around that time, there was, in the US, there was, the Migos were really big, including other rappers, but the style that was really popular, Mdaile, it was this style of rapping in triplets.
Can you give an example?
Yeah. So Migos is probably the most famous on that. So they'll be like, Versace, 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 Medusa, head on me like I'm Illuminati. Mon, threes. Walikuwa wana rap hivyo. And that was the style of trap. Like, that style of, that rap of trap, like it had taken over. In 2017, kila mtu, kama ulikuwa hurap hivyo, you were just boring at that time. Kwa hiyo, I took that style of rap and I put it on Gom and I put it on Kiswahili. So nikisema, kwani mnataka Madjozi aje amanini? Umeona? Kwani mnataka Madjozi aje amanini? Nye hamialiki. Mbona mwenzaka nasema nanipenda like... I'm actually rapping like the Migos, if you listen carefully. Medusa head on me like, kwa nini mnataka Madjozi aje amanini? Nye hamialiki. So you guys will be like, wow, why do I love it? I can connect with it, while at the same time, it's actually taking a trend ambayo tayari ipo. Give me a round of applause. Nah, no way. No way.
All right, that's great. That leads me to another question, not on the list, but I saw you performing in Washington, D.C. I think it was last year with Stromae. And one thing you did that I thought was super fun, but also very smart, but I want to see if you actually did this intentionally, was you were saying in between songs, hey, you know, my boyfriend just broke up with me, and you got to tell him how much fun I'm having, how much fun you're having, how sorry he should be because everybody loves me. And then you said, like, get on my, like, hashtag or something. So she linked that to telling everybody to get on to help her, you know, make him know that he should be sorry he broke up. So I was thinking, okay, at first I thought it was true. And then I thought, you know, wait, maybe it's not true. Maybe this is just a really smart way for you to get activity and buzz on your social media during your tour.
Yes.
So, which one is it? Or was it a mix of both? Because it was really, really great. And it doesn't even have to be that it's a boyfriend, but I'm just thinking for performers to be able to do that, to engage in the audience and say, hey, this just happened to me, can you believe it? Get on and talk to my community and tell them, you know, what you think. In front of thousands of people. That can really make your social media and your really grow and stay active.
Yeah, well, thank you for reminding me of that painful time in my life.
Sorry.
No. I'm joking. Well, I think to your question of like, which one was I doing? Yeah. Yeah, I was doing both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing both of those things. So alikuwa nauliza kwamba like, wakati nilikuwa na perform US, nilikuwa nafungulia artist mwingine kutoka France ambaye anaitwa Stromae. So the audience, all the audience walikuwa mashabiki ya Stromae, walikuwa wanijui mimi. So between my songs, nilikuwa napiga story. So I would say like, you know, yeah, my boyfriend broke up with me, kwa hiyo, you know, kwa hiyo, please, yani shoot me, yani nikiperform, alafu mtag kwenye social media ili aone kwamba, yani niko juu saizi. Naone kwamba simkumbuki, umeona. Wakati nilikuwa nalia off stage, hey, it was crazy. So I was heartbroken. But thank you. I was terribly heartbroken.
But I bet that made you feel better.
It did. So I did want, I was like, yeah, if he does go into my social media, I do want him to see that I'm on tour.
Right.
So that was a part of it. And then I was like, yeah, why not use this to also push, you know, the song I was pushing at the time? Mm-hmm. But I think the biggest reason I did that is because the entire audience was a Stromae audience. I'm now facing people that don't know my music, they don't know me. How do you make them care about the songs you're singing? I mean, when I came on to like the Madison Square Garden show, for example, it was like 16,000 people. It had already been sold out before I was announced as the opening act. So nobody was there to see me. It's like going out and you're like, I know none of you have come here to see me, However, I have to make you care about what I'm saying somehow. And so I think maybe if there is a lesson to be learned from that, is that story is important, right? Like if you're going to essentially sell a product, the story behind it is it's important to make people connect to that story and to connect to you as a person.
That's really smart.
Thank you.
And everyone loved her in Washington, D.C., by the way. Stromae was phenomenal, but Show was really, really awesome. So it works. It works.
Thank you.
Okay, another question. What do you think about collaborations with artists from different parts of the world?
Yes.
Do you encourage that? Do you think it's a key to success these days?
Oh my goodness. As you can see, that is kind of the rule of the day currently, yeah. I saw this tweet not long ago, which said, today, right now, it's possible to have the biggest song in the world and have, like, many people never have heard of it.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, I feel that because of social media, we're all very divided in terms of your timeline is tailored to you. Like, even if hata wewe ukiangalia simu ya mwenzako, right? Hutaona video za kufanana, si ndio? Wewe una timeline yako, yeye ana timeline yake. Right? Si ndio? Au? Like, basically, if on my timeline, they've seen that, you know, mi napenda show Madjozi, napenda kupika nini, or, you know, whatever you love, your timeline is going to show you, itakuonyesha vitu ambavyo tayari umeshaonyesha kwamba unapenda, si ndio? So, mtu mwingine is not going to have the same timeline, which is why nikisema like we're not seeing the same things. Kwa hiyo kama kuna timeline ya Mario, yani natakiwa pia kureach mashabiki wake, kwa sababu kwa muda utakuta kwamba mimi wasingeniona, wasingenijua. You know what I mean? So because I feel like there is that divide of timelines and we're all looking at timelines that are catered to us, it's important to be able to enter other people's timelines, if that makes sense.
And that's how collaborations allow that to happen.
Absolutely, because there's no longer such a thing where all of us, the whole country is watching the same show at the same time.
Yeah.
That's no longer a thing. It
No.
used to be that. I mean, I don't know if you can think of any American examples where you pretty much knew on Monday everybody would have watched the same show over the weekend.
Yeah. That was reality before social media, really.
Exactly. So now you can't. So now everybody's looking at something different. And so how do you reach more people?
I see.
You try to reach other people's streams, I suppose.
Okay. One thing I liked, my favorite collaboration of yours was with Dr. Chauke.
Oh, yes.
And I don't know how many people know that. Will you ask them how many people know that particular song, that video?
Oh, ameuliza kwamba ni watu wangapi ambao wanajua collaboration yangu na Dr. Thomas Chauke.
1, 2, not many, a few. Yeah?
People that know of my collaboration with Dr. Thomas Chauke.
I loved it because you brought in, you know, not an international superstar, not a young, fiery artist, but somebody from Tanzania who has history, integrity. It was beautiful. It was my favorite. And I liked the video too.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was just great.
Thank you so
Loved
much.
it.
No, and collaborations have helped me because, especially in this market, because sometimes I'm in South Africa and then I can't be here. Then I need to have songs that are like working here, this side for me. Like kwa mfano tukitoa Mama Amina na Mario, mi nilikuwa Sauzi at that time. Lakini wimbo ulikuwa umefika huko. Na even my verse of me, kama mimi napenda misichezi. Woo, 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 nataka mapenzi. Misi angalima pesa ama benzi. Nataka That song, mi nilikuwa sijui kwamba it was so big. Kweli, nilikuwa sijui kabisa. Tumefika wapi Mombasa like 2-3 years ago. Kwa sababu mi nimepiga wimbo sauzi, unajua, recorded it and you know, kina Aba na Darasa wakarudi nayo. And then like maybe 1 year later, nikaenda Mombasa. And then I went out to the streets. And so me, I'm thinking like the songs ambazo watu wanajua ni kina John C na nini. So nikaanza like, unajifanya hunioni labda mini. Mnaona, nyie mnaijua. Lakini wale watoto Mombasa, yani wamenangalia kama yani, walikuwa wajui kabisa kwamba nasemaje. Wao wakaanza, mi kama mimi napenda misichi. Yani nikashangaa kabisa kwamba huu wimbo umefika mbali sana. Kwa hiyo ndio muhimu pia ya kucollaborate na watu wengine, kwa sababu kuna watu ambao Darasa anaweza kuwafikia ambao mimi nilikuwa hata sijui kwamba yani mtu anaweza kufika Mombasa yani. Nilikuwa sijui. So I was just giving an example of some collaborations I did in this region, which I even didn't know how big they got until I came here and people were
singing that song instead of the one you expected.
Exactly.
I'm trying to pick up on what you're saying.
How much are you getting?
Not very well, but okay. In the work of creating and performing African signature sounds, which is what you do, what are the biggest challenges and opportunities for younger African artists, not that you're old, in the global market with regard to balancing authenticity and global appeal? We talked about language in the green room. Maybe okay. That would be a good time to bring that up, balancing, because that language issue is tricky.
Ooh, yes. You see, even me today, I'm like juggling many languages.
Yeah.
The language one, yes, it's a very tricky conversation. So in terms of global appeal, yes, how do you reach a global audience, but while you're still being yourself? So, in terms of language, I think when I won the BET Award, it was, thank you, it was after I did Huku, which was not even in English.
No, and that was a US BET Award,
yes.
Right? Which is different than
exactly.
the African BET.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I hadn't, my big songs at that time were, there was no English at all. Because, sort of John Cena came afterwards. Mm-hmm. But so you can reach certain places, I think, and I've shown that. And Amapiano these days is reaching places where people don't understand anything that's being said, but it's not a problem necessarily. So it's going to be interesting to see. But one thing that I think is also very, very important is to decide what we mean by global. Because I have found that a lot of Western Europe, for example, doesn't care what language a song is in. Like, they'll be listening to Spanish songs, no problem. South America, they also seem to have less of a difficulty in taking in music that's other languages. Because at the end of the day, even the language that we consider huge, which would mostly be in English, they already don't understand that. So for them, it's like, well, it's the same, right? Like, what's the difference? To a person who only speaks Arabic, what is the difference of between a Swahili song and an English song? Nothing. You know what I mean? So we have to know who we're talking about when we say global. If by global we mean American, that could potentially be a problem because the American market has proven to be extremely slow and stubborn in terms of taking in different sounds, different languages, etc. Slowly, I think it could get there, but I think that so far has been
Yeah.
the most maybe slowest market.
Well, you bring up a very good point there. Global audience, what does that mean? So maybe an American market is different than, European global market. Or
Yeah.
that makes sense.
And Heather, I mean, you know, you're a ethno-musicologist?
Yeah.
Ooh. Nice.
Do you know what
So,
that means?
I suppose you study music in terms of the history of it and what it all means?
It's the study of music and cultural anthropology.
Ah, okay.
So you learn more about a culture from the music, or you learn more about a music from the culture.
Yes.
It's the combination of the two.
And you've focused on African music, okay. So yeah, I wanted to ask, you know, in terms of this global moment that Africa is having in terms of music, it feels to me like this is crazy. Like this hasn't, it feels like we have never had anything quite like this before. So I wanted to ask you about that because presumably you would have maybe seen trends and stuff and studied some trends. Is this really a unique moment for African music on the global scale?
Well, I mean, everything is a unique moment in music now, especially since social media has come into play. It really has changed a lot. And when I started studying African music decades ago, Africans didn't know about each other's music because there was no way to communicate those things. But now everybody does. And so it's a very different world we're in, and the music just follows along.
What do you think is happening right now in terms of African music?
I think
globally?
African music is blowing up. And Americans anyway, because I'm based there and I am American, are really, really, really loving Afro beats. I'm sorry, I know we're in East Africa, but it's true. It's in the US, it's still Afro beats. It's the West African feel. However, Amapiano, as you know, is so easily imported into any kind of music. So that's getting into Afro beats, which is then coming over to the US. So, for example, if I'm at a Zumba class or even at the gym or even in nightclubs, we hear a lot of West African Afro beats along with Amapiano in West African music. But we don't hear so much South African music. We don't hear so much East African music.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that.
We don't. Not popular music. No, we don't. I think it's partly because, you know, I live in Washington, D.C., which is on the East Coast. To fly, and it's not a cultural capital, it's a political capital. Yeah. But I would say the two cultural music capitals in the U.S. are Los Angeles, which is a 4-hour flight, 5-hour flight, just to get to Los Angeles from Washington. And New York, which is a little further up. But Los Angeles is really where it's happening. And so you just think about the physical distance of getting somebody from East Africa to LA is really, really, really far. And South Africa. So West Africa is still the closest. I feel like that's in some ways partly why we relate. And the music of West Africa, Afrobeats, is so popular, I think. I don't know. I didn't actually study that. I studied singing in Mali. So.
Oh, I love Malian music.
I love Malian music too. Can you sing any of Malian music?
Can I sing any of them?
Yeah, have you ever tried
Have
to
you
sing?
heard Umu Sangare? How can anyone sing like that? That's...
I can.
Okay, go.
Dembao yo, malikono dembao yo. Aya para so kono jigima. Ubekele say dembao ma.
That is so beautiful.
It's nice.
I
like
love
it.
it.
Yeah, it's
I
really,
love that style of singing.
Yeah, me too.
What do you think, what do you think South Africans and Tanzanians could learn from Malian music?
Oh. History, number one. I'm thinking. Malian music, that unique sound, they go back to tradition that reaches back hundreds of years. And they don't let go of that. Like the griots and the storytelling and the tradition, they do not let go of that. And they keep that, and they're proud of it, and they love it. And I think that makes that music so strong. And they bring it into modern age in terms of technology and beats, but they don't change the core history, the historical value of it. I think that's what makes it so special. I don't know, South Africa has such a rich, strong music industry and music culture. I don't think we can say that they're doing anything wrong at all. Tanzania, I don't know as much, but I know that Tanzanian music, like I know that you guys have a lot of beautiful traditional stuff that hasn't been modernized yet. I mean, I'm thinking of the really old, I was asking yesterday, Mlimani City Center, I said, wasn't there a jazz group? It was like an orchestra called Mlimani Jazz Orchestra from like 1960s. And I think it was a taxi driver was like, oh my God, yeah. Well, what happened to that? What happened to that music? Why don't we hear that? Why don't we hear it updated? Or, you know that one? That song, why, that's got the best melody ever. Why that could be taken up into something, you know, just dip back in some of those beautiful, catchy melodies.
I really love that you said that, because if I were to give advice to a Tanzanian musician or somebody who wants to enter the music space, I would say use the history of your music, which is, I suppose, what you've said. So I would just plagiarize you, essentially. No, but like use the historically. So nyie, kuna nyimbo nyingi ambazo nyie mkisikiliza kwa amapiano kwa mfano, mnaona kama ni mpya. Sidhani kama kuna hata moja ambayo wimbo wote yani ni mpya kabisa, ambayo ameandika yeye from beginning to end. Hakuna hata moja. Wanachukua nyimbo za zamani za sauzi sana. Nyie mtasikia yani huyu anaweza sana melody, ana melody nyingi sana, wakati wanachukua yani melody za zamani, which I think is such a plug. I was just saying that, you know, with amapiano there's extreme of sort of taking old melodies, old songs, and repackaging them into amapiano. There's hardly a song in a popular amapiano song that isn't referencing kwaito melodies, melodies from the 80s, melodies from, you know, various moments in South African history.
I would also mention too the energy. You know, it's hard to talk about energy, but you have an amazing energy when you're on stage. The dancing, just like jumping up and down, dancing, it's so great, and you feel like, wow, wherever that girl is from, I want to go there. I want to be where she is. And
South African tourism better pay me something.
Yeah, you're right. But you know, Tanzania has its own energy, and I've only been in Dar es Salaam, and many years ago I was in Zanzibar. But you know, since I've been at VOA for 12 years now, and before that studying African music, I've been to, I don't know, 18, 19, 20 different African countries and spent time there. And Tanzania, I can tell you from what I know, Zanzibar and here, got its own energy, and you guys should take that and make that clear in the music, like she does, or like Snoop Dogg does. You know Snoop Dogg, he's got the LA vibe, which is chill and cool, and he hardly does anything. He's just so, and Tanzania, I think, has that sort of very mellow Hakuna Matata. It's okay, don't worry, it's all right. That's awesome. And so I feel like if you could also capture the energy of Tanzanians' pace of life and approach, that's unique. It's hard to describe, but I think it's something.
I love that.
You do?
Yeah, I love that as a piece of advice. That's awesome. I haven't even thought of it that way, but that's exactly true. Because when I think of Amapiano, South African music in general, it does capture the energy in South Africa. The South African people are much more dancing.
Yeah.
Or let me just say a specific kind of dancing. Because like I have this very silly theory that if you look at the African map, each country almost dances like using the body part that is like correlates to where they are. So South Africans are like at the bottom, so we're the feet of Africa, which is why we're always, you know,
yes.
and that's why we're going, you know, so South African dance moves are really about feet. And then you have Congo, which is in the middle of Africa, which is Kiuno, Sindio.
Yes.
And they're always going, it's all they do, it's just here. Yani, hapa is South Africans. Congo wako wapi hapa. Then you have like Ethiopia, which is kind of like, I feel like the shoulder.
Even head.
Of Africa, and that's how they dance, you know, that's what they do. And then I felt like, you know, when I went to Senegal, which I suppose is like the arms, it's like you saw the Mbalakh dancing, which is very much like arms. So
that's a good
copyright.
theory. That's a good theory.
Thank you.
You could write a dissertation on that.
So yeah, just sort of like the music would imitate, I think, the energy of a place. And so South African music is more pacey, it's more dancey, because that's what it is to live in South Africa. And even the different cities have different energies.
Right.
Like a Durban club energy is very different, you know, than like saying a Pretoria club energy, you know.
I don't know how much time we have left. I'm moderating, but I'm not paying attention to the time. I'm expecting somebody else to tell us when our time is up. 10 minutes? Are we supposed to open up the floor for questions? Or do we have 10, is that now? Do we do that now?
Yeah, I think we should, right?
You think we should?
We've been
we've been
talking
talking
for a while.
Gosh, hope you're not bored. I hope you're not bored, Sho.
Getting there.
Getting bored, she's getting bored. All right, questions. Let's open up some questions then for Sho. Okay, right here. Nope, you're turning around now. Oh.
Hello. Sure, it's nice to see you in the flesh. I like Toro, by the way, even though it took some time for you to release it. And it had some new words when you released it, because when you came to TZ the first time, you had just working on it when you were on your flight to here.
Yes.
And then you gave it to the radio DJs, but you didn't give it to the rest of us. So thank you for giving it to us now. But I wanted to know really, like, I think it takes a lot to break out to, you know, bigger stages. For example, when we found Huku, which was through the Color Studio, the Kelly Clarkson Show, and John Cena, I think that is like some connected effort. You know, it really just takes beyond good music and originality to reach there. Yeah. So what would you say, like, were those connections that you were able to make to reach there? Because your sound was new, it was not popular, it was something really, really fresh. Now, how did it reach to the global stages? Because we have stuff like Singeli right here, we have like everything, which we're really like struggling to get our artists even in places like Colors. But you are able to get to Colors, you're able to get to all those big shows, you're opening up for Stromae. It's actually a very huge thing. So how do we bridge that particular gap from here to where you are coming from? Thank you.
That is a great question. So how does one reach a bigger platform, ile ajulikane zaidi, more broadly and more maybe globally? So I had to start, you know, right from the smallest fan base, you know. Mimi nikifanya mziki of any kind, I try to think about who is it for. So there's music that I do that it's for Limpopo kabisa. Yani hata nyie hamjui nyimbo zangu zani za kijijini kabisa. You know, although if you do want to see them, Warehouse leo jioni. Mnakuja sio? So tutakuwa tunacheza. So yeah, so you have to, I think for me, making music, it was like I just knew who it's for. And kama watu wako wenyewe hawakukubali, you can't expect other people to kubali you. Do you know what I'm saying? To agree you. No, to like accept you or to like you, or to believe in you. Yeah, you know what I mean? So like, you have to get, your music has to be for somebody. And when I did Huku, I wanted to reach the East African audience. Na kweli mkaipenda na nini. I was completely independent as an artist at that point. I had no label. And there were places I couldn't reach in South Africa. And kaona, hey, you know what? Let me use my own strength. Let me go places that I know. Let me, you know what I mean? And I released Huku with no support, no label, nini. And, you know, did put out a video, which helped, and then it became big. So I think right now, what is important is for you to work on your fan base. Hapa. Because there's people that come to me and say, Madjozi, yani mimi napiga mziki, nini, na chess. I'm like, okay, do your neighbors know you? Like your own neighbors, do they listen to your music? Does the person on your street listen to your music? Like who are you taking it to if you can't even talk to the people on your street? Lakini unaileta kwa show Madjozi. Doesn't make any sense. Umeona? So keep making music until you have a base that likes your music. You know, at the end of the day, music is very undeniable. Like people are gonna like it whether they want to or not, if they like it. Huwezi kusema, mimi napiga mziki kama huu, watu hawapendi. That means it's not what people want. You can't force people also to consume stuff. However, if you're making good stuff, find people who like that. And then you can expand, you know? Kwa sababu sasa hivi, Americans are looking at us for the trends. Wameangalia sisi for the dance moves, nini. So, wakiona labda a dope video of a Singeli party going off, yani, watajiuliza kwamba, what's this and why are we not a part of this? But if you're making Singeli and not your neighbors don't even like it, what?
I think their neighbors like it though, don't they? Your neighbors like Singeli, don't they? Oh.
No. I don't want my point to be misconstrued. I'm not saying that the neighbors of Tanzania don't like Singeli. I don't know the statistics on that. I'm going, you know, to Nyege Nyege where I know I've heard Singeli there, which is in Uganda. I'm not saying that others don't. I'm just saying like, you
develop a fan base that's local. That
develop a local fan base.
And build from there.
Yeah, because Amapiano started with people seeing videos of people in Johannesburg.
Yes.
Really, really enjoying that music. And then they were like, we want to be in that enjoyment.
That's right.
But if you are making Amapiano in Joburg like this, alone, and then you want Americans to adopt it, how?
They don't...
they must first see your local buy-in.
Right. Okay. Another question, well, okay,
Hello.
The only hands are right here in front, so.
I'm here.
What?
I'm here. Hi, my name is Maya. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with our show. So I wanted to ask, I know you're a big fan of basketball, and I saw you got a chance to make a film about basketball and work with the NBA. And I think it's also right at the same time you were doing Limpopo Champions League. So I was just, how did this all come about? Have you loved basketball your whole life? And how did you incorporate it in with your music and your brand as a whole and find different audiences opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Big fan of sports. My first album was called Limpopo Champions League, just to illustrate that. And I played basketball most of my teenage years, including when I was at school here, actually, in Dar es Salaam. I had actually met the then head of NBA Africa, I had met in Senegal. And then I was like, you know, I'm really into basketball, et cetera, et cetera. And then when I became a little bit more famous, they then approached me to do something with them, which I really have loved and appreciated.
What is that?
So I've gone to the US for a couple of All-Star weekends. I've done, you know, activations for NBA Africa. I've gone to the Basketball Africa League. And I just love it. I love to see the growth of basketball on this continent as well.
That's
super
great.
exciting.
I guess we have time for one more question. How about way in the back there, the yellow shirt? Oh, never mind. I'm not picking.
Hello. Heather Maxwell, Madjozi, karibuni. Tunafurahi sana kuona hapa Dar es Salaam na kusikiliza Swahili chenu. Jina langu Yusuf kutoka Zanzibar. Tuna tamasha kule linaitwa Sauti za Busara. Swala langu ni kila mtu anasema African music is blowing up in around the world. Lakini ni kweli, lakini hapa kama Amerikani, African music is blowing up. Maana yake ni inaonekana ni muziki kama Afrobeats na amapiano na bongo flavor afadhali. Lakini kuna muziki kama like you said, sorry, Heather, I'm speaking too much.
I'm trying to follow. I'm following.
Yeah, good. But you were mentioning Sangare, you were mentioning Mbalach music from Senegal, music from Ethiopia. And these are the kind of artists that we bring each year to Sauti za Busara in Zanzibar, exactly. And when people see BCUC or Msaki from South Africa or Sampa the Great or Blitz the Ambassador on stage, Waswahili na Wazungu wote wanasema, wow, this music is amazing, amazing. Lakini issue yangu ni vipi kuhusu media, kwa sababu kwenye radio, kwenye television, hatuna Heather Maxwell hapa Tanzania na nchi za Africa. So how can we encourage the TV and radio, traditional media, to share some more of this amazing music, not only from Nigeria and South Africa? Asante.
That's a great question.
Well, I can, just off the top of my head, it's nice to see you again, is traditional music, African music, Pan-African wide, tends to be wonderfully uninterrupted. So you might start a song and then based on what's happening around, it gets extended and then there's dancing and it's so beautiful and wonderful in that way. But it's very difficult to package it in a 3-minute song or a 3-minute music video, which is what needs to, that's the format that sort of global consumption of pop music or even music that's not pop, alternative music, it's all pretty much in a 3 to 4 minute format. And I found that that is the biggest constraint for getting, you know, real live band music or traditional music into the markets. That's what I think from the top of my head.
Yeah, that's a
What do you
good
think?
point. Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of truth in that. That maybe songs are too long, if that's sort of understood correctly,
long.
and the format, yeah.
And you don't want to cut it because part of the beauty is it being long.
Yes. I listened to a Fela Kuti song the other day, it was like 14 minutes in, and he still hadn't started singing.
No, I know.
So that can be hectic. But, you know, I don't have an answer to that question. I actually have more of like an agreement with you of maybe slightly, like I'm going to focus just on that, the very last point that you made of like, how can we get radios to play stuff that's maybe other than just South African and Nigerian? I have to agree with that point. Like, you know, I'm South African and I even benefit from South African domination, but I find it to be extremely sad. I really don't like this just very simplified version. You know, I don't like when I come to Dar es Salaam and I want to be inspired by like local sounds and all I'm hearing is amapiano.
Yeah.
I don't like that. It's not cool.
Yeah.
You know, Ukienda Club, we're hearing, it's like I'm in Joburg. What is the difference? Like, what is the difference? If I'm in Daladala, it's like I'm in Lagos, you know? Why? I really don't like that personally. I just find it such a reductionist way of viewing ourselves, which is disappointing because I feel like I'm not surprised if like a European or an American only has enough room to view Africans as just like one thing or the other. But I think for ourselves, like, damn, do better. You know, like, at the very least, keep your own music. What South Africa has done is that they've said radio's Saudi, 90% has to be South African music. Do you have what the laws are? But I suppose that's one way of doing it, is to say you have to, legally, you have to play, you know, 70% has to be local music. Otherwise, I mean, the space is going to be dominated by us and Nigerians.
All right, I'm getting the notice. So it has been such a pleasure, first or second, at the same time, show to meet you and have this time. You're just wonderful. As I said, I really have liked your music, and I'm excited to see what else you're going to bring us for years, decades to come. So yeah, it's really a pleasure to meet you. And all of you, it's been great to be here and have the privilege to moderate this panel. And thanks for hosting Music in Africa here in Tanzania.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, continue making some noise for the amazing Heather Maxwell and Show Madjozi, who, by the way, is on stage tonight. So thank you guys. We want to take a quick photo with both of you. The camera team is ready. So if you could just stand here for us. Amazing. Quick announcement while that is going on.
Mambo vipi, niko warehouse Masaki kuwajulisha kwamba Ijumaa kesho tunafanya performance bure kabisa kwa watu ambao wanapenda muziki, kukutana na wasanii. Hii ndio fursa yenu ya kutujua, au sio? Tende kintuwezi kunyonesha sasa mimi nikisi unanipenda. Tutaonana kesho basi. Madjozi adi ama nini? Dar es Salaam, mambo vipi, niko warehouse Masaki kuwajulisha kwamba Ijumaa kesho tunafanya performance bure kabisa kwa watu ambao wanapenda muziki, kukutana na wasanii. Hii ndio fursa yenu ya kutujua, au sio? Tende kintuwezi kunyonesha sasa mimi nikisi unanipenda. Tutaonana kesho basi.
Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, samba, 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 wanayemelea, samba, 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 wanayesogelea. Kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, samba, 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 wanayemelea, samba, 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 wanayesogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, samba, 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 wanayemelea, samba, 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 wanayesogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, samba, 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 wanayemelea, samba, 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 wanayesogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, yeah. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo. Kasoro, haina kasoro. Ya moto, kitu ya moto. Inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo. Kasoro, haina kasoro. Ya moto, kitu ya moto. Inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo. Kasoro, haina kasoro. Ya moto, kitu ya moto. Inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mororo, kitu mororo. Kasoro, haina kasoro. Ya moto, kitu ya moto. Inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi. Siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha, wakinyemelea ila tosha, wanayemelea wanaimendea kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro, ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Hey, mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanaimendea wanaisogelea hey, yeah. Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila tosha wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea hey, yeah. Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila tosha wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea hey, yeah. Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila tosha wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea hey, yeah. Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila tosha wanayemelea wanaimendea wanaisogelea hey, yeah. Mororo kitu kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure, wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wakinyemelea, ila tosha, wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanayesogelea. Mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi, siku hizi wana wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Hey, mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina kasoro, ya moto kitu ya moto, inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi, siku hizi wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanayemelea, wanaisogelea. Mororo kitu mororo, kasoro haina haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea, wanaimendea, wanaisogelea. Hey, mororo, kitu mororo, kasoro, haina kasoro ya moto, kitu ya moto inaunguza, kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi, hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea, wakinyemelea, ila tosha wakinyemelea, ila tosha wanayemelea,
One more time, a round of applause for Dula. Thank you so much, man. Also, the DJs, you can't leave them out. He's also an artist, DJ. kwenye mziki wa ladha, ladha lazima ikamilike, lazima uwe na hiyo mzuka. Inasemekana mzuka ndio inafanya singeli iwe singeli. Wewe unatumia mzuka kwenye kutengeneza biti zako?
Mzuka naweza nikasema ni kama sample ambayo huwa inatumika kukaribisha ile beat sasa kwenye singeli. Mtu wa singeli unaweza kumpigia tu kale kabati tu. Mzuka sisi ndio kale kabati. Yes. Ambako ana uwezo akaimba na akaeleweka, au katikati ya wimbo kakatumbukizwa kale ukaimba kuna mdondoko ukaja ukadondokea, na ile haina tofauti. Yani kwa sisi tunaoimba ladha, wanaoimba pia hiyo bakola, wote tunatumia sawa, tunatumia wote, na inategemea tu katika utumiaji wako. Ingawa mwanzo wakati muziki unaanza tulikuwa tunaonekana muziki kama iko tofauti, lakini mwisho wa siku kulikuwa kuna wasanii wa Mlaati pamoja na Tandale huko. Tandale huko ndo wakina Msaga Sumu na nini, huku wakina Makaveli Dogoniga, lakini wasanii wa Mlaati nguvu ilikuwa kubwa zaidi ya kule. Kwa hiyo singeli kama singeli ndio likabeba jina la muziki wote kwa ujumla, na ni kwa sababu kutokana nafikiri na aina ya nyimbo zao zilikuwa zinamezuka zaidi na nini. Kwa hata sisi tuliji-update baadaye, tukaacha kuimba mambo ya sijui ya kulialia, tukajikuta tunaongeza spidi, tunaimba kama ambavyo watu wanataka.
Sawa, asante sana Dula Makabila. Kwa hiyo unaweza kuona kwamba ili singeli iwe singeli ni lazima kuwe kuna sample ambayo kwa singeli ina jina kabisa linaitwa mzuka. Ina maana ili utengeneze biti ya singeli lazima uwe na mzuka. Ukifanya mziki wa singeli pasipo kuwa na biti ya mzuka, unaweza ukawa hujafanya singeli. Mtu akwambia hiyo haifanani singeli, haisikiki kama singeli kwa sababu utakuwa umemiss hiyo sample inaitwa mzuka. Kwa hiyo singeli ili iwe singeli, sample ya mzuka ndio inaikamilisha. Sawa, mimi nije kwa upande wako. Naona kuna uchache katika mziki wetu wa singeli. Naona mwitiko wa wanawake ni mdogo sana. Yaani katika 100%, 90% ni wanaume. Wanawake ni 10% na unawakosa ukiwahitaji kwenye mziki. Changamoto iko wapi? Kwa nini wanawake ni wachache kwenye mziki wetu wa singeli?
Ni kweli wanawake ni wachache katika mziki wa singeli kwa sababu sisi asili yetu ya Afrika, kwanza mziki wanaochukulia kama ni uhuni. Alafu pia ni mziki wa singeli ni mziki ambao umetokea mtaani. Kwa hiyo watu wengi wanaochukulia pia mziki wa singeli ni wa kihuni, alafu umekaa kiume. Kwa hiyo mtoto wa kike ukija kufanya mziki wa singeli unaonekana ni mtoto wa kike ambaye hujitambui, ambaye yani umekata kamba. Nikisema ukata kamba yani mtoto wa kike ambaye husikii yani. Kwa hiyo changamoto hizo zinapelekea watoto wa kike wengine hata ambao walikuwa wanatamani kuimba singeli wanakata tamaa, kwa sababu tutakutana na changamoto kwanza kwa wazazi wetu. Mzazi anakopo hatoi ile support. Kwa hiyo mzazi anakopo ni mtu wa kwanza ambaye anakukataza usifanye ule mziki. Kwa hiyo inahitaji yani msichana utumie nguvu kubwa kuwaaminisha wazazi kwamba huu ni mziki kama mziki mwingine. Alafu changamoto nyingine unakuta watu wengi hali zetu ni duni. Kwa mtu unakosa hela kwenda studio, unaweza ukaenda studio ukakosa hela kufanya video, yani vitu vingi kwa sababu mziki unahitaji uwekezaji. Kwa hiyo utakuta wasichana wengi wanakuja wanaangukia katika rushwa ya ngono, aidha kwa wasanii wenzao, ma DJ, ma manager, ma presenter. Kwa hiyo anaangukia kwenye rushwa ya ngono, utakuta nyimbo itapigwa, baada ya muda mahusiano yakifa, nyimbo tena haipigwi. Kwa hiyo utakuta wasichana wengine wanashika mimba, wanakuwa tena wamejiongezea majukumu mengine, kwa hiyo unakuta anaacha mziki, inabidi tena akae nyumbani halee mtoto.
Okay, asante sana Mima. Unadhani sasa nini kifanyike ili kwa kuna muitiko wa wanawake kwenye mziki wa singeli?
Cha kwanza nadhani kwanza tutoe wito kwa wazazi. Waelewe kwamba singeli ni mziki kama ilivyokuwa mziki mwingine, lakini pia ni ajira. Tunaona wasanii wengi wa singeli wapo, akina Dula Makabila, akina Sholo, wanajiingizia kipato kupitia mziki wa singeli. Kwa hiyo tutoe wito kwa wazazi, yani watupe hiyo nafasi, kwa sababu huu ni mziki kama mziki mwingine tu.
Asante sana Mima. Mziki wa singeli unakuwa siku hadi siku. Nataka kuangalia fan base and export strategies. Kuna mziki unakuwa kila siku. Je, kuna mkakati wa kuvusha mziki wa singeli kimataifa? Lakini sio mbaya kama huo mkakati kama upo, niweze kujua changamoto na fursa ambazo zipo. Naona nimkaribishe Abasi, unaweza kanijibu hilo. Karibu.
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Abbas Jaza, mimi ni Managing Director wa ACCES Records. Mimi ni CEO wa Singeli Movement. Tupo katika mziki wa Singeli mimi almost 8 years. Nipo nafanya Managing Director kwa mziki wa Singeli. Namna jinsi ya kutoa changamoto ambazo zinawakabili wasanii na mziki kwa ujumla, ni namna gani tutaweza kupush ili tuweze kufika katika sehemu ambayo mziki tunauhitaji ufike, kwa sababu malengo makubwa ni kutoa idadi chache ya wasanii ambao wapo hapa Tanzania na kufanya idadi kubwa ya wasanii ambao tunafanya mziki Singeli to the world, kwa sababu ni lazima tupate collaboration, international collaboration kwa wasanii tofauti tofauti, na kitu kingine ni lazima tupate collaboration na producers tofauti tofauti ambao wanafanya hapa Tanzania na wanafanya nchi nyingine tofauti na Tanzania, kama barani Afrika ama Ulaya na nchi nyingine za Amerika. Tayari kuna mikakati ambayo wasanii na producers baadhi wanafanya, lakini tungependa tuwe wasanii kwa wingi waweze kupata, kwa sababu shida kubwa ambayo ipo ni namna ya kupata hizo nafasi za kufanya collaboration, kwa maana ya DJs, producers, artists, different kwa sababu ya wao kuweza kuwakutanisha na wasanii tofauti tofauti. Kwa hiyo kwangu mimi nafikiri ni namna ya kufanya ni jinsi sisi kwa pamoja kama managers na mashirika mbalimbali ambayo yanaweza kutoa support kwa ajili ya muziki kama ACCES, kama hivyo kwa muziki wa Singeli pia unapewa support sasa hivi na Alliance Française. Kwa hiyo nafasi kama hizo ningeomba labda wasanii kwa pamoja, producers, ma DJs waweze kuzitumia ili tuweze kufika sehemu ambayo tunaoitaka, kwa sababu kwa sasa hivi muziki wa Singeli kwa takwimu ambayo tupo nayo ni muziki ambao ni muziki pendwa duniani, sio tu muziki pendwa hapa Tanzania, kwa sababu kama utasikiliza producers tofauti ambao wanafanya muziki tofauti tofauti huko nje ya Tanzania, wakisikiza huu muziki wanaona kuna kitu cha tofauti katika masikio yao. Kwa hiyo ni nafasi kubwa sana kwa wasanii kwa ujumla, sisi managers, presenters pia muweze kuzungumzia kwa ukubwa huu muziki ili tuweze kupata hizo platform nyingine ambazo tunazikosa kwa kipindi cha sasa hivi, ambazo tunazipata kwa uchache na tunazikosa kwa wingi.
Asante sana. Pia Manager Kandoro, nadhani unataka kutia neno kwenye hilo.
Yeah. So far we want to give a big hands for international organization, especially Embassy of France, Alliance Française. They really support Singeli. We get fund for just pushing Singeli, because here we have like 3 projects, like Singeli to the World project, which intend to take Singeli to the world. And also for that, we already started to make sure that we have a good quality of music, because that is the area where we get challenged sometimes. Our music is not good in terms of quality, especially in production part. So now we invest to have like a proper equipment, studio, and also we struggle also to have like producers, real producer, expert actually. So we used to talk with like a man like Ami B, we try to convince those sound engineer, real sound engineer, because most of the Singeli producers are beat makers, So when it comes to mixing and mastering, there is a challenge. So now we want to improve the quality of the music, because when you want to go global, it means you need to have a quality music, because you go to the wider market and you need to compete, And also Abbas mentioned that Singeli is one of the favorite music in the world right now. But apart from being favorite, we need to prepare ourselves to make sure we have those qualities of the global music. And also by adding from Mima, there is a very, very few women who engage in Singeli music, but also we have a project as well now called Warembo na Sanaa to encourage women out there, young girls. One of a good example here, we have Wamoto, one of the female Singeli group. And the good thing, Wamoto, I think next month they are going to Paris for performance. That's another way to take Singeli to the world. And also, we plan next year to have collab in 3 zones. East Africa, we need to have a collab, a big collab for a single artist. We talk with the doula here, and also we want a collab from West and South Africa. That's one of the strategies to make sure we have a big collab from Africa, and also we can thank Music in Africa, because here they connect us with the different music stakeholders. So now this is a platform, this is opportunity. I think we are going to get a lot of connection here. So basically, to have this platform as well, this is the way too. So thanks so much for Music in Africa for this. Thank you.
Yes, asante sana Meneja Kandolo. Na this is one of the biggest platform ever, ACCES and Music in Africa. Na our theme is Singeli to the World. Unadhani, do you think what should be done then? You said about, you've said about we need to have a producer, expert producer who can just produce it in a way that could be mixed is the way it's supposed to be, to be done. Previous recording ilikuwa unarekodi kupitia FL. If you record, in case of any mistakes if you have done in a recording, you won't get a chance to repeat because it was recorded through FL. So if you made any mistake, you have to repeat all the song because there was no Cubase for recording. It was FL, where we come from. Right now, there is a producer. We have a lot of studios, and you have spoke about collaboration, international collaboration, and you have said Dula Makabila will have collaboration with other artists from different countries. Yes. So wacha tuje hapa. Unadhani kuna mkakati gani sasa wa kuvuka mipaka kwenda kuvuka mipaka ya nchi jirani East Africa, kusogea, kupromote mziki wetu kwenye mipaka nchi jirani na kuufikisha mbele? Kuna mkakati gani sasa ambao upo?
First of all, is all about education. You know, our artists, they need a lot of training, workshop to know. You know, this is a business, and business got principles. Most of the artists, they just consider if they have a talent, that's all, which in the real world is not like that. So artists themselves, they need to get to be educated. So we need a lot of training like this, discussion, dialogue, to make sure that our artists, they understand exactly what the global market need, you know? Because most of them, they just satisfied with a local market. There is a very few artists who are looking to the international market. So the first thing, we need to educate our artists to make sure they understand, they're prepared enough to make sure they're going to compete, because at the end, there is a huge competition in the global market. And also, the government, you know, all the time I used to talk with the government official. We run, like we find the national beat, something like that. Singeli is the future of Tanzania. Singeli is something now, it gives us a lot of sign, this is our music, you know? What we need is to come together and to have like a one voice. This is our music. So government people, they need to recognize this music as a Tanzanian music. That's the way up, you know? Because they have a platform, a lot of platform. And now we can see government, they organize a lot of events. You can see everywhere, they can do Sholo. So what we need is a government people to recognize. And also, those are international stakeholders to take this thing, because this is a very unique thing. We went to Paris, everyone, when he hears Singeli, run crazy, you know? As Abbas told you, when you go to Europe, when you go to everywhere, once you hear Singeli, you love it at the first time. So what we need is to come together and to have just one voice and take this music to the world. We can do it like a manager themselves or other people. Also media. You know, here in Tanzania, there is only one media which plays Singeli throughout. It's only EFM and TVE. Other media, they just have a segment. You can imagine. The music is big, but the media support is very low. So you can see there is challenge from us as the stakeholders. We need to come together. We need to be in the same page. So that's the way up. That's what I'm thinking. Because before we take this thing to the international, ourselves, we need to be in the same page, especially those huge stakeholders. And also corporate. You can see Dula Makabila doing well, but he'll never endorse. There is a lot of endorsement for other musicians, but you can find for the single artists, no endorsement from the corporate company. So also we need this private company to look to Singeli and support Singeli for that.
Asante. Kwa hiyo uliyozungumza hali ya mziki wa Singeli hapa nyumbani, inaonekana kama ni mziki ambao unatokea ughaibuni, sasa unarudi nyumbani.
Exactly.
Ni kama vile hapa nyumbani people they are not aware about Singeli music. It seems like it's come from abroad. Yeah, it's come from abroad.
Yeah, there is a very poor support from local stakeholders. We get a huge support from the international organization, foreigners, and when you go, even yesterday we were housing there.
Yes.
You can find out how the audience from the foreigner there was dope, you know what I mean? But you can find no local people in that big picture, you know? So what we need is a 100% local support, especially from the local stakeholders, Basata, Kosota, government, ministry, you know what I mean? And even those private companies who are dealing with the music, you know? I see Boomplay, they're doing good. Even they give us a playlist there for Singeli. We need other digital platform to have like a even when you try to feel like to feel to find out the Singeli in the other digital platform, you need to mention like in a music genre like Afrobeat or something like that. There is no a name like a Singeli, you know what I mean? We need to put Singeli in those digital platforms. That's another way, you know? So Boomplay did that. I think other digital platforms, they need to do the same, like iTunes, Deezer, whatever. We need to do something like that.
So if you want to get Singeli, you can get it on Afropop genre.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, so.
Okay, Singeli to the word Nima. Unadhani nini kifanyike ili mziki wetu uvuke hapo?
Nadhani kama walivyotangulia kusema hapa manager, inabidi tufanye hizo international collaboration. Pia tufanye kazi na maproducer hata wa nje ya nchi ili mradi tuweze kupushi mziki wetu, kwa sababu tukiendelea kufanya na watu wa humu ndani tu unakuwa mziki ni wapi. Kwa hiyo tukitengeneza ile collaboration, mziki wetu pia unazidi kutambulika kimataifa zaidi. Ni hivyo.
So far kwa ndani inaonekana kama tumeachieve. Vipi kuhusiana na midundo? Moshizo. Vipi kuhusiana na beats? Je, beats za Singeli zilizopo sasa zinaweza kuleta ushindani na zinaweza kuvuka zaidi na kuleta testi mpya ya mziki huu na kuweza kuvuka kwenye masoko ya kimataifa? Unadhani kwenye upande wa mziki, kwa sababu ni DJ, tuko vizuri? Na kama hatuko vizuri, unashauri nini kifanyike?
Kwenye upande wa mziki mimi naona tupo sawa, kwa sababu tumeona hata brother zetu walotangulia kwenda, kuna ma DJs na kuna wasanii waloenda, kwamba vile jinsi tunavyopiga hata mgeni akisikia anapenda. Umeona? Yani labda tuongeze tu quality kwenye ngoma, kwenye mixing, lakini mziki wetu upo vizuri. Yeah.
Mziki wetu uko vizuri. Singeli to the world. Hapa tunazungumzia sasa future of Singeli music. Nini mtazamo wetu sasa mbele? Tumeshaangalia changamoto, tumeona wadau hawaupokei vizuri mziki wa nyumbani, hasa baadhi ya wadau hapa Tanzania, hasa kwenye hata media inayosupport mziki wa Singeli. Meneja Kandoro umesema ni moja, zingine zina segment tu. Mziki wa Singeli haupewi nguvu, maybe kwa sababu hapa nyumbani tuna miziki mingi na mziki wa Bongo Flava pia umeshachukua nafasi na mizizi yake hapa. Kulikuwa kuna kampeni ya serikali ya kutafuta mdundo wa taifa, lakini inaonekana mdundo wa taifa utajitafuta wenyewe. Kwa jicho la haraka kama wenzetu kutoka nje wanaona kama hii ni ladha mpya ya mziki ambao wao wameisikiliza, wameiona tofauti. Je, ni wahi kusema kwamba je, huu ndio mziki wa taifa Dula Makabila?
Halo. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja naona kama Fido hujaelewa bado. Unavyosema kwamba Tanzania wadau mziki wanaochukulia poa, sio kweli, kwa sababu unajua nguvu ya singeli ni kubwa sana. Yaani msanii wa singeli anaposimama katikati hata wasanii wakubwa wa Bongo Flava, ana uwezo wa kufanya jambo lolote na wote wakaonekana si kitu. Na hilo wanalijua, ndio maana hata wao sasa hivi wanakimbilia kuimba singeli wakiamini kabisa nikikutana na Dula Makabila kwenye show au nikikutana na Sholo Mwamba au yoyote lazima mimi nitaonekana. Haijalishi wao wamewalipa hela nyingi kuliko mimi, lakini msanii wa singeli anapokutana kwenye show na msanii yoyote ambaye anaimba mziki tofauti na singeli, hata kama na Chris Brown, hawezi kutoboa. Na unavyoona mtu anatazama singeli afu anajifanya kama vile haoni, sio kwamba haoni. Watu wana miziki yao ambao ndo imewapa maisha, ndo wanawekeza hapo. Kwa hiyo kwa namna nyingine wanatutazama sisi kama tishio. Yaani usifikiri labda kwamba hana uwezo wa kusema labda niwekeze labda kwa mimi au kwa Dula Makabila au kwa msanii wote wa singeli, wanaweza. Lakini mwingine anakutazama kama tishio, kwamba anaweza kukusapoti, lakini wewe ukiingia unaenda kuua biashara nyingine tena ambayo ndio imempa maisha, ambayo ndio imempa maisha maybe msanii wake au timu yake na vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo inabidi leo tu video kwamba singeli ndio mziki wenye nguvu kuliko mziki wowote Tanzania, na sio Tanzania mpaka nje ya Tanzania. Ukitaka kuamini, mlete msanii wa Bongo Flava hapa aimbe sasa hivi, na aje wa singeli, sio star, tunamtoa mtaani tu afanye naye show. Utaona mimi nini ambacho nakimaanisha. Kwa hiyo watu wanajua tunachokifanya na wanaona na wanaheshimu, lakini kuna wakati inawabidi wajifanye kama waoni kwa sababu ya kulinda biashara yao, lakini sio kwamba hawajui nguvu yetu. Nguvu yetu wanaijua. Ndio maana hamna tamasha lolote linafanyika bila singeli. Sawa, mimi nafanya tour na Mheshimiwa Rais kila siku. Mimi simbi Bongo Flava mzee. Na Bongo Flava wanapiga simu wanataka hiyo nafasi. Kwa hiyo singeli, yani msichukulie poa. Singeli ni mziki namba 1 hivyo.
Dula Makabila anasema ni mziki ambao unaonekana kuwa threats kwa sababu kuna mziki mwingine.
Fido, labda ningeongezea hapo kwa Dula kwamba mimi naendelea tu kuongezea kwa anachokisema ni kweli. Mimi kwa experience ambayo nipo nayo, nimesafiri na wasanii wa mziki wa singeli. Hakuna sehemu ambayo tumekwenda tukakuta kwamba msanii wa singeli amekuwa yuko chini, kwamba sehemu yoyote ambayo utakaokwenda msanii wa mziki wa singeli amekuwa na nafasi ya juu katika performance. Hata mwezi wa 7 tulikuwepo Copenhagen Roskilde Festival, tulikuwa na wasanii wengi ambao tulikutana nao ambao wanatoka Nigeria, kina Burna Boy, kina Rema, Busta Rhymes ambao wanatoka USA na Kendrick Lamar, ambao katika stage kama hiyo tumekuta kwamba mziki wetu wa singeli, bidhaa ambao tumeipeleka pale Roskilde Festival, ilikuwa ni kitu kikubwa sana kwa wasanii ambao tumetoka huku Tanzania. Kwa hiyo ningesema tu kwamba tujivunie tu, yani sisi wenyewe wa Tanzania tujisikie tu kwamba sasa hichi ndo cha kwetu, tunakibeba kwa mikono miwili, tunaenda kukiweka sehemu yoyote, kwa sababu tusiwe na wasiwasi. Yani ule wasiwasi mimi naomba tufute kuanzia tulipotoka. Tuseme labda kama miaka 2 nyuma tuwe tumeshafuta, au tukitoka hapa tuanze kufuta kabisa kwamba tuna kitu cha kujivunia katika muziki wa singeli.
Asante basi. Sawa, asante sana basi. Na umezungumza vizuri tu, na hapa kama unaweza kufuatilia haya mazungumzo vizuri, unagundua moja kati ya changamoto ya muziki huu kufika au kufanya vizuri nyumbani. Nyumbani unafanya vizuri kwenye sehemu mbalimbali na ushatambulika hata kwenye ngazi ya serikali, ngazi ya taifa pia kila mtu anafahamu kwamba muziki wa singeli unafanya vizuri. Lakini unaona ni muziki ambao unakutana na challenge ya biashara. Yani kuna muziki mwingine ambao uko hapa ambao mtu kufanya muziki wa singeli anaona kama atakuwa anaua biashara yake. Asanteni kwa kushiriki, lakini kabla tujamaliza mazungumzo yetu nilikuwa nataka Moshizo atupe hata angalau sample basi, tunaenda singeli to the world. Nionyeshe hata sample kidogo ya mabiti ambayo kesho na kesho kutwa niseme yes kweli muziki unaenda kimataifa.
kutwa mitandaoni.
Asante. Bwana niwashukuru sana meneja Kandoro, Abbas Jaza, Dula Makabila, Mima na Mushizo kwa kuwa nanyi kwenye mazungumzo haya. Nashukuru sana, nimepata nafasi nzuri na nyinyi na mmejibu maswali kama vile ambavyo nimewauliza, lakini kubwa zaidi naona kuna njia kubwa ya kupeleka muziki kimataifa. Naona mpaka sisi kuwa hapa leo kuzungumzia muziki wa Singeli, ina maana muziki unafanya vizuri. Tumeona changamoto za muziki wa Singeli za hapa na pale, tumeona ulikotokea, tumeona muziki wa Singeli uwe muziki wa Singeli ni kitu gani, ni mzizi gani ambao utakufanya ujue huu ni muziki wa Singeli, na tumezungumza mengi. Labda la mwisho kwa kujazia kabla tujamaliza
I just want to say that thanks so much for Music in Africa, ACCES, but also I want to welcome more professional in Singeli. You need more professional people, expertise in this music, because we need a lot of technical support. And also we need to extend our audience, because most of the audience now is under 25 years, and border guys, But we need these corporate people, middle class people, because those guys, they have financial muscle, They can pay, they can enter to the venue, gigs or whatever. Because our people, they got mzuka, but they don't have money. They don't have, you know what I mean? So we need more audience, especially corporate audience, middle class people. That's why this platform, I think it will be one of the biggest initiative maybe to attract more people and to understand the music itself. But also we need investors, to invest. There is a big companies, they're doing music, of course.
Tunaweza ukavuka na ku-attract masoko ya kimataifa kuanzia ukanda wa East Africa, lakini pia hata kuvuka mipaka kimataifa zaidi. Na future of Singeli music ni nini tufanye? Majibu yote tumeyapata, majibu ya maswali yetu. Niwashukuru meneja Kandola, Abbas Jaza, Dula Makabila, Mushizo, pia Mima. Asanteni sana kwa kufika, na asanteni kwa kuitikia wito na kushiriki.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I don't know if anybody had any questions, because we just missed that part. Yes, there were some questions. So Fido, if you guys could give us just three questions from the audience before you guys go, please, very, very important. Yeah, we're gonna start. Yeah, some questions, and then we need to take that picture.
Yes, Rudini tafadhali.
That's how fast Singeli is. You see how fast they moved? That was BPM, Singeli BPM movements.
Okay, asanteni sana kwa mdahalo huu, lakini dada kuna wakati amelalamika akasema wasichana ni wachache katika game, na akaulizwa swali, kwa hiyo tufanyeje? Nataka kumjazia tu kitu. Singeli sio mziki wa kihuni, ni mziki ambao unasikilizwa na watu wazima, watoto na rika pia la kati. Kinachotakiwa kufanyika ni sisi wanamuziki kubadilika, mameneja kubadilika, maproducer kubadilika. Tunabadilika vipi? Watoto wa kike, mtu anataka kuja kurekodi, lakini kuna vijirushwa vidogo huku chini anaombwa, either na manager au producer. Kwa hiyo mtu mwingine hayuko tayari, hawezi kufika pale. Lakini pia wazazi wanaangalia hizi festivals zetu ambazo tunafanya. Mtoto wa kike the way anavyokuwa treated kwenye stage, anakuwa kama kiburudisho cha mtu fulani anayeimba pale. Mzazi hasa mwanamke hawezi kumruhusu mtoto wake akaenda kufanya muziki. Kwa cha kufanya ni kubadilika kuanzia wanamuziki, mameneja na maproducer. Tukibadilika na hata kwenye utunzi wetu, kuna chombo chetu fulani kule chini kule, kitakuwa hata hakituitiiti kutuuliza kuhusu utunzi wetu, kwa sababu pia tuna maadili yetu. Kwa hiyo tukitembea humo, hamna mzazi ambaye ataacha kumruhusu mtoto wake kufanya muziki. Ndio hilo.
Asante sana. Naomba tupe jina, maana nimependa mchango wako.
Naitwa Stamelu Chaliga. Yeah.
Asante sana Stamelu. Nakaribisha maswali matatu, na Stamelu atakuwa ni mtu wa kwanza. Licha kwa kuna maswali mengi. Karibu sana.
Asante, salamu alaikum. Jina langu Yusuf, mzungu Mswahili kutoka Zanzibar. Vitu viwili kwa fupi, na Mankondoro ulisema kuhusia ushirikiano na middle class, upper class, corporate. Sawa, lakini hatari kidogo naomba, kama unafanya mfanye na macho wazi, kwa sababu reggae music ilikuwa rebel music, ilikuwa na ujumbe muhimu zito kule Jamaica zamani. Alafu wakati waliingia na mambo ya commercial, hawa jamaa wa biashara walisema usizungumza mambo ya ukweli kwa sababu wanataka biashara. Hii ya mwanzo. La pili, Singeli to the world tayari mshakubalika hapa Tanzania, East Africa, hongereni sana. Lakini kama mnakwenda Ulaya kwa mfano, mnapanda ndege, issue moja ni wakati mnaandaa, unaongea na mapromota kwenye matamasha kubwa kule Ulaya, wakisema tunaweza kulipa watu wawili tu usafiri, mimi naona bora kukataa, bora kuenda watu 6, watu 10, kwa sababu stage show pia ni kitu tofauti, ni muhimu pia katika live performance. Kwa hiyo nendeni labda na wachezaji wa ngoma wa mchiriku kwa mfano, au guitar au bass, na wachezaji, hii show iwe na uzito zaidi. Asante.
Asante sana. Swali lingine la mwisho, moja kwa upendeleo, moja la mwisho. Karibu.
Asante.
Wacha okay. Taongeza moja kwa nafasi ya upendeleo kwa ajili ya mwanamke na mama. Naam.
Unaitwa nani ndugu?
Yes, hello. I think you say, oh sorry.
Yeah. My name is Aliko Mokanjuki. I will speak in English for the crowd who is here.
Sawa.
Ni mdau mkubwa sana wa sanaa wa muziki live 100%. Singeli tulianza na Bwana Yusuf miaka mingi sana kuipromote kupitia mchiriku. Wadau kama Jagwa Music walifanya haya mambo miaka mingi sana iliyopita, na siku ambayo Basata wanatoa kibali maalum cha muziki wa Singeli kupigwa pale Dar live, nilikuwepo. Huu ni muziki wa zamani na umeshakubalika, na ndio maana kuna program kama Singeli to the World. Kwako Mheshimiwa Kandoro, umegusia issue ya education. Naomba usisitize pale. Education, education, education. Wawezeshe wapigaji wako, wawezeshe ma-DJ wako, wawezeshe waimbaji wako kwa elimu ya muziki. Na wale manager wapeleke wasomee umeneja. Mtafanyikiwa sana. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Nafasi ya mwisho kwa upendeleo. Karibu sana.
Yes, thank you very much. I think you say Karibu here. Hello, my name is Monica. I'm a journalist from Germany covering this conference. And I never heard of Singeli before, I have to admit. But one question comes to my mind, and so far nobody could answer that question. What about the lyrics in Singeli? Do they have some importance? Are there some topics which sort of prevailing? Is it... does it have any significance at all? I asked some dancers next to me last night, some young people here from Tanzania, and one of them told me, no, I don't understand what they're singing, it's just the vibe, but that's what is important. So that's my question, what about the lyrics? Could you...
About vibe, you know what I mean?
Kisa sisi Zilipendwa ni kwa sababu ilibeba message. Kwa hiyo ni wito pia, ni kitu kizuri amechangia na sisi. Ni wito kufanya mziki wenye ujumbe ili uendelee kukaa muda mrefu, ili pia uendelee kuasa jamii, pia kuattract hata watu wazima waanze kuifungulia mipaka au kuwafungulia hata kwa sababu mimi ulichosema kama mtoto wa kike haruhusi kufanya Singeli, na maana wanahofia maadili, lakini kama mziki utakuwa una ujumbe mzuri, mzazi anaweza kuruhusu kama alichochangia pale. Asanteni sana, nadhani tumefikia tamati. Asanteni kwa wote mlioshiriki. Maswali najua ni mengi, lakini kwa mimi pia muda nimebanwa, naona naonyeshwa kule muda umeisha. Asanteni sana.
Okay, so we're just going to take a photo with the Singeli panel. Very, very important and iconic. This is how it starts. By next year, the conversation will be different. So a big thank you to Masudi Kandoro, the founder of Singeli Festi, Mima, an artist from Tanzania, the only lady amongst them. Please make some noise for her. Please make some noise for her. Yes. Abbas Jaza, the managing director of ACCES Records, Dula Makabila, an artist here in Tanzania, DJ Mushizo, DJ Mushizo as well, and Fido, of course, for moderating the panel. Asante, thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Make some noise for them one more time.
Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro.
4 different artists from all across the continent. It's going to be very exciting. The next conversation is even as exciting. I just need 2 seats because this is a conversation between the managing director of music in Africa and, of course, another man who's a powerhouse when it comes to Africa's music industry. Just going to buy some time while they set that up, and then we'll be here to introduce the next 2 speakers and the conversation that's about to happen. DJ, if we can have some music while that's being done. Thank you.
Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila tosha wanayemelea sambamba samba 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 wanayemelea sambamba samba 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 wanayesogelea. Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure.
As we're 2 incredible personalities who have loads of experience working in different spheres of Africa's music industry. If you're a big fan of music like I am, you're always looking out for the next big thing. So I'm pretty sure if you follow the trends, as soon as you heard that Larry Jackson was leaving Apple Music, as soon as you heard about Gamma, as soon as we saw the monkey and the symbols, you know, yes, something is happening. Something big is about to happen in Africa's music industry, actually the world's music industry. And it was even better hearing that Africa and the Middle East wasn't left out of that. The next conversation is going to be with regards to Gamma and charting a new path in music empowerment. What are they about? What is the vision they have for global music? And most particularly, how does Africa play a role in that? To moderate this panel, I'm going to call on the Director for Music in Africa, an organization that's also celebrating 10 years of their existence. Please make some noise for Eddie Hatiti as he comes up. Make some noise. For those of you who didn't know, Eddie's a badass music producer as well. I've had the chance of being in his studio, and what I've heard is incredible. He's also got some pretty dope material out, so yes. He wears 2 hats. Next on the list is a man that I've had the privilege of working with, you know, back in Accra, Ghana, when we were putting together the Global Citizen Festival over there. He's not a new name when it comes to Africa's music industry and the world at large, and he is now the president of Africa and the Middle East when it comes to Gamma. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Sipo as he joins us up here. Let's hear it again for both of them, ladies and gentlemen. Powerful conversation about to happen. Tipo, you're welcome. And Eddie, over to you, boss.
Thank you. Mambo. Mambo. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think I'm so excited personally to sit next to this man here because he's done amazing things. And I think it's even more exciting that he's involved in something that's really fresh and seems to be getting the interest of so many people because they're doing it a little bit different. And it's all about the recording industry. And yeah, he's come all the way. Thank you so much to share his knowledge with us. And today we're going to be talking about his new position and the business that he represents, which is called Gamma. Just going to, you've done so many things, Sipo, and I know only you can summarize in a minute or so.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. No, guys, this has got to be an interactive conversation, right? So good afternoon, everybody. Okay. Because, I don't like presentations where it's only us speaking and we don't hear you. So it'd be nice to hear back from you from time to time. And how many people would like to hear Eddie's song with the MC after? Yeah, I agree. I think we should ask them to play that song for us. My name is Sipo Dlamini. I think the way that I'd summarize my journey in the music and entertainment industry is that I feel that God has prepared me for every job that I was going to do next, because I never planned what I was going to do. So I can't take credit and say, oh yeah, I plan to be in this job in the future. I was studying in the UK at university. We used to throw African parties. Some of you wouldn't have been born, it was in the 90s. I know there's some post-90s people, so they have no idea. Yeah, me and my cousins used to throw African parties, started at clubs. Then we started bringing artists from Southern Africa to do club gigs and then shows at different venues. Then I traveled to South Africa and started managing a group called TKZ. Again, some of you are too young to know that far back. So I've been on the independent label side. I've been on the managing of artists side. I've ran record labels. I think the first international one I worked with is called Creative Kingdom Records, based out of LA, and we had the office in South Africa, opened an office in Dubai and in China, Philippines, and Thailand. And then I've also been at the collective management side. So I was CEO for SAMRO, which is the Southern African Music Rights Organization. And then from there, I joined Universal Music, and I was CEO for 7 years. And then from there, I came to Gamma. So that's me.
That's quite a lot. And today, I just want to focus on the work, that amazing work that Gamma is now presenting and all these interesting things there. So, but I just want to start with, just understanding a few things. And I know there are a lot of senior people in the room, but just for those guys who just really want to understand what is the fundamental role traditionally of a record label?
So I think historically and even in current times, record label was a place you went to if you wanted to be a recording artist and release music, right? Their function was to A&R, so it's to develop artists, the brand, the sound, find the right producers, songwriters to work with an artist, to then pay for the recording of the music, so studio sessions, session artists, band members, etc., and then to distribute and market the music. And I think that's a safe definition of the role of a record label in its corest and simplest function.
And at Gamma, you seem to be having also new understandings of this, and of course, contextualizing this in the Gamma world. What does this mean for Gamma? What is Gamma, and how? What are the interesting things at Gamma that you might want to share that perhaps show how this industry has been changing over the years?
So, you know, I've been trying to think of the easiest way to kind of answer that question, and I think I'd like to give an example. You remember, or you know how, like, if you've left your laptop on for many days and you haven't reset it or rebooted or shut it down, it starts to slow down, it gets sluggish, it doesn't operate at its peak, right? You do a software update, you might do a bug fix or whatever, but you have to go through a process of rebooting and resetting. I feel like the music industry hasn't had a reboot or a reset. I think the way that record labels have operated have historically stayed the same. There hasn't been a huge shift in what they do. They still at the core will discover an artist, they will sign an artist, they will own the masters, they'll pay for the recording, and then there are other types of record deals that you can do. Right? You can do a distribution, you can do a license and so forth. But I think what Gamma has done and what Larry Jackson did when he founded Gamma is to kind of reset that model. And it's not to say that what record labels do is wrong or is not effective, but I think what Larry's done is he's created another model that exists in that ecosystem that just has a different approach, right? So I'm not saying throw away the laptop because it was sluggish. It's just, you know, there are other things that you can do to reset, to reboot, and I think that's what Gamma's done. So just, you know, to talk about some of those things. I think the first is the launch of a distribution platform for music and videos called Vidya, right? That platform is a B2B service, so you don't subscribe as a consumer to us to get music, but we distribute music to over 200 partners globally, right? So we don't just focus on Apple and Spotify and YouTube. There are so many DSPs and places that people go to consume music that we make sure that we cover all of them to the distribution platform. What it also does, though, is it has certain functionality that empowers independent labels and artists to be able to run their business, right? Because it's one thing to say, I'm an independent artist, I'm going to do this, I'm going to sign other artists, but then what tools do you have that enable you and empower you to do so? And I'll give you an example. On Vidya, we have a royalty center, right? What it essentially does is it allows you as a record label to extract from the system statements for every artist that you've signed and every every person that is part of the recording process. So you can have producer royalties in there, you can have composer royalties. So every month, you're able to, as a record label, without having to hire an accounting firm, to log onto the system and say to each artist, this is your statement. This is what you've earned, these are the number of streams you've received, this is where you've had the streams, this is what money it's generated, and here is your statement. So the platform is enabling independent companies to be able to operate. There's also, you can claim your publishing or your compositions through the platform. We can assist with plaque and certification. So in other words, if you, either in South Africa with RISA or in the US or the UK, hit a certain number of streams, we can assist you to get your platinum certification or your gold certification, so that at least you know that your success is not your own statement, but it's a globally standardized statement. So there's a lot of functionality on that platform that allows for labels and artists to be able to run their business. The other thing that Gamma's done from a partnering perspective is we don't take ownership of masters when we sign artists. So we rather partner with artists and allow them to own the masters whilst we invest in their career and in their journey. And it does two things. First of all, it ensures that any future wealth that is created in that asset, in the music and the catalog, that artist owns that and has the ability to transact in that in the future. But it also starts to empower them to operate more as a business than simply as somebody that is being given things to do and goes to do them. You're now part of the discussion of how do we record? What should the budget be? What should the marketing budget be? Because you're a partner now. You're not just saying, okay, well, I want to spend on 10 videos and it doesn't matter what it costs. You are now part of that ecosystem of spending and earning. So I think those are some of the things to highlight it.
And what kind of artists are we talking about here? Because that's the thing that keeps coming to us at Music in Africa. It's like we have a feeling that a lot of the artists want access to record labels, yet record labels are very selective. And I would like you to share with some of the artists here, what kind of artists are record labels looking for, and what are the key things that make you guys want to sign someone?
Yeah, so I think, the way that I would answer that is by saying every other business that you go into, you have to train or study. If you want to become an accountant, you've got to do an accounting course, maybe a degree. If you want to become a lawyer, you've got to do that. There's this notion that artists can exist without doing any studying or learning about the industry, and it's a false notion. We want to work with people that have taken time to study and understand the business and know something about what happens in the business. We're not saying that you need to know everything, but at least read up and understand what the role of an artist is. What should you be doing as an artist? What's the role of a manager? What are you looking for when you say this person is my manager? What is the role of a booking agent? What does publishing mean? What does composition mean? Do you know what I mean? We want to work with artists that take this business seriously, right? It's the music business. It's not a hobby. Yes, the creative process is fun and it's relaxed. You're in studio, you're making music, there's concerts, performances, but there's still business, there's still learning that should be done. And I think every artist that does that, when they come to discuss and interact with a record label or a recording company or a management company, they've already set themselves higher in being able to understand what they should receive, what the deal should look like, what they should be entitled to, rather than being told, okay, well, you get 10%, you have to do this, you don't get this, and you don't do that. So to answer your question, we want to work with artists that take this business seriously, but also we understand that we have a role to empower and educate and develop talent as well. So we take the time to look at how we can grow people in the business.
Yeah, and that was my next question, actually. Because we, see that a lot of artists are really not informed. They actually don't understand. The understanding of the music industry is something that is still really limited. And we, at some point, we were thinking that there needs to be like really a significant effort, especially coming from record labels, to actually educate the industry, because I think ultimately, the music starts with the creators. Yet these creators are the people who actually don't really understand what they're doing and how they can make money. Now, record labels understand that game, very well, and that's how they're able to exist. And I wonder, from your perspective, also having been at other record labels, do you feel that record labels are actually doing enough? In terms
no,
of
not enough.
Yeah.
Not enough. If we're being honest, I think there is more that we could do and there's more that we should do. Yeah. And I think, if you look at other sectors, they've done really well. The IT sector, they put in place modules to train and educate and uplift and develop people that want to go into IT. Want to? Yeah. And other fields, there are programs, there are courses that the sector will create for, to develop, people. And I think the music industry has made a lot of money off talent, but I think we should be investing more in developing and uplifting and upskilling talent, 100%. And I'll give an example. It's a delicate conversation because it's not a black and white conversation, but if you look at what happens when some of our artists on the continent, they come from very, very humble backgrounds, right? They haven't been to college, some of them. They haven't had, formal training. They may not have degrees. Some of them may have made very little money up until the point that they became a famous artist. Then all of a sudden, they become an artist. They release a song, they release an album. Now they're getting paid, $5,000 for a booking or 50,000 rands for one night of performing. Some of these artists, their whole household doesn't earn that money in 6 months, and they're earning it in one weekend, right? Nobody's sitting there and talking to the artist about how they should be managing that money, right? As record labels, and it's delicate conversation, yes, because the artist doesn't want you to get involved in their financials, right? The artist will say to you, it's my money, I did the gigs, why are you trying to tell me how to spend my money? But we've got to find ways of having more honest conversations about that. If you see that somebody has money and they have no idea what to do with it, and if you see that they're blowing that money on watches and cars and clothes and things that they don't need, but they're not, buying property or putting money aside, you shouldn't just sit back and let it happen. Right. And we've got to find ways as an industry to say, okay, how do we help artists become financially savvy about the business?
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think, so to answer your question, labels and the industry should do more to help develop artists and to help prepare them for the journey that they're going to be on.
Yeah, and we were talking about it just a few minutes ago, that a trend that we always see on the continent, I think everywhere actually, is that when an artist, becomes big and they've got some income to spend, usually they actually start some kind of a record label services. And I've seen quite a lot of this happening, especially in South Africa. And I also see this actually also just, falling away. And that's actually almost a trend, and it's almost like someone gets money, they get some kind of record label, and they sign their colleagues, and you give it 5-6 years, and it's down again. Do you really see a future that doesn't involve the massive investment, the capacities, not just about having, financial knowledge and all that, but understanding the business of music?
Look, I think we definitely, again, need to do more to support artists as they become entrepreneurs, as they become record label bosses, as they sign other artists. And it's something that we look at Gamma and that we're working on. And by the way, we're only 7 or 8 months old, so we still have a lot of work to do. There's still a lot of things that we're fine-tuning and that we're developing, but we're clear on certain things that are in our space that we want to make a difference on. And one of them, yes, is partnering with artists that want to have their own record label infrastructure and helping them build that out. I mean, if you look at some of the artists that we've signed in this short space of time, or partnered with, should I say, Snoop Dogg and Death Row. Snoop Dogg has his own label. He has artists that he has signed that he's developing, and we work with him, excuse me, we work with him to help provide the kind of infrastructure and support he needs to make that successful. And an example of that is an artist called October London, who's having a fantastic year. That artist is signed to Snoop's label, Death Row Records. They come through Gamma. We help them with the marketing, with the infrastructure that they need, with the resources, and he's having a great year. So it is possible to do it. We're doing the same with Rick Ross and Meek Mill, whose album just came out, but we're also doing the same on the continent. So there's labels that we're starting to work with. An example is DJ Zinhle and Morda out of South Africa, and their label Asante Records. They have, a great ear for talent, great production, and skilled beyond just being an artist. Morda and Zinhle are businessmen and businesswomen. They sit down and they have meetings, they structure a business, they plan, and we're there to support and do what we can to build and to grow that. We're looking at the same in Nigeria, we're looking at the same in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. So we're looking at how we can spread that kind of business and that kind of model on the continent so that we're not just doing it in the US or the UK, but that we're doing it right here at home.
And I hope Tanzania will be in your plans, yeah? let's also just talk about empowerment, because I think that's a trend in the industry. We feel artists want to have, like power and control. What does that mean for you? And what are some of the things that you're doing to make this industry better, to maybe to be more transparent and to just facilitate better things and efficiency?
Yeah, I mean, so one of them is definitely through our video platform is transparency and data, right? So 2 days after you're released via our platform, you can see the performance of your music straight away. You can see the streams that are being generated, where they're being generated, and the revenue that it's creating, and we pay monthly. So we don't wait 6 months to then tell you, okay, here is a statement, this is what you've earned. Every month.
Can I just stop you there? Because it's incredible. I mean, almost everyone is doing it like after 6 months, and now you're showing that it can be done in 1 month. What does that say about this industry?
Yeah, it needs a reboot. It needs, it needs a reset. And let's explain why. In the old days where we used to manufacture CDs and vinyl, and then you ship it out to retail holds that stock for a while, they send some of it back sometimes, you've got to reconcile. So there was a reason why it took 6 months to pay out, because you needed that time cycle to see whether the music is actually sold or just manufactured but not sold. We're now living in a digital age though. We're not really doing physical and vinyl. There's very few artists that are doing physical and vinyl. If not 95%, maybe higher, is digital. And digital, we know what's happening 2 days after the release. We're tracking it daily, and we can see the numbers. So why wait 6 months? Or why make the artist wait 6 months to get their money? And again, this is just part of the mindset that needs to be reset. When somebody works in a bank as a teller, they get paid every month. That's how they pay their bills, that's how they feed their kids and pay school fees. It's that monthly income that sustains them. Yet, the historical record label business says, you sign as an artist, then you got to wait 6 months before you get money. How does that make sense, and how is that sustainable? So for us, it's just a no-brainer that we should be paying artists monthly, and that's what we do. Your question was, sorry, I don't want to lose track. Like it's around empowering, right?
The turnaround time is quite amazing, and I think artists, I've been in conversations where artists were saying, well, we want to be paid, as soon as possible. But I think record labels for some time, they've had also plausible reasons why that can be possible. So it's almost like, okay, this can be done. And I think one of the challenges we see is that there is almost like this fear amongst the creators that when you get to a record level, you're likely to be banned. And I think this is also an industry that would thrive on trust and confidence.
100%. And it's something that we do need to reword, and restate. I think we've got to build trust from the artist's perspective so that they can feel comfortable that, okay, they're not being robbed, they're not being cheated, that transparency. So being able to log on to your phone and, see after 5 days that, oh, I've made $1,000 or 500 Rand or however many shillings. Being able to, at the end of the month, see that money grow and get that money, that cycle builds trust. And it builds confidence that, okay, I'm working with people that are, so again, empowering also comes with giving more information, giving data, being transparent, and having honest conversations. If something isn't working, how do we pivot to something that does work?
Right. I actually wonder also, because in Africa, there are few indies that have actually stood the test of time. And I wonder for you, are there some guys that you really think are doing well that you look up to on the continent? Examples of good good stories and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of sustainability and being able to maintain a brand through changes, I think Kalau has done a great job in South Africa. I think they're a label that over a period of time they've been able to reinvent themselves and stay relevant to do work. And, you know, again, Salam and Babu, how they are committed to building that business out. I think now he owns a radio station and a TV station and other things. That, you know, that to me is a true story of success, of empowerment, of being able to come from humble beginnings but learn the industry and then make a success story out of it. So they do exist. It's not to say that we haven't built successful businesses on the continent from an independent perspective. We have, and there are real examples, but we should still do more. I think we can build more, we can invest more, we can carry more.
What would you like to see happening at Gamma, especially with regards to Africa, in the next, say, 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's you know, number one, it's the rollout of the distribution platform. Because I like the idea of anybody being able to release music without having somebody that is a gatekeeper. And that's what video does. Very simple, straightforward contracts. You decide how long you want to sign with us for and how long you're going to distribute with us for. We don't own your masters, you own the masters, you drive your own marketing, but we can provide assistance where you need it. So I think the more markets that video becomes a known brand, that people understand how easy it is to get music out, the better. Because I hate the idea that, you know, it's hard for some people to release music, or they struggle to get their music out. It shouldn't be that way, right? So I think that's one. The other is just improving the ecosystem. Right. So improving how subscriptions in different markets increases, right? Now that's not our business, but it's part of the ecosystem and it's part of how artists make money. If subscriber numbers are bigger on these DSB platforms, then artists will make more money, right? If managers are better skilled, then artists would have better direction in their careers and be able to do better. If booking agents are doing a better job of booking artists in local and international festivals, even better. If we have great relationships with DSPs, then the music will have better visibility. So I think that ecosystem for us and improving that is an important part of our work.
Something that I want to touch on is, I know also you've been involved in big projects, you know, placing African music on huge films and that kind of stuff. A lot of artists want to do that. What could you say, in your experience, the key things that could, you know, take one from making music in the, you know, their bedrooms to actually being on a Wakanda film? What are some of the tips that you could share with a lot of the creatives here?
I think it's being organized and being thorough and serious about your craft. Do you know what I mean? It's not about luck. It's about how organized you are, how seriously you take it, how you think of yourself as a brand, and how you put your brand out into public spaces, right? Being able to make a list of film companies and sending them music or finding out from them who you should send music to. Yes, you know, you might send 100 emails and only get 5 responses, but out of those 5 responses, one of those might be a real opportunity where you can get music into a project. And it doesn't have to be an international thing. You know, Nigeria's film industry is one of the biggest industries in terms of the number of projects that they're putting out. You know, as an artist or producer, have you sat down and made a list of the companies making films, try to get in touch with them, try to send them your music as examples, try to find out what agencies they use and how you can interact with them, right? I think that there's a lot of opportunities for people that take the craft seriously. It's not easy. It's not easy. And yes, you knock on the door 10 times and maybe one time the door's open. But that one time might be all you need. You know, you talk about the films that we've worked on. We got 6 songs into Black Panther, the first movie. And those weren't songs that were owned by us or that were, you know, controlled by us. It was songs that fit what the studio was looking for musically, right? We managed to work on Black Panther 2 soundtrack. In fact, the director and the Def Jam team set up a writing camp in Nigeria to create songs that they wanted to be in the movie. So the international community is looking for African music and African sounds and writers and producers, something fresh. But if you're not positioning yourself in a place to be seen or for music to be heard, they're not going to come looking for you at your house and your street corner and ask you, hey, do you have anything for us to listen to?
Yes.
You've got to put in the work to get it out there.
Absolutely. Actually, it reminds me of something that I'm always saying to people who, because of the work that we do, and they see the opportunity, of course. But I think a lot of artists make the mistake of thinking that it's luck. It's just asking for favors and that kind of thing. And what we're actually saying is that music is a business, as you said, and that's why I think you were saying the music business is here. And I'll give you an example. 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was in a virtual workshop. So I was just talking about this thing again, and I put my email address there, and I said, feel free to, So I received like so many emails, but these emails were like just like, hello, my name is Brian, artist from DRC, and the good thing is that these emails were coming while I was still presenting. Okay. Yeah, and I said to them, please don't send me an email if it's not at least an EPK, because just an email means nothing about you. It's something that is actually embarrassing as an artist in 2023 to be sending, just a short line email. I'm not going to even look at it. The good thing is that...
And it's also about them using the tools that are freely available. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yes, you make an EPK that says, this is who I am, here are some of the songs that I've done. But then you go further. You set up an Instagram account, a Twitter account, a Facebook account. You put some of your music on that account. You tweet about what you're doing. You post what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are free things that are available for you to put yourself into the space for people to discover you. But if you're going to be that guy that says, I don't do social media, it's like, well, you're not being serious then.
Everyone there was looking at giving someone an opportunity or investing their time and money is going to want something that looks like it's programmed intentionally. And so that's why I just want to just emphasize on these EPKs. And for the artists in the room who don't know what an EPK is, it's actually just an electronic presentation of a work. It's your CV as an artist. And so when I say that to the artists that please don't talk to me, they actually made the effort. So, and then I gave them an example. I said there was a guy actually coming from Cameroon. He's now based in the UK, and he was coming to South Africa, and they wanted me to help them just find a gig. Artists are always doing that, and the guys who are really focusing on making money, they do that. When they're traveling, they're always trying to make, business out of travel. And I was saying to these guys, I have been using only this thing about, Stanley Eno to get him interviews, to get him shows, and that's all you need. So I gave them that thing, and I'm really happy to say that after that, I'm still receiving now. They need improvement, but I think these are some of the basics that artists in the room need to know that, hey, when you come to ACCES, for example, it's not about just a business card. That's something I get at the mall when I go to Mlimani City. What makes you different as an artist? And when you look at now, you guys, I just want to ask you, because she told me that we've got 10 minutes left. $1 billion US, that's the figure that's been written about Gamma, massive investment. And what does it take to actually run a record label? How much money are we talking about? Because you've been in both worlds, I guess.
That's a difficult, if not impossible, question to answer, because there are so many different factors that will determine what you need, right? Yeah. Based on what you're going to do and how big it's going to be. Yeah. And I think what we don't want to do is we don't want to intimidate people that are starting to think, I need $1 billion to start the company, because it's not true at all. Yeah. Again, I think what we have in this day and age is there are so many free tools because of digitization, the internet, social media, and just the way that things can move. Yeah. So you can start a record label with very little money. And what I would suggest is if you're starting from zero and you don't have capital, just focus on the one person that is talented that you set your sights on, whether it's you, so whether you are the artist that you want to start the business for, or whether it's somebody else that you see. Because what sometimes happens is an independent company will sign 10 artists. One artist will be successful.
Yeah.
Then what starts to happen is that one artist is subsidizing everybody else.
Right.
And that artist becomes aggrieved because it's like, hey, listen, why is my money going to feed and to support everybody else and nobody else is? And then you also have some people in that team who are not really putting in the work and expect to get, right? So I think, yeah, you start simple and grow slowly. You don't have to have everything from day one. You don't even have to have a computer. You can go to a computer, what is it, those internet cafes, and you can use a computer to create the things that you need. So, you know, you don't have to have money to spend on loads of equipment. You don't have to spend on offices. You don't even need offices nowadays, right? You can work remotely. So there are ways of getting started without needing. I think that's a sign that I must stop talking.
Yes, actually,
the mic
yeah.
down.
Thank you so much. Actually, I want to also open the floor and take some questions. Please.
That's if you guys are still awake. Are you guys still awake?
Yeah, we've got.
Okay,
yeah.
we didn't put you to sleep. Okay.
There's one question in the front. If we can have a mic, thank you.
Hello, my name is Richard D. I'm from South Africa, Limpopo. I wanted to ask you, sir, how do we get a solution? I've been running my company for 15 years now. Limpopo is an unprivileged village when it comes to music. So I'm one of the founders of Limpopo House. So you find me as an artist manager investing in an artist with my money, pay for PR, pay for marketing, do everything behind, and then when your artists hit the big markets, then a big company from Joburg, for instance, comes and gives that artist a deal for maybe 5 years, releases hits, and then that's the downfall of the artist. Because once that artist is big-headed, they start spending money on Gucci's, and like you were saying, they don't know the value of money. They haven't seen 100,000 in their life, and now you start making it in a day. So it comes to a downfall of that artist, and then you go back to the streets, and then you assist another artist, and the same thing happens. So you find maybe you've built 10 brands, and only one brand has gone international. Like you said, Kalawa is a big company, but if we go back, every artist which was taken in by Kalawa Jasmine is now in the streets. So how do we get a solution to that? Because it feels as if we are just recycling, trying to build, and it doesn't go anywhere. If it goes international for a year, 2 years from now, it's a non-existent artist. So sometimes it feels as if we're investing in a non-money-making industry. Because honestly, there was a time after lockdown, I felt like, nah, let me just go to landscaping and quit music. But because I've lost a lot of millions and made billions as well and lost them again, it was like, because music is a passion, you cannot run away from it. Let me just try again. And I tried again, and I'm trying again. And that artist is booming now, but I still have that fear of another big company can come now and snatch that artist, and I have to start again, you know? It seems as if we're just making money for people to see and inspire people, and then not make your money back in return. So if you can tell us what we can do, maybe that can be in good use for a lot of people in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take 2 more questions and allow Sipo to address them at once. Okay.
You're assuming that my brain is smart enough to remember all the questions.
Yes,
and
I
answer
know
them.
that, actually.
Okay. Thank you for the assumption. I hope I don't let you down.
Hello, thank you. Babilas Ndiaye from Senegal. My question is about the masters. Do you think, because nowadays some artists are selling their masters, and I just realized Jay-Z said no, he won't sell his masters. Do you think about Africa here, our artists our big artists like maybe Alpha Blondy or Youssou N'Dour, should they keep their masters or should they sell it and use that money to reinvest us like they do? Because when you see somebody like Youssou N'Dour, he invests a lot in Africa. So what's your point of view? Thank you.
Okay, Sibo, I'm going to allow you to go back to Rita, yeah?
Okay, thank you. So what I would ask you to look at is your contracts and how you contract with the artists that you're signing, right? And I say this on two levels. The one level is that, number one, your contract shouldn't be loose enough that whilst your artist is signed to you, they can go sign to another company. Doesn't matter how big that company is. If your contracts are well written, you're protected from that happening, right? So the first is to look at a contract from that perspective. The second, though, is to look at a contract from a partnership perspective rather than that artist label perspective. And it doesn't have to start that way, right? So it could be as the artist becomes more successful, look at how you update and revise that agreement to make them feel more like a partner. Because I can guarantee you, if an artist feels that this is my partner, I'm not signed to this person, they're not telling me what to do and how to drive my career, they are working with me to grow and develop my brand. If they start to feel that, and if they start to see it that way, they will choose to work with you. Yeah, you've got a follow-up question.
Yeah, we'll go back to that follow-up question, just in the interest of time, so we can go to Babula's question.
That's the two. Yeah. And then the question about masters. I think it's a very difficult question to answer in a generic way, right? I think different people will sell their masters for different reasons. Maybe, as you're saying, they're raising capital to invest in something else. Or maybe there is a business that they want to start up. Some people, it's just a personal life decision that at a certain point, they want to almost retire. They want to sell their masters, they want to have the cash, and they want to be able to move into that other level or that other phase of their life. So I don't think it's a one shoe fits all in terms of should you sell or should you not sell your masters. I think the important thing at the base of that question, though, is that you own the masters and you have the ability to make that decision, whether to sell or whether not to sell. So I would say let's go back to that. Let's see more artists on the continent owning their masters. Let's see them in 5-10 years' time being able to sit down and say, oh, my catalog is worth, well, not 5-10 years, but maybe 20 years or 30 years, being able to sit back and say, look, my catalog is worth $5 million or however many $1 million. Do I want to sell or do I want to keep it? That's what I think we should be focusing more on, more than trying to say it's good to sell or it's not good to sell. I think that is really a personal choice down to the artist or to the individual. Yeah.
There was another question there. Please can we, Rita, I haven't forgotten you. I just also want other guys to ask questions. So we've got a question there, white shirt. If we can have the mic, please. Okay, we're gonna take 4 questions, starting from the white shirt. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question. What are your thoughts on a local artist trying to create a brand that appeals to the international market? Like, how do you achieve such kind of a fit? Because I feel like it's quite an impressive thing to do.
Brand presence in your local market. So before you think about international and overseas, it's, build awareness of yourself at home. And literally it starts at home. It starts with the people in your neighborhood, in the area where you live. Do they know you? Do they know your music? Have they heard your music? Have they seen you perform? And then spread out, do you know what I mean? So if you're living in Dar, then do people in Dar know your music? Have you been to the clubs where you can perform? Have you tried to be on the festivals that are happening so that they can see you perform? Have you done interviews on radio? Because through that process, you also fine-tuning and redefining what your brand strength is. You'll see the songs that people don't like, the songs that they like. You'll learn how to speak in interviews and how to present yourself. You'll figure out how to do the right type of artwork and pictures and styling that work with the audience that you're trying to engage with. So before jumping to international, start local. Build up from Tanzania into East Africa, then build out into Central and West and Southern Africa. So conquer the continent before you think about jumping internationally. And I think if you can go in those stages, it works. And there's a number of artists that it's worked for. The question about the difference between being signed to a major or an independent for success internationally, I don't think it's about the company as much as it about the artist, the talent that the artist has, the focus and dedication that they have, then their ability to work with other people. So you can find the right people to help take your brand to next level, either as an independent or with a major, or even with just a team of people that are consulting and working with you. It doesn't, that there isn't one that works better than the other. I think the biggest misconception that we had, or that I had, is that majors will do it quicker and do it better. But that wasn't my experience. So I don't think that that is a necessity in terms of success. Yeah.
Yeah, we have run out of time, and so I'm going to end it with Maimuna. And after this, Sipho and myself, we're gonna walk this way. So please, we're gonna try to just moderate a few questions off the stage, please, in the interest of the next session.
Thank you. Thank you for a beautiful conversation. And I'm glad you're saying people can continue the conversation because we don't want it to end. It's quite interesting. You've mentioned a lot of times partnership growth with the artist. So why was it important for Gamma to be an unconventional company and to use a very unconventional way to work with artists? Why didn't you do like other companies, seeing the artist just as a product? Why was it important for you to do things differently?
Because I think what Larry saw is that the industry needed a new way of doing things. It needed repair. It wasn't broken beyond the point of not working, but there were things that were not working, right? There were artists that were not happy. There were artists that, have had public disputes with their record labels, and it's not just one or two. I think the model, again, the traditional model that existed needs to be changed. And we do this in every other part of our lives. Do you know what I mean? You start doing things one way, you discover that we need to change. I mean, the way my parents parented me is different from how I'm parenting my children. So why would we think that a model that was invented, 1930s or whatever, should exist in the same way now when things are different? Even the way that people engage in music is different. The expectations of the artists, and also what artists bring to the table, is different from what they were able to bring. Because if an artist that you're signing already has 100,000 followers when you're signing them, that's a lot of marketing that you're not paying for by virtue of that artist having done the work. So again, just being able to bring a balance in the ecosystem and a balance of power. And I think in Africa as well, we need that more than any other place needed it. Because historically, in certain countries with apartheid and things like that, black artists were even more negatively affected than other artists were. So we need to bring back some recalibration or finding a way of, how do we make it more equitable? How do we make it fairer? And I think that's at the core of what Larry's trying to do, is just invent a new way for artists to be able to market, distribute their content and their music in a different manner than they've had the options to before.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sipho, Tlamin.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Sipho. I just want to say, platforms like ACCES, they thrive on engagement and inclusivity. So for us, it's really important to also bring people like Sipho and involve big labels and big companies, so to show that we are serious about this thing. And I think we've been talking about this for the last 3-4 years. So I'm really, really, really grateful, and thank you so much for making all the way to Tanzania. I think it's a massive, massive opportunity also for you to see the talent that is in the country, and we hope you attend the showcases and that the conversation doesn't end here. Thank you so much, guys, and enjoy the next session.
Thank you. Make some noise for Eddie. And of course, Sipho, very powerful conversation there. Thank you guys so much. We need you to stand in the middle for a quick picture with the camera team. All right, so once again, Sipo is president of Gamma for Africa and the Middle East, and of course, Eddie Hatiti, the director for music in Africa. Once again, let's hear it for both of them. Make some noise. Wonderful. So we're going to switch things up on the stage for the next session. Before then, just a quick reminder, later on tonight at the Warehouse, we've got Feli Nandi from Zimbabwe performing. We've got Damien Soul from Tanzania, Christian Bella from Tanzania as well. I'm not hearing any noise for these artists. They don't have fans here? Yes. Damien Soul, Christian Bella from Tanzania, and of course, Madjozi from SA, all performing live tonight at the Warehouse. So make no mistake, make sure you guys are there. Once we're done with the final session, the bus would leave here, I think around 5:30, head back to our various hotels, freshen up, and then we meet again at the Warehouse. Tomorrow's sessions are going to be as interactive, so make sure each and every one of you are back here on time. Let's try and beat, the morning traffic this time around and leave a bit earlier. I think we're almost good to go. The next conversation we are about to have is another one that's very important in today's music scenes, connecting Africa and the diaspora through music, lifestyle, and culture. The panel is mixed. They've got a lot of people in there who are quite experienced. They've done so much for themselves individually in their various countries, beyond their various countries, and it's a pleasure to have them here today with us at ACCESS 2023. I'm going to start off by calling the man Jules Osom, the president of African Music Week in Canada. Make some noise for Jules. He's also from Ghana. And Jules is a big player and a big pioneer of distributing Ghanaian music in Ghana and then out of Ghana. When he moved to Canada, a lot of the Ghanaian artists found themselves touring and having concerts all around. So make some noise for Jules as well. Jules, you can have a seat. Next on the list, from Young Music Boss in the UK. She was also with us last year. Recently, I think she won an award as well. She can tell us about it when she comes up. Josna Gadi, the founder of Young Boss UK, Young Music Boss UK. Please make some noise for her. And she's from Tanzania as well. Yes. Next on the list, we have the radio presenter all the way from Australia, Stani Goma. Let's make some noise for Stani as he comes up as well. I like that we have Australia now in there as well. And finally, to moderate this panel discussion, he was also with us last year. He DJ'd the opening night. Please make some noise for Kobe Graham. He is a writer, he's a lecturer, he's actually a professor in Ghana at one of the universities. And most importantly, he's an incredible DJ. So again, a round of applause for each and every one of them. Oh, sorry, Kobe, you're part of the panel. Yes, you're not moderating, don't worry. Your heart started beating, eh? No, so Stanley, you're going to be moderating. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Well, thank you for the introduction. And Kobe, thank you for, I'm sorry you missed out on the moderation sort of job, but thank you for stepping in at the last minute. And an opportunity to thank everybody, the organizers, the team, great work. And thank you for staying for the last session, because I know it's been a long day. My name is Stani Goma. I'm a presenter from Australia, and it's my pleasure to be here to have this discussion with my fellow panelists here. We're going to talk about a very important topic here, which is connecting the diaspora with the motherland. So we're going to start with a question to our panelists to tell us a little bit about the organization that they represent and the contribution that those organizations are making to the growth and the success of African music and culture in the countries, the various places where they are located. We're going to start with Jules because he's traveled the longest distance. It's a long journey to get here. Jules, can you please tell us about the organization that you represent and how it has contributed to the growth and the success of African music and culture?
My name is Jules Osom, and born in Ghana, moved to Canada in 2003. Background in Ghana was a radio station, worked with Antoine Vibe FM before it became Live FM, and started a one of the first music blogs in Africa called Ghana Mixtapes. You know, that was created to help promote Ghana music and African music on a global stage. So that's my foundation. And, you know, I've been advocating for Africa in Canada ever since I set foot there. And 2015, I started African Music Week through my volunteering at Canadian Music Week for 10 years, because they had a platform that was pushing the music industry in North America on the professional side. I'm like, listen, I can see this happening for us as well. This was before the explosion of Africa and everything that you're seeing right now. So I wanted to make sure I created a platform that will allow us to be able to compete on the world stage. So that's where African Music Week started. And it's been going up since then. Everything we dreamt about in the past is now manifesting. And I'll tell you more about that soon. Yeah.
Thank you, Jules. And just now, you've also traveled a fair distance, even though you have deep connections with Tanzania. Can you tell us a little bit about the organization that you represent, Young Music Boss, and some of the projects you've been involved in, and how that is contributing to the success of African music and culture?
So I'm the founder and managing director of a company called Young Music Boss, which is a resource hub and network building tool for music creatives, entrepreneurs, and people who want to work on the executive side of music, with our slogan being preparing future music bosses. But we also have a consultancy agency where I just consult various different artist teams and helping them structure their music business, structure the business around their artists. I have a very keen focus at the moment on Tanzania specifically. I would say that I'm also always trying to kind of be very intentional about, I'm focusing on Tanzania. Africa is not monolithic. It's a continent with so many different cultures, so many different nuances as you travel across, you know, the continent. Yeah, so I have a heavy focus on figuring out how to create an ecosystem and build an infrastructure within the Tanzanian industry, and helping to prepare the industry and artists, I guess, to compete globally. And then I'm also the founder of, I'm also one of the founding members of Women in Music Tanzania, which is part of a global organization. So we're actually launching the Tanzania chapter this Sunday with a goal to advance, empower, and educate women in music. But of course, men as well, we need you as our allies, so please get on board. So, yeah.
Well, a big round of applause for that, really. That's a massive achievement. And thank you for sharing that on this stage. Now, Kobe, you were a bit of a last addition to the panel, so thank you for agreeing to be part of this. In terms of the work that you've done as a DJ, as an academic, can you just give us an indication how that is contributing to the success of our culture around the world?
So so as a DJ, I have always championed the alternative to the mainstream. So because of that, it means that a lot of the music that I'm championing, like let's say 30 years ago it was neo soul in the UK, and then fast forward to Ghana, 20 years ago, we were seeing the beginnings of what is now like a very thriving alternative scene. So I've always been about championing that, both as a DJ, whether in clubs or across different radio stations. I also worked at Vibe FM, Joy FM, YFM in Ghana. But now I'm a lecturer and a researcher, and so my research is actually looking at the alternative scene and how, like, what it has to say about society. And what we're finding is, I mean, away from what it has to say about society, is with the rise of Afrobeats across the world, it's taking a lot of other genres along with it. And so you have like like if you take someone like Thames, for example, Thames, strictly speaking, is not an Afrobeats artist. She's an alter artist through and through, but she's one of the biggest African artists in the world right now. So that's my area of specialty, and anything that I can do to create space and support for all these really amazing alternative creatives in places like Ghana and elsewhere, I'm there.
Okay. Now you mentioned the success of Afrobeats in particular, and obviously that's been very pleasing to see how that has evolved. in your experience, what have been some of the factors that have significantly contributed to that success?
Okay, so I'll tell a quick story. About maybe 25 years ago, I was DJing in the UK. The guy who taught me to DJ, his name is Ezeko Akimian, Nigerian guy. And I DJ'd with a crew called Amplified. There were 5 of us. 4 of us were African, 1 was Caribbean. And so we listened to a lot of African music at the time. And we're like, it's so much different than what the UK was getting. Youssou N'Dour, Salif Keita, Angelique Kidjo. These were like young street sounds. And we weren't calling it Afrobeat at that time. Like it wasn't Afrobeats at that time. So we were like, we're gonna do a club night dedicated to it. We called it Shakara after the Fela song. And so our first month we did it. We had street sounds from Ghana, from Niger, etc. And it was really fun. Then we did it the next month, and it was almost exactly the same songs. And then another month, and it was almost exactly the same songs. The reason being, at the time, you didn't have music blogs, you didn't have Ghana mixtapes, you didn't have Spotify. It was so hard to get the music at that time. And so honestly, I feel like if you're going to talk about Afrobeats, you can't have that conversation without talking about just the proliferation of social media and the internet. Because what's basically happened is a kid in Nima in Accra can drop a beat in the morning. By evening, people can be dancing to it in London. And not just people, but the diaspora specifically. If you did not have a diaspora, you would not have Afrobeats, you would not have high life music popping off the way that it did. The entire history of high life music and Afrobeats is always a conversation between countries like Ghana and their diasporas. It is your Ghanaian cousins who are making the music pop on the streets of London, you know, and it's a two-way thing now. And so you have someone like, the biggest rapper in the UK right now is Stormzy, he's half Ghanaian. Then he comes home to Ghana and then he does a collaboration with, you know, the young Asaka guys, and then they blow up. Even the beat, ka, 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 it's something that left with slavery and was brought back by Caribbean soldiers in the First World War. So like the whole history of the thing is a conversation between diaspora and homegrown.
Okay. Well, you mentioned a couple of factors there. Obviously, social media and the diaspora as significant contributing factors. Just now, would there be other factors that, in your experience, have contributed to that?
Yeah, and I think I would add on the conversation with the diaspora, because I think that that's also, if you think of the challenges that Tanzanian music maybe specifically has in terms of crossing over, I think that the diaspora thing is a huge factor because, well, firstly, if we look at Nigeria alone, Nigeria has a population of like 200 million compared to a 60, I don't know, million population in Tanzania, but then they also have a huge diaspora in places like London or the UK, which also means that the tastemakers in music are reflective of that, the platforms in music are reflective of that, the executives that you have in big, I don't know, corporations or organizations that dictate these trends also sit, you know, their diasporans sit in those organizations, so I think that that's a challenge. But one of the, and another thing that I would actually mention as a challenge as well, because we have things like now the Afrobeats charts in the UK, and I think it's important to note that there is a danger of it becoming a bit homogeneous, yeah. I want to use big words, I want a panel, but I struggle to pronounce it. Yeah, so, because of course, Afrobeats is Afrobeats. There's a lot of other types of music that comes from, you know, comes from Africa, but then it's kind of, you're all sort of, we have to just take it and just be lumped in that, which is, yeah, so that it's I guess, we have to walk before we can run. But to add to some of the other things that I think are contributing to the globalization of African music or Afrobeats, I think you can't go without mentioning festivals like Afro Nation, who kind of well, Afro Nation is a big, for those who don't know, it's a big African, I guess, Afrobeats-led festival which travels around Europe, or actually around the world now, because I think they just did, was it Costa Rica or Detroit, Portugal? So they travel around the world, and obviously that cross-cultural kind of collaboration that's happening, and artists, African artists from all around the world to be able to grace these stages in different parts of the world, of course, that means that there's access to new acts, they're able to tap into global audiences, and also provides room for collaboration amongst those artists who may not typically cross paths. And then another thing that I think has been massive to the proliferation of like African music and seeing is remixes. I think big global remixes, like, you know, a perfect case study for that, most recently, Rema and Selena Gomez, which has literally, as he says himself, changed his life. And we're now seeing Afrobeats, we're now seeing Afrobeats on, you know, visible on global charts, visible in, he just did Ballon d'Or, I think. He just performed at Ballon d'Or, so gracing stages that we typically maybe could not have imagined. And of course, so yeah.
Brilliant. Obviously, some people in the audience, and you'll have the opportunity to ask your question at some stage during the Q&A section of the of this panel discussion. There may well be people that would object to the notion that the diaspora in some ways drove that success, but we'll come back to that. Jules, what's been said is very much your life story in terms of making things happen in various parts of the world, but particularly North America. Would there be other factors that you would see as having been critical to the success of particularly Afrobeat?
Well, the identity is like one of the key things out there in the diaspora, where people wanted to connect themselves with their roots, you know, so through food, through fashion, you know, that's another element that I tapped into as well. When the music started, I said, well, hip hop had fashion, and my mentor, Babs, who's now Akon's business manager and partner, was working with Fubu, Fat Farm, Rockaway, and all these big brands, you know, and then he also had Europe on lock. So with that there, we helped Akon build his clothing brand. So that's my experience, and that's how I'm like, you know what, with this thing coming, I definitely have to find another alternative. That's where the clothing by AIM started. So I'm wearing this. This is like one of the most popular designs promoting Africa, because how could you be on stage, our artists are on stage, how can you tell they're from Africa? You know, how can you say you're African without saying you're African? So this is what we wanted to build, you know, add certain cultural elements to our fashion, you know, and then bring it up on the forefront. So the whole thing about bridging the gap between Africans in the motherland and Africans in the diaspora, music was just one of the vehicles. And then, as she mentioned, Afrobeats is just so many genres. Like for me personally, I always say the heart of Africa beating in every genre of music. So it touches from music from the south, north, and west of Africa. And there was a hunger, because it takes only so much. You can hold back a people so much, and eventually you can't push them back anymore. So now there was a way of people expressing themselves, because there's a way, we're telling a story, the African story. The African story has been told by others for us to their advantage, right? So now we've come into a space, I mean, there were people that had started in a small way. Now we've come into a space where we're being very intentional and being aggressive about it, you know? And we had to find a way. And trust me, like, I tell people, we are one of the most powerful people in the world. You know, give us anything and we'll make it popular. And that's what you're seeing now. And you see people looking for that element. Like right now, I was in a meeting talking about Afro Nation when they were coming into Miami and then to Detroit. Smade and Josh is the booker for Afro Nation. They came into Toronto to just come and do some legwork over there. And the conversations that were happening, it was not just about the music, but just the fact that we're able to bring a whole community together to be able to speak one language. That was powerful enough, you know. So also making impact in the community through social activities, encouraging literacy, helping, even with the food, like that's like one of the key things, So now we call ourselves cultural custodians. That's what we are. So if we have the music, the food comes in, the fashion comes in, and then breaking people into all the different aspects of Africa, because we wanted to change the story about people thinking about Africa, about having kids with flies on their faces. Well, I was like, no, we have to change that. That's the new Africa. So these are all elements that were put together to make sure that the diaspora is aware. And there was a hunger for the truth. So when we had AIM, we called it the African Invasion Movement, where we're taking over the global stage. Then Babs was like, no, that was too radical. We have to make it corporate. So we switched it and made it Africa in me. Everybody has a drop of Africa in them. Whatever color you are, there's a drop of Africa in you. How do we connect it back? So this is all what's happening right now, and now there's a mass acceptance, and people want more of it.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, we're talking about the diaspora as though it was a sort of, again, homogeneous group of people, but it's also very, very diverse. And there was a time when the diaspora was predominantly people that were, in some ways, if we think in more recent times, people born on the continent that then travel to other parts of the world. But now increasingly, the majority actually born away from the continent, or parents that travel that next generation. So I guess the question is, what is critical in building very strong connections, particularly for that generation born away from the continent, and potentially, or not potentially, actually in many cases, with very little physical experience of being based or living in the continent? How can we ensure that they feel a deep connection with the continent?
The cultural aspect is very important because, for me, leaving Ghana and coming to Canada, I saw myself as an ambassador of Ghana in Canada. So all the good aspects of Ghana that I grew up with, I wanted to make people what Ghana has to offer to the world. So showing that even in the way I move, talk, interact with people, these were all things that I couldn't be shouting, I had to live it. So I always say, AIM is 24/7. I can't be African one day and the next day I'm all about that. And it's a mindset as well. So people look at you and like, how come you're different? And even in Canada, a lot of people place the race card, and I said this at a panel one time. I said, I didn't know I was a black man until I went to Canada, because every time in Ghana or wherever I am, I'm called or referred to as my name, my given name. I was actually named after my uncle, and then my tribe name is Tete, which is from the Krobo language. That means the second son in the family. So it's giving you identity and your hierarchy in the family. So these are things that we have that a lot of people are, yo, this guy, there's something different about this guy. I want to go back and learn some more. So that's where I'm able to, educate them and say, hey, this is where I'm from, and this is what we do, and they want to learn more. And there's a thirst, there's a hunger right now. You saw the situation with Black Lives Matter. It all happened because identity crisis. People got tired of the norm. They're like, you know what, there must be more to us. So there's a whole continent where a lot of them came up from. There's the Jewish diaspora, there's the Chinese diaspora, but, everybody is actually pushing to promote their respective countries. So we also started a program where we also run a nonprofit where it's called the Roots Program, where youth can now come back home, whether it's Tanzania, Ghana, or wherever, for a holiday. Come and see what it's like. You're born there, but come and see where your parents or your grandparents came from so you can understand. Because the youth back there, apart from the violence, apart from them getting involved in gangs and all of that stuff, is because they don't know what the identity is. So this is actually helping solve a social problem for the government, that you have to spend money putting people in jails. But now when you have this cultural element, they can come in and experience Africa. And then one guy asked me, how does it feel like to be in Africa? And I said, it's a feeling I can't describe. Up until now, 21 years, going back and forth, anytime I'm coming into Africa, I get emotional, I get goosebumps when the plane is coming in. Okay? And I said to him, to be in Africa feels like your battery on your phone is at 1%, and you're plugging it into the power source.
That's how it feels like.
Now, Justin, you are very much that person born away from the continent, and but somehow found a way to feel and experience that deep connection with the continent. Do you mind just sharing with us what was your personal journey and what really drew you so strongly to the continent?
Well, I'm a very, very proud Tanzanian, and I think that that's something that's been instilled by my mum. I grew up in a very predominantly white environments. You know, growing up in Holland specifically, I think that changed a little bit when I moved to London. But growing up in Holland, and my mum was always very intentional with saying, "You are an African. You are black. You are an African. You are black." And that is something that has always stayed with me. And yeah, and I think that because I have such a strong family network as well, I've always stayed very connected to, like, you know, the cultural, you know, influences, the language and stuff like that. And I think that what kind of like brings me back and constantly brings me back to Tanzania is because I feel a strong responsibility and obligation to contribute to my country. And the way I can do that is through music business, which is why I'm doing the things that I'm doing to help my country elevate. So yeah, but I think that there's another thing that you mentioned as well when you spoke about, you know, being cultural custodians and telling the story our way and doing things our way and kind of like retaining control of that, you know, value chain when we're talking about Africa, which is such a hot topic right now, African music, you know, African trends, African food, African culture, and being able to stay in control of that narrative, which is why I'm very proud when I see platforms like, you know, Afrochella, where, you know, it's bringing people back to Africa. This is our music, this is our culture, this is our food, and in the process of doing that, also, you know, the economical benefits that has for the country as well, and bringing that back in, bringing that back home, it stimulates tourism. It forces people to come to the continent to experience the continent because we're tired of constantly having to export our shit. Yeah, you come to Africa if you want to experience Africa. So yeah.
Now, Kobe, you've actually moved between those two spaces and been based in both the diaspora and the continent. Really keen to hear from you the actual perspective from the continent about the diaspora, because very early in this discussion you mentioned that ultimately the evolution of music is a discussion, a conversation between the diaspora and the continent, but very keen to hear the perspective from the continent about the diaspora.
So I can only speak for Ghana, but in Ghana there's a kind of love-hate relationship between Ghana and her diaspora. On the one hand, there's love. There's money that comes home with remittances. These are cousins. People come at least once a year, especially December. December is like the big time to go back to Accra. I think people in Accra are very proud of the fact that we've kind of wrestled away from Lagos this thing of people used to go to Lagos first at Christmas and then they'll pass through Accra on the way out. And then all of a sudden, over the past few years, you're seeing a lot more people starting to come to Accra and then they'll pass through Lagos on the way out. This is a matter of great pride for us. Ghanaians and Nigerians, we are like that. But there's a hate relationship as well because it means that things are more expensive in December. It means that it changes the price of the economy, house prices, just everything. So there's a lot of that. So you have people who are kind of like, oh God, they're coming again. And then on the other hand, culturally speaking, we do well with each other. I think the thing that has really shifted things is the demographics in a place like the UK. So I was born in London and I first moved to Ghana when I was 7. And then I went back for university and then now I've been back in Ghana for like almost 20 years. And the thing that has changed in my lifetime is when I was growing up in the UK, it was not cool to be African. Everybody wanted to be specifically Jamaican. Okay? Everybody, it's like you're pretending that you're Jamaican. you don't open your African food, you don't speak your African language, etc., etc. That has now shifted. Now, the predominant black community in the UK, by the numbers, is African, when you add all our numbers together. And so that's why you're starting to see that shift in the music. And so if you think about like a lot of the rappers who have come out of the UK, a lot of Ghanaians and Nigerians, Dizzy Rascal, half Ghanaian, half Nigerian, Stormzy, Ghanaian, Tinchy Strider, Ghanaian, Lethal Bizzle, Ghanaian, Sway, Ghanaian, like you're seeing a lot of shift. And so this thing that you're saying about people who were born there, who haven't been home, I think the game changer for me has been the music. It is the music that has connected to the extent that now the African kid in a place like London who has never been home, like my nephew lives in London, he's 13. He's not been to Ghana yet, and he was telling me that his friend just came to Ghana and it was so cool, and he's in a hurry to come home. And I feel like you have this two-way communication, because if you talk about Afrobeats, even the name Afrobeats with the S, it literally comes from DJ Abrantier, a UK-based Ghanaian DJ who needed a name for his radio show where he was playing, at the time, it wasn't one genre, Afrobeats. It was all the young music coming out of Africa, be it from East Africa, West Africa, wherever. And so he needed a name, a catch-all phrase, and he was like, okay, Afrobeats. That's how the name came to be. And it's literally, so the name comes from the diaspora. And I think that's part of the reason why, going back to what we were saying earlier, Afrobeats, if you're in West Africa, it's a specific genre of music in a way. But to the rest of the world, Afrobeats is shorthand for African beats. So anyone can go in there. You can take, if you go onto your playlists, to a large extent, you can take music from any part of the continent and you can put it in there. So you can have Thames there, you can have Abigail Chams in there, you can have Sarkodie in there, like you can have everyone in there. To the rest of the world, it's African beats. It's only we the purists who, like, we're on the ground, we're like, no, this is Afrobeats, this is Altair, this is Singeli, this is Gom, etc. You see, but that's what's going on there.
Can I ask him a question off the back of that?
Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
Annoying? Because do you think it's annoying that someone like Abigail Chams might have this soulful ballad, yeah, that is soul music or that's R&B music, but just by virtue of her being an African. She has to be bracketed in Afrobeats? Why can't she be an R&B artist?
To answer that, like in Canada, it's called the Junos. The Junos is the Canadian version of the Grammys, and they had a world music section where they threw everybody into the pot. Okay, now the Latin section is now like, no, we got to have our little section there to represent us. And then I'm part of a group that's now advocating for Africa at the Junos. So with what you're saying, yes, it's soul, but now when I said Afrobeats, it means the heart of Africa beating in every genre of music. That's exactly what's happening now. So now we're going to take her part and make it Afro soul, right? And then that's coming there, because qualifying her African roots is very important. The kind of music that she plays, like there's, and then I was telling the people, because some of the guys that were on the group or the committee were like, oh, it has to be Nigeria, Ghana. I said no, because with the brand that I started, I didn't just do it about Ghana, I did it about Africa. There's North Africa, there's, the Libyans, the Algerians, stuff like that. They are Africans as well, at the end of the day, right? So if a sound is coming from them, we should be able to qualify that and say, because it's African, it has its roots based on that. So there's Afro reggae like Stonebwoy and Shatawale, Samini, that's going on. And there's a band in Ghana, okay? It's a rock band, Dark Suburb. That's Afro rock, right? Although when you put them together, they could compete with the U2s and, you know, all the big, what do you call it, Rolling Stones and whatnot, but they're Africans, so we can call it Afro rock. So it's good to be able to qualify that, or else people might not see the difference, because when people hear the sound, right, I remember back in the day when I used to be, excuse this word, but I was a music dealer, you know, selling singles, records, vinyls in Accra before moving to Canada. You know, people listen to the music and they'll actually take out the inlay and look at the credits and see who's behind what. But now you don't even get that anymore, you know? So now you just hear the song. When I first heard about Gentleman, you know, I thought it was a black guy singing or who was on a reggae track. It was when I went into Germany, my friend told me, no, Gentleman is a white German reggae artist. I'm like, what? Right? So for us to be able to qualify her, because at the end of the day, without seeing who, her picture or whatever she looks like, it's just an R&B sound. But how do you qualify her? Add the Afro part to it. So that way people can know, oh, that's an African, and that also helps motivate people. There's a girl in Canada called Tommy. Tommy was born in Canada. Her dad is Nigerian, mom is French Canadian, but she doesn't do Afrobeat, she does Afro soul. Beautiful voice, right? When she sings, it's crazy. Is she Afrobeat like the traditional one? No, but she's got that soul R&B, Afro R&B, so it's good to qualify that as well.
You do have a right to reply, by the way, just now. If you
We will be here all day because there's a few things that I want to pick apart in what he said. We'll do that backstage.
That's all right. Let's keep the conversation moving. I'm just very, very mindful of time. Those who are old enough may recall that there was a time, particularly in the 80s, where the music of Africa was doing actually quite well. You know, people like Youssou N'Dour, Salif Keita, Papa Wemba, Mori Kante, King Sunny Ade were doing extremely well. And then it kind of, I won't say declined because they've kind of remained relatively well known around the world, but there was no thing else came after that. So I guess the question that we need to consider is who's to say that this trend that we're seeing now is not going to be short-lived, as was the case back in the 80s.
Can I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So, just to give some context, you're quite right. Black Sherif and Amare, as Ghanaian artists, have ranked higher in the American Billboard chart than any band since Osibisa in the 1970s. So you had Osibisa, that's as high as we got. We've been doing our music just fine. It's not like music just died in Ghana. Like, we've been making all of our music, but global attention didn't fall on it again, which is why I go back to this thing of saying that Afrobeats is just like a label. I mean, to answer your question, actually, I was going to say, I do find it annoying, but at the end of the day, if Abigail Shams can release it under the Afrobeats label without watering down her sound and make money, is cool, you see? So I think for me, I think at the end of the day, I think this Afrobeats label in particular, I think that it's something that we have the ability to shape it and continue shaping it. Now, I speak as someone who ultimately am representing Alte, and Alte falls under Afrobeats as a genre. Its artists fall under that, and they can benefit from that. So, does the Alte artist mind being called an Afrobeats artist? I don't think Thames minds. I've not heard her come out and even limit herself by saying Alte. Amare comes out and she says she calls it something specific. Even Burna Boy recently came out and said, I do Afrofusion music, right? What I remember is that Angelique Kidjo, I interviewed her once a really long time ago, and she talked about how when she was when she was submitting her first album, I think it was to Sony France, she talked about how the French people in the room were like, but where are the African drums? Yeah, there's not enough African drums. And she was like, this music is African because I am African and I made it. And I don't think it's a coincidence that if you look at all the new generation of artists, the Burners, the Stone Boys, everyone, who is the African artist who gets featured the most on their tracks? They are all going to Angelique Kidjo because she's the mother of what they're doing. And so you have that continuity, really, in terms of where we're going and it dipping, and the attention of the world will come and go, but we will always be interested in our stuff. And the game changer is that we as Africans are now interested enough across the continent. There's so much more, because I live in Ghana. Ghana is here. Ivory Coast, Togo, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Togo. We're surrounded by Francophone countries, and in Ghana we don't get any Francophone music. We're that close, and yet we don't. And so there's so much more to explore in terms of our market here. But when we talk about our market here, we're also talking about our cousins in the diaspora. That combination, that's where the culture is, that's where the growth comes from. So, yeah.
Yeah, do you want to share your thoughts about that, just in terms of how to sustain this, what is at this point in time, in relation to a particular genre? Let's face it, even though, as you said, it's actually, there's a lot in it, but what is the way to sustain?
I think that was a very detailed response, but I think on a basic level what I say is that what I think is already happening that is necessary to sustain, and why I think it is here to stay, African music is here to stay, and it's not just a phase, is because we have ownership. We're a part of that ecosystem. We have our own labels, we have our own distribution channels, we have our own platforms, we have our own global festivals, we have our own networks, and we no longer have to beg for that access or compete for that access in the same way. Of course, there's still a whole mountain to climb, but I feel like we have we are at the very least building an infrastructure that will allow us to sustain for years to come, which is very different from, I think, how it was before. Yeah.
Now, Jules, you operate in a very tough market, to say the least, but somehow you've managed to crack it and try and make it work. And I guess the question is, how do you keep it going?
To keep it going, just like all the other genres of music that came out, reggae, hip hop, what do you call it, the Latino sound, I think we have to be very intentional and find sustainable ways. You know, she mentioned ownership. The ownership is not 100%. There's still outside elements, you know, helping pull the strings, but we still have to be very, very, very intentional about who and what we want. Because if we don't, you know, back then, like, you know, in the diaspora, you have African bands, and, you know, it's a white label that's bringing them over there, and then that's it. So it's almost like you should be glad that we even brought you here. No. Now we have booking agents, you know, who are Africans that are also competing to be in that space. So education is key. How can you sustain an industry and make sure it's scalable? You know, because the talent alone is not enough. I'll tell you this straight. That's why African Music Week was started, is I wanted us to be able to educate ourselves, because when you ask any African artist right now, what's your dream? They want to go international. Do you know what it takes to go international? You know, you have to build relationships in key markets, distribution, marketing and promotion. An artist had his album out in December last year. I just come back from that, and he did a launch. He wanted to produce CDs. I'm like, yo, that's an old school. It's done, you know? And he was still trying to go and promote his album like the old way of doing things. And I said to him, let me tell you something. I have connections in all the major cities around the world right now. If you're ready, you can go to London, spend 2 weeks, go to all these other places and make things happen there. But one thing you have to know, the music will not promote itself. You know, so you also got to learn how things are changing, educate yourself to get it going. We have how long this run is going to be, I don't know, but I'm praying that we can actually maximize it to the fullest. So even anything else comes up, they will still say, hey, Afrobeats is still happening, or the sounds of Africa is still happening, and we can bring it to the next level. That's educating or building or creating, writing camps, teaching people the mechanics, royalties, distribution, because I can tell you right now, when that song came out, Jerusalem, right, during the COVID times, and I just heard that song is in court right now because the splits were not done. Yeah. You understand me? So how could you have a big record and you don't know the details or who's owning what and not? And I've also encountered situations where I brought, what I did was connecting the diaspora. So that is soca music with African artists. So I did it with Bungie Garland and Fay Lions in the soca world with Stoneboy. And then I did collaborations between Sarkodie and a few Ghanaian artists and whatnot. I was actually bringing people together, but I was supposed to be collecting points and I did it. But now what I'm doing now is, off the top, I'm getting my 10 points on that. So these are all things that everybody should know and work on, so this way it can help them take care of their families. So even if after their song is off heavy rotation, they can still make money from that. So there's a long way for us to go as well.
Well, I think there are a lot of people in this room that may have very strong views about everything that we've talked about here. So we're going to give them the opportunity to join the conversation. But before we do, there was obviously a discussion earlier about AI. And I suppose we need to consider the possibility that right now it is possible for content to be created that sounds African, that has all the elements of African culture to it, but has no connection with an African person at all. And I guess the question is that an issue, or are we ready for that?
With the AI, I've always been an advocate for new technology, new media. It's here to stay. Every day, updates are happening as to the new changes that's happening in there. So long as we become a part of that new technology and actually stay in the forefront, there's no problem. We can collaborate with other people to actually take it to the next level. But for others to take advantage of it and we're sitting back and not doing anything and complaining. I always say this, it's like you want to win the championship but you're sitting on the bench. No, you can't be there and complain. These people are taking a piece of the pie, like gotta get in there. So we want to definitely advocate and push for technology, culture, add all those elements to it and then bring it to the next level. So it's a market that's, it's a technology that's, inclusive. So we can work together with other communities so we can advance our culture and be a part of the conversation, not left out.
We'll come back to that. Let's give people the opportunity to ask whatever questions they may have or comments they wish to make in relation to what was discussed or what we didn't cover that they might regard as being critical that we didn't touch on. Now we've got two hands up there, so if we can start with the gentleman in front here and then we go to the back.
Hi everyone. My name is DJ Callisto. I'm a music producer from Congo, the DRC. I wanted to speak about you spoke about the Francophone countries next to Ghana. It's just a comment. In my country, the majority of songs are made in French and Lingala. But the thing is, we have a problem of reaching out the global audience because of the language barrier. So Nigerian and Ghanaian music and other music in Africa, even Tanzanian music, when they collaborate with English-speaking countries, it tends to go global. And my country tends to have that problem. That's why recently I did a project where I took songs like from Papa Wemba and all those artists and combined them with Tupac, and it kind of reached like a kind of global audience. And I tried to mix Congolese music with English music and do collaborations in order for it to also reach global markets. So thank you for your inside. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's good. You call that the new Africa, right? So you can't sit back and watch things go. If it takes you to be creative, to add the local language to a local Ghana dialect, go ahead and do it. It's music. People will love it.
Hi, I want to thank all the panelists for all your insight. You talked about fashion and food and festivals, using that as channels to bring the diaspora together. You know, as we all know, sports is really a great venue to bring together and to connect. And history has shown that music and sports actually promotes and create culture. So I'm interested to know what your take is moving forward, or if you do have experiences, what the opportunities you feel are present. You know, we have Senegal in football, African Cup of Nations. You have South Africa just came through with rugby on the world platform. We have basketball growing within the continent. And just within the All-Star game, we had 2 huge African artists, I won't say Afrobeats, African artists perform during halftime. So what opportunities do you see, and do you think that there are hurdles? I'm interested to take your perspectives on that.
In the area of sports, you know, like I said, the new Africa is a lifestyle. So we're touching on entertainment, education, sports, tourism, culture, business, and technology, right? I'm a friend of Masai Ujiri, the president of Toronto Raptors, and I see what he's doing with Giants of Africa in terms of using sports to empower our global communities, you know, because all these things come together, because he's like, what, with Giants of Africa, they're actually getting, you know, grooming the next NBA stars to come out there, you know, it's part of the invasion, you know, so sports plays a very vital role. I have friends who play football, you know, American football. Some of them are linebackers for Green Bay Packers, you know, Giants and whatnot. They're all pushing the African agenda. So there's an awakening right now, you know, in every aspect of the community, of the culture, where people are now saying that, you know what, I have to be who I am, and my roots is Africa. So this is through whatever their platform is, they're able to lift high the flag of Africa through their various activities, and that's a very good thing to encourage. So that way, the youth also, who's going to come after them, will leave in examples for them, you know. So you know what, even though their parents or, you know, the people that came before them couldn't promote Africa, now they're able to do that in their respective, what do you call it, sectors or disciplines in sports. So that's what's happening right now.
So one more question over there, and then we'll, one
Hello, good afternoon. So I just wanted to ask a question. So unless you're particularly from Africa, you're able to actually be able to differentiate Afrobeats, right? So let's say East Africa has their own genre, West Africa has their own genre. But then the fact that when you're looking at the international markets out there, and they just group everything as Afrobeats, how long do you think that we're going to be able to piggyback off that, in terms of, like, we know how we separate our music in terms of how we make our own music. So let's say if you were focused in a specific genre in East Africa, and then our music is always changing, and you're actually creating, let's say, like a fusion between genres, like, but outside, when it's going to be viewed by international markets, it's still going to fall under the category of Afrobeats, because they see as everything that comes out of Africa is Afrobeats. So how long would that be viewed in that way? Because it also makes it very difficult for our genre to, like, break out and be, let's say, well known in the aspect of how Amapiano is doing, because Amapiano isn't really relatively new, but the fact that internationally it is recognized as Amapiano, if it's going to be the long drums or any the musical makeup of it. So unless you have like a dark horse like Amapiano, how difficult would it be for these new genres which are fused by new music, old music, to be recognized by international markets and whatnot?
Kobe, I think that question's got your name written on it.
Okay, so I love the fact that you gave Amapiano as an example, right? Like, it sounds so different from the quote-unquote Afrobeat sound, which is a bit smoother and sexier. And Afrobeats has gone through a transition itself where it has smoothed out. So it started out, if you think the first Afrobeats #1 in the UK was D'banj, Oliver Twist, and it was very right? But now we're talking about, like, if you take Essence by Wizkid, it's very mellow and sexy, right? Then you have Amapiano, which it just sounds so different that I don't think you can just group it under Afrobeats, even though if there's a Afrobeats show, you might drop some Amapiano in it. So I think in this particular case, it's because the sound is just so different. But I think the thing that happens with not just Afrobeats, I would argue hip life in Ghana, which gets subsumed under Afrobeats. I would even say bongo flavor. All of our genres are genres that we pick elements from, we pick local elements, and then we pick diaspora elements, whether it's R&B, hip hop, dancehall, etc., etc. And we mix it together and we make it our own, right? But it doesn't sound distinct enough, perhaps, to be categorized differently. But I think what the Amapiano thing shows us is that if it sounds different enough, then the international market will pay attention to that label separately. But if not, then they won't. And at the end of the day, you have to think about it as an artist. You have to be like, does it matter what I'm labeled? I mean, of course, you want to represent your country, and you want to represent your culture, and you want to represent your sound. So maybe you can use that label to amplify yourself, but then when you're out there and you're in the interviews, you make sure that you shout out your hood, your genre, etc., etc. And maybe don't concern yourselves too much with the label. Just use it as a platform to amplify yourself. That's how I would think about it.
I just want to check that we can take one more question at least. One more. Your last question. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From the discussion, I heard that you said something about the diaspora. Nigeria, they have a larger population, and that literally is an advantage for them to dominate the Afrobeats. But there is bongo flavor, and it has proven to be such a success for many artists in Tanzania, and they're literally on the map in the global market. And I wanted to understand what exactly is in bongo flavor. What is the unique advantage within this music industry right now that's propelling some of these artists with such a small diaspora, again, to influence Afrobeats in a way that someone like Diamond Platnumz can be on the same chart with Asake and the rest?
Do you know what? I actually think that Diamond is an exception, because we can only talk about Diamond. And I think that one thing that has been a major contributing factor to Diamond's success is obviously that he's just a beast, but all round, right? Not just the talent, the businesses, right? And he's invested a lot in making sure that that's right. But again, also taking advantage of these platforms, like I said, like Afro Nation is an example, and being able to kind of like piggyback off of that to propel him to where he is now as well. But again, like I said, I think that if we're talking about bongo flavor, and if we're talking about Tanzanian music on a global market, I think Diamond is an anomaly. And I think that the challenges that we have are the same. And in part, it is to do with the diaspora. I think that is a huge contributing factor, because, like I said, those tastemakers, those decision makers, those people who are in charge of the playlisting, who are in charge of these, these radio shows, and who have those platforms in, European markets or in the UK, for example, tend to be predominantly West African, because they have the bigger diaspora across Europe. So there is definitely a mountain to climb, but I think that Diamond is the perfect ambassador for bongo flavor, and yeah, makes me proud. He does.
Thank you very much. This hasn't been an easy topic, but they've done very well. So can you please put your hands together for our panelists?
Thank you so much, Stani. Another round of applause for them as they take their group photo. If you guys could take one step forward so our photographer can get that group shot of this particular panel, connecting Africa with the diaspora through music, lifestyle, and culture. We've had Jules, who's the president of African Music Week, Ghanaian Canadian. I think it's safe to say that now. We also have Justnut Gadi, the founder of Young Music, boss all the way from the UK, also from Tanzania. And then, of course, Kobe Graham, a writer, a lecturer, and a DJ from Accra, Ghana. Once again, please, a round of applause for all of them. And I know you're tired, but let's hear it for yourselves as well. You've really tried. Thank you guys so much for coming through. Day one of ACCES 2023 is partly over. The bus will be outside ready to take you to your hotels. Remember, later on tonight, we meet again. We've got performances from Feli Nandi, Damien Soul, Christian Bella, and of course, Show Madjozi. And then we're back here again.
Mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila tosha wanayemelea sambamba samba 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 wanayemelea sambamba samba 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 wanayesogelea mororo kitu mororo kasoro haina kasoro ya moto kitu ya moto inaunguza kitu ya moto sana. Usingizi hawana usingizi siku hizi, wanakosa usingizi, wanakesha kutafuta usingizi, wana pressure wakinyemelea wakinyemelea ila tosha wakinyemelea ila tosha wanayemelea samba 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 wanayemelea